Chapter 17 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 17. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Coralie and her lover were sitting together. The poet, to all appearance, had come to pay a call. Lucien had been bathed and combed and dressed. Coralie had sent to Colliot's for a dozen fine shirts, a dozen cravats, and a dozen pocket handkerchiefs for him, as well as 12 pairs of gloves in a cedar wood box. When a carriage stopped at the door, they both rushed to the window and watched Camusot alight from a handsome coupe. "I would not have believed that one could so hate a man and luxury." "I am too poor to allow you to ruin yourself for me," he replied. And thus Lucien passed under the caudine forks. "Poor pet," said Coralie, holding him tightly to her. "Do you love me so much?" "I persuaded this gentleman to call on me this morning," she continued, indicating Lucien to Camusot, who entered the room. "I thought that we might take a drive in the Champs-Élysées to try the carriage." "Go without me," said Camusot in a melancholy voice. "I shall not dine with you. It is my wife's birthday. I had forgotten that." "Poor Musot, how badly bored you will be," she said, putting her arms about his neck. She was wild with joy at the thought that she and Lucien would handsel this gift together. She would drive with him in the new carriage, and in her happiness she seemed to love Camusot. She lavished caresses upon him. "If only I could give you a carriage every day," said the poor fellow. "Now, sir, it is 2:00," she said, turning to Lucien, who stood in distress and confusion, but she comforted him with an adorable gesture. Down the stairs she went, several steps at a time, drawing Lucien after her, the elderly merchant following in their wake like a seal on land, and quite unable to catch them up. Lucien enjoyed the most intoxicating of pleasures. Happiness had increased Coralie's loveliness to the highest possible degree. She appeared before all eyes an exquisite vision in her dainty toilette. All Paris and the Champs-Élysées beheld the lovers. In an avenue of the Bois de Boulogne they met a calèche. Madame d'Espard and Madame de Bargeton looked in surprise at Lucien, and met a scornful glance from the poet. He saw glimpses of a great future before him, and was about to make his power felt. He could fling them back in a glance some of the revengeful thoughts which had gnawed his heart ever since they planted them there. That moment was one of the sweetest in his life, and perhaps decided his fate. Once again the Furies seized on Lucien at the bidding of pride. He would reappear in the world of Paris. He would take a signal revenge. All the social pettiness, hitherto trodden underfoot by the worker, the member of the brotherhood, sprang up again afresh in his soul. Now he understood all that Lousteau's attack had meant. Lousteau had served his passions, while the brotherhood, that collective mentor, had seemed to mortify them in the interests of tiresome virtues and work which began to look useless and hopeless in Lucien's eyes. Work! What is it but death to an eager, pleasure-loving nature? And how easy it is for the man of letters to slide into a far niente existence of self-indulgence, into the luxurious ways of actresses and women of easy virtues. Lucien felt an overmastering desire to continue the reckless life of the last 2 days. The dinner at the Rocher de Cancale was exquisite. All Florine's supper guests were there, except the minister, the duke, and the dancer. Camusot, too, was absent, but these gaps were filled by 2 famous actors and Hector Merlin and his mistress. This charming woman, who chose to be known as Madame du Val-Noble, was the handsomest and most fashionable of the class of women now euphemistically styled lorettes. Lucien had spent the 48 hours since the success of his article in paradise. He was feted and envied, he gained self-possession, his talk sparkled, he was the brilliant Lucien de Rubempré, who shone for a few months in the world of letters and art. Finot, with his infallible instinct for discovering ability, scenting it afar, as an ogre might scent human flesh, cajoled Lucien and did his best to secure a recruit for the squadron under his command. And Coralie watched the manoeuvres of this purveyor of brains, saw that Lucien was nibbling at the bait, and tried to put him on his guard. "Don't make any engagement, dear boy. Wait. They want to exploit you. We will talk of it tonight." "Pshaw!" said Lucien. "I am sure I am quite as sharp and shrewd as they can be." Finot and Hector Merlin evidently had not fallen out over that affair of the white lines and spaces in the columns, for it was Finot who introduced Lucien to the journalist. Coralie and Madame du Val-Noble were overwhelmingly amiable and polite to each other, and Madame du Val-Noble asked Lucien and Coralie to dine with her. Hector Merlin, short and thin, with lips always tightly compressed, was the most dangerous journalist present. Unbounded ambition and jealousy smouldered within him. He took pleasure in the pain of others, and fomented strife to turn it to his own account. His abilities were but slender, and he had little force of character, but the natural instinct which draws the upstart towards money and power served him as well as fixity of purpose. Lucien and Merlin at once took a dislike to each other, for reasons not far to seek. Merlin unfortunately proclaimed aloud the thoughts that Lucien kept to himself. By the time the dessert was put on the table, the most touching friendship appeared to prevail among the men, each one of whom in his heart thought himself a cleverer fellow than the rest, and Lucien, as the newcomer, was made much of by them all. They chatted frankly and unrestrainedly. Hector Merlin alone did not join in the laughter. Lucien asked the reason of his reserve. "You are just entering the world of letters, I can see," he said. "You are a journalist with all your illusions left. You believe in friendship. Here we are friends or foes, as it happens. We strike down a friend with the weapon which by rights should only be turned against an enemy. You will find out before very long that fine sentiments will do nothing for you. If you are naturally kindly, learn to be ill-natured, to be consistently spiteful. If you have never heard this golden rule before, I give it you now in confidence, and it is no small secret. If you have a mind to be loved, never leave your mistress until you have made her shed a tear or two. And if you mean to make your way in literature, let other people continually feel your teeth. Make no exception, even of your friends. Wound their susceptibilities, and everybody will fawn upon you." Hector Merlin watched Lucien as he spoke, saw that his words went to the neophyte's heart like a stab, and Hector Merlin was glad. Play followed. Lucien lost all his money, and Coralie brought him away, and he forgot for a while, in the delights of love, the fierce excitement of the gambler, which was to gain so strong a hold upon him. When he left Coralie in the morning and returned to the Latin Quarter, he took out his purse and found the money he had lost. At first he felt miserable over the discovery, and thought of going back at once to return a gift which humiliated him. But he had already come as far as the Rue de la Harpe. He would not return now that he had almost reached the Hotel de Cluny. He pondered over Coralie's forethought as he went, till he saw in it a proof of the maternal love which is blended with passion in women of her stamp. For Coralie and her like, passion includes every human affection. Lucien went from thought to thought, and argued himself into accepting the gift. "I love her," he said. "We shall live together as husband and wife. I will never forsake her." What mortal, short of a Diogenes, could fail to understand Lucien's feelings as he climbed the dirty, fetid staircase to his lodging, turned the key that grated in the lock, and entered and looked round at the unswept brick floor, at the cheerless grate, at the ugly poverty and bareness of the room. A package of manuscript was lying on the table. It was his novel. A note from Daniel d'Arthez lay beside it. "Our friends are almost satisfied with your work, dear poet," d'Arthez wrote. "You will be able to present it with more confidence now, they say, to friends and enemies. We saw your charming article on the Panorama Dramatique. You are sure to excite as much jealousy in the profession as regret among your friends here. Daniel." "Regrets? What does he mean?" exclaimed Lucien. The polite tone of the note astonished him. Was he to be henceforth a stranger to the brotherhood? He had learned to set a higher value on the good opinion and the friendship of the circle in the Rue des Quatre Vents since he had tasted of the delicious fruits offered to him by the Eve of the theatrical underworld. For some moments he stood in deep thought. He saw his present in the garret, and foresaw his future in Coralie's rooms. Honorable resolution struggled with temptation, and swayed him now this way, now that. He sat down and began to look through his manuscript, to see in what condition his friends had returned it to him. What was his amazement, as he read chapter after chapter, to find his poverty transmuted into riches by the cunning of the pen and the devotion of the unknown great men, his friends of the brotherhood. Dialogue, closely packed, nervous, pregnant, terse, and full of the spirit of the age, replaced his conversations, which seemed poor and pointless prattle in comparison. His characters, a little uncertain in the drawing, now stood out in vigorous contrast of color and relief. Physiological observations, due no doubt to Horace Bianchon, supplied links of interpretations between human character and the curious phenomena of human life, subtle touches which made his men and women live. His wordy passages of description were condensed and vivid. The misshapen, ill-clad child of his brain had returned to him as a lovely maiden with white robes and rosy-hued girdle and scarf, an entrancing creation. Night fell and took him by surprise, reading through rising tears, stricken to earth by such greatness of soul, feeling the worth of such a lesson, admiring the alterations, which taught him more of literature and art than all his 4 years' apprenticeship of study and reading and comparison. A master's correction of a line made upon the study always teaches more than all the theories and criticisms in the world. "What friends are these? What hearts? How fortunate I am!" he cried, grasping his manuscript tightly. With the quick impulsiveness of a poetic and mobile temperament, he rushed off to Daniel's lodging. As he climbed the stairs and thought of these friends who refused to leave the path of honor, he felt conscious that he was less worthy of them than before. A voice spoke within him, telling him that if d'Arthez had loved Coralie, he would have had her break with Camusot. And besides this, he knew that the brotherhood held journalism in utter abhorrence, and that he himself was already, to some small extent, a journalist. All of them, except Meyraux, who had just gone out, were in d'Arthez's room when he entered it, and saw that all their faces were full of sorrow and despair. "What is it?" he cried. "We have just heard news of a dreadful catastrophe. The greatest thinker of the age, our most loved friend, who was like a light among us for 2 years, Louis Lambert, has fallen a victim to catalepsy. There is no hope for him," said Bianchon. "He will die, his soul wandering in the skies, his body unconscious on earth," said Michel Chrestien solemnly. "He will die as he lived," said d'Arthez. Love fell like a firebrand in the vast empire of his brain and burned him away, said Léon Giraud. Yes, said Joseph Bridau, he has reached a height that we cannot so much as see. We are to be pitied, not Louis, said Fulgence Ridal. Perhaps he will recover, exclaimed Lucien. From what Meyraux has been telling us, recovery seems impossible, answered Bianchon. Medicine has no power over the change that is working in his brain. Yet there are physical means, said d'Arthez. Yes, said Bianchon, we might produce imbecility instead of catalepsy. Is there no way of offering another head to the spirit of evil? I would give mine to save him, cried Michel Chrestien. And what would become of European federation? Asked d'Arthez. Ah, true, replied Michel Chrestien. Our duty to humanity comes first, to one man afterwards. I came here with a heart full of gratitude to you all, said Lucien. You have changed my alloy into golden coin. Gratitude? For what do you take us? Asked Bianchon. We had the pleasure, added Fulgence. Well, so you are a journalist, are you? Asked Léon Giraud. The fame of your first appearance has reached even the Latin Quarter. I am not a journalist yet, returned Lucien. Ah, so much the better, said Michel Chrestien. I told you so, said d'Arthez. Lucien knows the value of a clean conscience. When you can say to yourself as you lay your head on the pillow at night, I have not sat in judgment on another man's work. I have given pain to no one. I have not used the edge of my wit to deal a stab to some harmless soul. I have sacrificed no one's success to a jest. I have not even troubled the happiness of imbecility. I have not added to the burdens of genius. I have scorned the easy triumphs of epigram. In short, I have not acted against my convictions. Is not this a viaticum that gives one daily strength? But one can say all this, surely, and yet work on a newspaper, said Lucien. If I had absolutely no other way of earning a living, I should certainly come to this. Oh, 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 cried Fulgence, his voice rising a note each time. We are capitulating, are we? He will turn journalist, Léon Giraud said gravely. Oh, Lucien, if you would only stay and work with us. We are about to bring out a periodical in which justice and truth shall never be violated. We will spread doctrines that perhaps will be of real service to mankind. You will not have a single subscriber, Lucien broke in with Machiavellian wisdom. There will be 500 of them, asserted Michel Chrestien, but they will be worth 500,000. You will need a lot of capital, continued Lucien. No, only devotion, said d'Arthez. Anybody might take him for a perfumer's assistant, burst out Michel Chrestien, looking at Lucien's head and sniffing comically. You were seen driving about in a very smart turnout with a pair of thoroughbreds, and a mistress for a prince, Coralie herself. Well, and is there any harm in it? You would not say that if you thought that there was no harm in it, said Bianchon. I could have wished Lucien a Beatrice, said d'Arthez, a noble woman who would have been a help to him in life. But Daniel, asked Lucien, love is love wherever you find it, is it not? Ah, said the Republican member, on that one point I am an aristocrat. I could not bring myself to love a woman who must rub shoulders with all sorts of people in the green room, whom an actor kisses on stage. She must lower herself before the public, smile on everyone, lift her skirts as she dances, and dress like a man, that all the world may see what none should see save I alone. Or, if I loved such a woman, she should leave the stage, and my love should cleanse her from the stain of it. And if she would not leave the stage? I should die of mortification, jealousy, and all sorts of pain. You cannot pluck love out of your heart as you draw a tooth." Lucien's face grew dark and thoughtful. "When they find out that I am tolerating Camusot, how they will despise me," he thought. "Look here," said the fierce Republican with humorous fierceness, "you can be a great writer, but a little play actor you shall never be." And he took up his hat and went out. "He is hard, is Michel Chrestien," commented Lucien. "Hard and salutary, like the dentist's pincers," said Bianchon. "Michel foresees your future. Perhaps in the street at this moment he is thinking of you with tears in his eyes." D'Arthez was kind and talked comfortingly and tried to cheer Lucien. The poet spent an hour with his friends, then he went, but his conscience treated him hardly, crying to him, "You will be a journalist, as the witch cried to Macbeth that he should be king hereafter. Out in the street he looked up at d'Arthez's windows and saw a faint light shining in them, and his heart sank. A dim foreboding told him that he had bidden his friends good-bye for the last time. As he turned out of the Place de la Sorbonne into the Rue de Cluny, he saw a carriage at the door of his lodging. Coralie had driven all the way from the Boulevard du Temple for the sake of a moment with her lover and a good night. Lucien found her sobbing in his garret. She would be as wretchedly poor as her poet, she wept, as she arranged his shirts and gloves and handkerchiefs in the crazy chest of drawers. Her distress was so real and so great that Lucien, but even now chidden for his connection with an actress, saw Coralie as a saint ready to assume the hair shirt of poverty. The adorable girl's excuse for her visit was an announcement that the firm of Camusot, Coralie, and Lucien meant to invite Matifat, Florine, and Lousteau, the second trio, to supper. Had Lucien any invitations to issue to people who might be useful to him? Lucien said that he would take counsel of Lousteau. A few moments were spent together, and Coralie hurried away. She spared Lucien the knowledge that Camusot was waiting for her below. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 18. Next morning at 8 o'clock, Lucien went to Etienne Lousteau's room, found it empty, and hurried away to Florine. Lousteau and Florine, settled into possession of their new quarters like a married couple, received their friend in the pretty bedroom, and all three breakfasted sumptuously together. "Why, I should advise you, my boy, to come with me to see Félicien Vernou," said Lousteau, when they sat at table, and Lucien had mentioned Coralie's projected supper. "Ask him to be of the party, and keep well with him, if you can keep well with such a rascal. Félicien Vernou does a feuilleton for a political paper. He might perhaps introduce you, and you could blossom out into leaders in it at your ease. It is a Liberal paper like ours. You will be a Liberal, that is the popular party. And besides, if you mean to go over to the Ministerialists, you would do better for yourself if they had reason to be afraid of you. Then there is Hector Merlin and his Madame du Val-Noble. You meet great people at their house, dukes and dandies and millionaires. Didn't they ask you and Coralie to dine with them?" "Yes," replied Lucien. "You are going too, and so is Florine." Lucien and Etienne were now on familiar terms after Friday's debauch and the dinner at the Rocher de Cancale. "Very well, Merlin is on the paper. We shall come across him pretty often. He is the chap to follow close on Finot's heels. You would do well to pay him attention. Ask him and Madame de Val-Noble to supper. He may be useful to you before long, for rancorous people are always in need of others, and he may do you a good turn if he can reckon on your pen." "Your beginning has made enough sensation to smooth your way," said Florine. "Take advantage of it at once, or you will soon be forgotten." "The bargain, the great business, is concluded," Lousteau continued. "That Finot, without a spark of talent in him, is to be editor of Dauriat's weekly paper, with a salary of 600 francs per month, and owner of a sixth share, for which he has not paid one penny. And I, my dear fellow, am now editor of our little paper. Everything went off as I expected. Florine managed superbly; she could give points to Talleyrand himself." "We have a hold on men through their pleasures," said Florine, "while a diplomatist only works on their self-love. A diplomatist sees a man made up for the occasion. We know him in his moments of folly, so our power is greater." "And when the thing was settled, Matifat made the first and last joke of his whole druggist's career," put in Lousteau. "He said, 'This affair is quite in my line. I am supplying drugs to the public.'" "I suspect that Florine put him up to it," cried Lucien. "And by these means, my little dear, your foot is in the stirrup," continued Lousteau. "You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth," remarked Florine. "What lots of young fellows wait for years, wait till they are sick of waiting, for a chance to get an article into a paper. You will do like Emile Blondet. In 6 months' time you will be giving yourself high and mighty airs," she added, with a mocking smile, in the language of her class. "Haven't I been in Paris for 3 years?" said Lousteau, "and only yesterday Finot began to pay me a fixed monthly salary of 300 francs, and 100 francs per sheet for his paper." "Well, you are saying nothing," exclaimed Florine, with her eyes turned on Lucien. "We shall see," said Lucien. "My dear boy, if you had been my brother, I could not have done more for you," retorted Lousteau, somewhat nettled. "But I won't answer for Finot. Scores of sharp fellows will besiege Finot for the next 2 days with offers to work for low pay. I have promised for you, but you can draw back if you like. You little know how lucky you are," he added after a pause. "All those in our set combine to attack an enemy in various papers, and lend each other a helping hand all round." "Let us go in the first place to Felicien Vernou," said Lucien. He was eager to conclude an alliance with such formidable birds of prey. Lousteau sent for a cab, and the pair of friends drove to Vernou's house on the second floor, up an alley in the Rue Mandar. To Lucien's great astonishment, the harsh, fastidious, and severe critic's surroundings were vulgar to the last degree. A marbled paper, cheap and shabby, with a meaningless pattern repeated at regular intervals, covered the walls, and a series of aqua tints in gilt frames decorated the apartment, where Vernou sat at a table with a woman so plain that she could only be the legitimate mistress of the house, and 2 very small children perched on high chairs with a bar in front to prevent the infants from tumbling out. Felicien Vernou, in a cotton dressing gown contrived out of the remains of one of his wife's dresses, was not over well pleased by this invasion. "Have you breakfasted, Lousteau?" he asked, placing a chair for Lucien. "We have just left Florine. We have been breakfasting with her." Lucien could not take his eyes off Madame Vernou. She looked like a stout, homely cook, with a tolerably fair complexion, but commonplace to the last degree. The lady wore a bandana tied over her nightcap, the strings of the latter article of dress being tied so tightly under the chin that her puffy cheeks stood out on either side. A shapeless, beltless garment, fastened by a single button at the throat, enveloped her from head to foot in such a fashion that a comparison to a milestone at once suggested itself. Her health left no room for hope. Her cheeks were almost purple, her fingers looked like sausages. In a moment it dawned upon Lucien how it was that Vernou was always so ill at ease in society. Here was the living explanation of his misanthropy. Sick of his marriage, unable to bring himself to abandon his wife and family, he had yet sufficient of the artistic temper to suffer continually from their presence. Vernou was an actor by nature bound never to pardon the success of another, condemned to chronic discontent because he was never content with himself. Lucien began to understand the sour look which seemed to add to the bleak expression of envy on Vernou's face, the acerbity of the epigrams with which his conversation was sown, the journalist's pungent phrases, keen and elaborately wrought as a stiletto, were at once explained. "Let us go into my study," Vernou said, rising from the table. "You have come on business, no doubt?" "Yes and no," replied Etienne Lousteau. "It is a supper, old chap." "I have brought a message from Coralie," said Lucien. Madame Vernou looked up at once at the name. "To ask you to supper to-night at her house, to meet the same company as before at Florine's, and a few more besides, Hector Merlin and Madame de Valnoble, and some others. There will be play afterwards." "But we are engaged to Madame Mahoudeau this evening, dear," put in the wife. "What does that matter?" returned Vernou. "She will take offence if we don't go, and you are very glad of her when you have a bill to discount." "This wife of mine, my dear boy, can never be made to understand that a supper engagement for 12 o'clock does not prevent you from going to an evening party that comes to an end at 11. She is always with me while I work," he added. "You have so much imagination," said Lucien, and thereby made a mortal enemy of Vernou. "Well," continued Lousteau, "you are coming, but that is not all. Monsieur de Rubempré is about to be one of us, so you must push him in your paper. Give him out for a chap that will make a name for himself in literature, so that he can put in at least a couple of articles every month." "Yes, if he means to be one of us, and will attack our enemies as we will attack his, I will say a word for him at the Opera to-night," replied Vernou. "Very well. Good-bye till to-morrow, my boy," said Lousteau, shaking hands with every sign of cordiality. "When is your book coming out?" "That depends on Dauriat. It is ready," said Vernou paterfamilias. "Are you satisfied?" "Yes and no." "We will get up a success," said Lousteau, and he rose with a bow to his colleague's wife. The abrupt departure was necessary indeed, for the two infants, engaged in a noisy quarrel, were fighting with their spoons and flinging the pap in each other's faces. "That, my boy, is a woman who all unconsciously will work great havoc in contemporary literature," said Etienne when they came away. "Poor Vernou cannot forgive us for his wife. He ought to be relieved of her in the interests of the public, and a deluge of bloodthirsty reviews and stinging sarcasms against successful men of every sort would be averted. What is to become of a man with such a wife and that pair of abominable brats? Have you seen Rigaudin in Picard's La Maison en Loterie? You have? Well, like Rigaudin, Vernou will not fight himself, but he will set others fighting. He would give an eye to put out both eyes in the head of the best friend he has. You will see him using the bodies of the slain for a stepping stone, rejoicing over everyone's misfortunes, attacking princes, dukes, marquises, and nobles, because he himself is a commoner, reviling the work of unmarried men because he forsooth has a wife, and everlastingly preaching morality, the joys of domestic life, and the duties of the citizen. In short, this very moral critic will spare no one, not even infants of tender age. He lives in the Rue Mandar with a wife who might be the Mamamouchi of the bourgeois gentilhomme, and a couple of little Vernous as ugly as sin. He tries to sneer at the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where he will never set foot, and makes his duchesses talk like his wife. That is the sort of man to raise a howl at the Jesuits, insult the court, and credit the court party with the design of restoring feudal rights and the right of primogeniture. Just the one to preach a crusade for equality, he that thinks himself the equal of no one. If he were a bachelor, he would go into society. If he were in a fair way to be a royalist poet with a pension and the cross of the Legion of Honor, he would be an optimist, and journalism offers starting points by the hundred. Journalism is the giant catapult set in motion by pygmy hatreds. Have you any wish to marry after this? Vernou has none of the milk of human kindness in him. It is all turned to gall. And he is emphatically the journalist, a tiger with two hands that tears everything to pieces, as if his pen had the hydrophobia. It is a case of gunophobia, said Lucien. Has he ability? He is witty, he is a writer of articles, he incubates articles, he does that all his life and nothing else. The most dogged industry would fail to graft a book on his prose. Félicien is incapable of conceiving a work on a large scale, of broad effects, of fitting characters harmoniously in a plot which develops till it reaches a climax. He has ideas, but he has no knowledge of facts. His heroes are utopian creatures, philosophical or liberal notions masquerading. He is at pains to write an original style, but his inflated periods would collapse at a pinprick from a critic, and therefore he goes in terror of reviews, like everyone else who can only keep his head above water with the bladders of newspaper puffs. What an article you are making out of him! That particular kind, my boy, must be spoken and never written. You are turning editor, said Lucien. Where shall I put you down? At Coralie's. Ah, we are infatuated, said Lousteau. What a mistake! Do as I do with Florine. Let Coralie be your housekeeper, and take your fling. You would send a saint to perdition, laughed Lucien. Well, there is no damning a devil, retorted Lousteau. The flippant tone, the brilliant talk of this new friend, his views of life, his paradoxes, the axioms of Parisian Machiavellism, all these things impressed Lucien unawares. Theoretically, the poet knew that such thoughts were perilous, but he believed them practically useful. Arrived in the Boulevard du Temple, the friends agreed to meet at the office between 4 and 5 o'clock. Hector Merlin would doubtless be there. Lousteau was right. The infatuation of desire was upon Lucien. For the courtesan who loves knows how to grapple her lover to her by every weakness in his nature, fashioning herself with incredible flexibility to his every wish, encouraging the soft, effeminate habits which strengthen her hold. Lucien was thirsting already for enjoyment. He was in love with the easy, luxurious, and expensive life which the actress led. He found Coralie and Camusot intoxicated with joy. The Gymnase offered Coralie an engagement after Easter on terms for which she had never dared to hope. "And this great success is owing to you," said Camusot. "Yes, surely. The Alcalde would have fallen flat but for him," cried Coralie. "If there had been no article, I should have been in for another 6 years of the boulevard theatres." She danced up to Lucien and flung her arms round him, putting an indescribable silken softness and sweetness into her enthusiasm. Love had come to Coralie. And Camusot? His eyes fell. Looking down, after the wont of mankind in moments of sharp pain, he saw the seam of Lucien's boots, a deep yellow thread used by the best bootmakers of that time, in strong contrast with the glistening leather. The color of that seam had tinged his thoughts during a previous conversation with himself, as he sought to explain the presence of a mysterious pair of Hessians in Coralie's fender. He remembered now that he had seen the name of Gay, Rue de la Michaudière, printed in black letters on the soft white kid lining. "You have a handsome pair of boots, sir," he said. "Like everything else about him," said Coralie. "I should be very glad of your bootmaker's address." "Oh, how like the Rue des Bourdonnais to ask for a tradesman's address!" cried Coralie. "Do you intend to patronize a young man's bootmaker? A nice young man you would make! Do keep to your own top boots. They are the kind for a steady-going man with a wife and family and a mistress." "Indeed, if you would take off one of your boots, sir, I should be very much obliged," persisted Camusot. "I could not get it on again without a button-hook," said Lucien, flushing up. "Berenice will fetch you one. We can do with some here," jeered Camusot. "Papa Camusot," said Coralie, looking at him with cruel scorn, "have the courage of your pitiful baseness. Come, speak out. You think that this gentleman's boots are very like mine, do you not? I forbid you to take off your boots," she added, turning to Lucien. "Yes, Monsieur Camusot, yes, you saw some boots lying about in the fender here the other day, and that is the identical pair, and this gentleman was hiding in my dressing-room at the time, waiting for them, and he had passed the night here. That was what you were thinking, eh? Think so. I would rather you did. It is the simple truth. I am deceiving you, and if I am, I do it to please myself." She sat down. There was no anger in her face, no embarrassment. She looked from Camusot to Lucien. The two men avoided each other's eyes. "I will believe nothing that you do not wish me to believe," said Camusot. "Don't play with me, Coralie. I was wrong. I am either a shameless baggage that has taken a sudden fancy, or a poor unhappy girl who feels what love really is for the first time, the love that all women long for. And whichever way it is, you must leave me or take me as I am," she said, with a queenly gesture that crushed Camusot. "Is it really true?" he asked, seeing from their faces that this was no jest, yet begging to be deceived. "I love mademoiselle," Lucien faltered out. At that word Coralie sprang to her poet and held him tightly to her. Then, with her arm still about him, she turned to the silk mercer, as if to bid him see the beautiful picture made by two young lovers. "Poor Musot, take all that you gave to me back again. I do not want to keep anything of yours, for I love this boy here madly, not for his intellect, but for his beauty. I would rather starve with him than have millions with you." Camusot sank into a low chair, hid his face in his hands, and said not a word. "Would you like us to go away?" she asked. There was a note of ferocity in her voice which no words can describe. Cold chills ran down Lucien's spine. He beheld himself burdened with a woman, an actress, and a household. "Stay here, Coralie, keep it all," the old tradesman said at last, in a faint, unsteady voice that came from his heart. "I don't want anything back. There is the worth of 60,000 francs here in the furniture, but I could not bear to think of my Coralie in want. And yet it will not be long before you come to want. However great this gentleman's talent may be, he can't afford to keep you. We old fellows must expect this sort of thing. Coralie, let me come and see you sometimes. I may be of use to you. And I confess it, I cannot live without you." The poor man's gentleness, stripped as he was of his happiness, just as happiness had reached its height, touched Lucien deeply. Coralie was quite unsoftened by it. "Come as often as you wish, poor Musot," she said. "I shall like you all the better when I don't pretend to love you." Camusot seemed to be resigned to his fate so long as he was not driven out of the earthly paradise, in which his life could not have been all joy. He trusted to the chances of life in Paris and to the temptations that would beset Lucien's path. He would wait a while, and all that had been his should be his again. Sooner or later, thought the wily tradesman, this handsome young fellow would be unfaithful. He would keep a watch on him, and the better to do this and use his opportunity with Coralie, he would be their friend. The persistent passion that could consent to such humiliation terrified Lucien. Camusot's proposal of a dinner at Very's in the Palais Royal was accepted. "What joy!" cried Coralie as soon as Camusot had departed. "You will not go back now to your garret in the Latin Quarter. You will live here. We shall always be together. You can take a room in the Rue Charlot for the sake of appearances, and vogue la galère." She began to dance her Spanish dance with an excited eagerness that revealed the strength of the passion in her heart. "If I work hard, I may make 500 francs a month," Lucien said. "And I shall make as much again at the theatre, without counting extras. Camusot will pay for my dresses as before. He is fond of me. We can live like Croesus on 1,500 francs a month." "And the horses, and the coachman, and the footman?" inquired Berenice. "I will get into debt," said Coralie, and she began to dance with Lucien. "I must close with Finot after this," Lucien exclaimed. "There," said Coralie, "I will dress and take you to your office. I will wait outside in the boulevard for you with the carriage." Lucien sat down on the sofa and made some very sober reflections as he watched Coralie at her toilet. It would have been wiser to leave Coralie free than to start all at once with such an establishment. But Coralie was there before his eyes, and Coralie was so lovely, so graceful, so bewitching, that the more picturesque aspects of Bohemia were in evidence, and he flung down the gauntlet to fortune. Berenice was ordered to superintend Lucien's removal and installation, and Coralie, triumphant, radiant, and happy, carried off her love, her poet, and must needs go all over Paris on the way to the Rue Saint-Fiacre. Lucien sprang lightly up the staircase and entered the office with an air of being quite at home. Coloquinte was there with the stamped paper still on his head, and old Giroudeau told him again, hypocritically enough, that no one had yet come in. "But the editor and contributors must meet somewhere or other to arrange about the journal," said Lucien. "Very likely, but I have nothing to do with the writing of the paper," said the Emperor's captain, resuming his occupation of checking off wrappers with his eternal "Vroom, vroom." Was it lucky or unlucky? Finot chanced to come in at that very moment to announce his sham abdication and to bid Giroudeau watch over his interests. "No shilly-shally with this gentleman. He is on the staff," Finot added for his uncle's benefit, as he grasped Lucien by the hand. "Oh, is he on the paper?" exclaimed Giroudeau, much surprised at this friendliness. "Well, sir, you came on without much difficulty." "I want to make things snug for you here, lest Etienne should bamboozle you," continued Finot, looking knowingly at Lucien. "This gentleman will be paid 3 francs per column all round, including theatres." "You have never taken any one on such terms before," said Giroudeau, opening his eyes. "And he will take the 4 boulevard theatres. See that nobody sneaks his boxes, and that he gets his share of tickets. I should advise you, nevertheless, to have them sent to your address," he added, turning to Lucien. "And he agrees to write besides 10 miscellaneous articles of 2 columns each for 50 francs per month, for 1 year. Does that suit you?" "Yes," said Lucien. Circumstances had forced his hand. "Draw up the agreement, uncle, and we will sign it when we come downstairs." "Who is the gentleman?" inquired Giroudeau, rising and taking off his black silk skull-cap. "Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré, who wrote the article on the Alcalde." "Young man, you have a gold mine there," said the old soldier, tapping Lucien on the forehead. "I am not literary myself, but I read that article of yours, and I liked it. That is the kind of thing. There's gaiety for you. That will bring us new subscribers, says I to myself. And so it did. We sold 50 more numbers." "Is my agreement with Lousteau made out in duplicate and ready to sign?" asked Finot, speaking aside. "Yes." "Then antedate this gentleman's agreement by 1 day, so that Lousteau will be bound by the previous contract." Finot took his new contributor's arm with a friendliness that charmed Lucien, and drew him out on the landing to say, "Your position is made for you. I will introduce you to my staff myself, and to-night Lousteau will go round with you to the theatres. You can make 150 francs per month on this little paper of ours with Lousteau as its editor, so try to keep well with him. The rogue bears a grudge against me, as it is, for tying his hands so far as you are concerned, but you have ability, and I don't choose that you shall be subjected to the whims of the editor. You might let me have a couple of sheets every month for my review, and I will pay you 200 francs. This is between ourselves. Don't mention it to anybody else. I should be laid open to the spite of everyone whose vanity is mortified by your good fortune. Write 4 articles, fill your 2 sheets, sign 2 with your own name and 2 with a pseudonym, so that you may not seem to be taking the bread out of anybody else's mouth. You owe your position to Blondet and Vignon. They think that you have a future before you. So keep out of scrapes, and above all things, be on your guard against your friends. As for me, we shall always get on well together, you and I. Help me, and I will help you. You have 40 francs worth of boxes and tickets to sell, and 60 francs worth of books to convert into cash. With that and your work on the paper, you will be making 450 francs every month. If you use your wits, you will find ways of making another 200 francs at least among the publishers. They will pay you for reviews and prospectuses. But you are mine, are you not? I can count upon you." Lucien squeezed Finot's hand in transports of joy which no words can express. "Don't let anyone see that anything has passed between us," said Finot in his ear, and he flung open a door of a room in the roof at the end of a long passage on the 5th floor. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 19. A table covered with a green cloth was drawn up to a blazing fire, and seated in various chairs and lounges, Lucien discovered Lousteau, Félicien Vernou, Hector Merlin, and 2 others unknown to him, all laughing or smoking. A real inkstand, full of ink this time, stood on the table among a great litter of papers, while a collection of pens, the worse for wear but still serviceable for journalists, told the new contributor very plainly that the mighty enterprise was carried on in this apartment. "Gentlemen," said Finot, "the object of this gathering is the installation of our friend Lousteau in my place as editor of the newspaper which I am compelled to relinquish. But although my opinions will necessarily undergo a transformation when I accept the editorship of a review of which the politics are known to you, my convictions remain the same, and we shall be friends as before. I am quite at your service, and you likewise will be ready to do anything for me. Circumstances change, principles are fixed. Principles are the pivot on which the hands of the political barometer turn." There was an instant shout of laughter. "Who put that into your mouth?" asked Lousteau. "Blondet," said Finot. "Windy, showery, stormy, settled fair," said Merlin. "We will all row in the same boat." "In short," continued Finot, "not to muddle our wits with metaphors, anyone who has an article or 2 for me will always find Finot. This gentleman," turning to Lucien, "will be one of you. I have arranged with him, Lousteau." Every one congratulated Finot on his advance and new prospects. "So there you are, mounted on our shoulders," said a contributor whom Lucien did not know. "You will be the Janus of journal." "So long as he isn't the Janot," put in Vernou. "Are you going to allow us to make a tax on our bête noire?" "Any one you like." "Ah, yes," said Lousteau, "but the paper must keep on its lines. Monsieur Châtelet is very wroth. We shall not let him off for a week yet." "What has happened?" asked Lucien. "He came here to ask for an explanation," said Vernou. "The imperial buck found old Giroudeau at home, and old Giroudeau told him, with all the coolness in the world, that Philippe Bridau wrote the article. Philippe asked the Baron to mention the time and the weapons, and there it ended. We are engaged at this moment in offering excuses to the Baron in tomorrow's issue. Every phrase is a stab for him." "Keep your teeth in him, and he will come round to me," said Finot, "and it will look as if I were obliging him by appeasing you. He can say a word to the Ministry, and we can get something or other out of him, an assistant schoolmaster's place or a tobacconist's license. It is a lucky thing for us that we flicked him on the raw. Does anybody here care to take a serious article on Nathan for my new paper?" "Give it to Lucien," said Lousteau. "Hector and Vernou will write articles in their papers at the same time." "Good day, gentlemen. We shall meet each other face to face at Barbin's," said Finot, laughing. Lucien received some congratulations on his admission to the mighty army of journalists, and Lousteau explained that they could be sure of him. "Lucien wants you all to sup in a body at the house of the fair Coralie." "Coralie is going on at the Gymnase," said Lucien. "Very well, gentlemen, it is understood that we push Coralie, eh? Put a few lines about her new engagement in your papers, and say something about her talent. Credit the management of the Gymnase with tact and discernment. Will it do to say intelligence?" "Yes, say intelligence," said Merlin. "Frederic has something of Scribes." "Oh, well then, the manager of the Gymnase is the most perspicacious and far-sighted of men of business," said Vernou. "Look here, don't write your articles on Nathan until we have come to an understanding. You shall hear why," said Etienne Lousteau. "We ought to do something for our new comrade. Lucien here has 2 books to bring out, a volume of sonnets and a novel. The power of the paragraph should make him a great poet due in 3 months, and we will make use of his sonnets, Marguerite is the title, to run down odes, ballads, and reveries, and all the romantic poetry." "It would be a droll thing if the sonnets were no good after all," said Vernou. "What do you yourself think of your sonnets, Lucien?" "Yes, what do you think of them?" asked one of the 2 whom Lucien did not know. "They are all right, gentlemen, I give you my word," said Lousteau. "Very well, that will do for me," said Vernou. "I will heave your book at the poets of the sacristy. I am tired of them." "If Dauriat declines to take the Marguerite this evening, we will attack him by pitching into Nathan." "But what will Nathan say?" cried Lucien. His 5 colleagues burst out laughing. "Oh, he will be delighted," said Vernou. "You will see how we manage these things." "So he is one of us," said one of the 2 journalists. "Yes, yes, Frederic, no tricks. We are all working for you, Lucien, you see. You must stand by us when your turn comes. We are all friends of Nathan's, and we are attacking him. Now, let us divide Alexander's empire. Frederic, will you take the Francais and the Odéon?" "If these gentlemen are willing," returned the person addressed as Frederic. The others nodded assent, but Lucien saw a gleam of jealousy here and there. "I am keeping the Opéra, the Italien, and the Opéra Comique," put in Vernou. "And how about me? Am I to have no theatres at all?" asked the second stranger. "Oh, well, Hector can let you have the Varieté, and Lucien can spare you the Porte Saint-Martin. Let him have the Porte Saint-Martin, Lucien; he is wild about Fanny Beaupré. And you can take the Cirque Olympique in exchange. I shall have Bobino and the Funambule and Madame Saki. Now, what have we for tomorrow?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" "Nothing." "Gentlemen, be brilliant for my first number. The Baron du Châtelet and his cuttlefish bone will not last for a week, and the writer of Le Solitaire is worn out." "And Sosthenes Demosthenes is stale too," said Vernou. "Everybody has taken it up." "The fact is, we want a new set of 9-pins," said Frederic. "Suppose that we take the virtuous representatives of the right," suggested Lousteau. "We might say that Monsieur de Bonald has sweaty feet." "Let us begin a series of sketches of ministerialist orators," suggested Hector Merlin. "You do that, youngster; you know them, they are your own party," said Lousteau. "You could indulge any little private grudges of your own. Pitch into Beugnot and Sirier de Marignac and the rest. You might have the sketches ready in advance, and we shall have something to fall back upon." How if we invented one or two cases of refusal of burial with aggravating circumstances?" asked Hector. "Do not follow in the tracks of the big constitutional papers. They have pigeonholes full of ecclesiastical canards," retorted Vernou. "Canards?" repeated Lucien. "That is our word for a scrap of fiction, told for true, put in to enliven the column of morning news when it is flat. We owe the discovery to Benjamin Franklin, the inventor of the lightning conductor and the Republic. That journalist completely deceived the encyclopedists by his transatlantic canards. Raynal gives 2 of them for facts in his Histoire philosophique des Indes." "I did not know that," said Vernou. "What were the stories?" "One was a tale about an Englishman and a negress who helped him to escape. He sold the woman for a slave after getting her with child himself to enhance her value. The other was the eloquent defense of a young woman brought before the authorities for bearing a child out of wedlock. Franklin owned to the fraud in Necker's house when he came to Paris, much to the confusion of French philosophism. Behold how the New World twice set a bad example to the Old." "In journalism," said Lousteau, "everything that is probable is true. That is an axiom." "Criminal procedure is based on the same rule," said Vernou. "Very well. We meet here at 9 o'clock." And with that they rose, and the sitting broke up with the most affecting demonstrations of intimacy and goodwill. "What have you done to Finot, Lucien, that he should make a special arrangement with you? You are the only one that he has bound to himself," said Etienne Lousteau as they came downstairs. "I? Nothing. It was his own proposal," said Lucien. "As a matter of fact, if you should make your own terms with him, I should be delighted. We should both of us be the better for it." On the ground floor they found Finot. He stepped across to Lousteau and asked him into the so-called private office. Giroudeau immediately put a couple of stamped agreements before Lucien. "Sign your agreement," he said, "and the new editor will think the whole thing was arranged yesterday." Lucien, reading the document, overheard fragments of a tolerably warm dispute within as to the line of conduct and profits of the paper. Etienne Lousteau wanted his share of the blackmail levied by Giroudeau, and in all probability the matter was compromised, for the pair came out perfectly good friends. "We will meet at Dauriat's, Lucien, in the Wooden Galleries at 8 o'clock," said Etienne Lousteau. A young man appeared, meanwhile, in search of employment, wearing the same nervous, shy look with which Lucien himself had come to the office so short a while ago, and in his secret soul Lucien felt amused as he watched Giroudeau playing off the same tactics with which the old campaigner had previously foiled him. Self-interest opened his eyes to the necessity of the manoeuvres which raised well-nigh insurmountable barriers between beginners and the upper room where the elect were gathered together. "Contributors don't get very much as it is," he said, addressing Giroudeau. "If there were more of you, there would be so much less," retorted the captain. "So there!" The old campaigner swung his loaded cane and went down, coughing as usual. Out in the street he was amazed to see a handsome carriage waiting on the boulevard for Lucien. "You are the army nowadays," he said, "and we are the civilians." "Upon my word," said Lucien, as he drove away with Coralie, "these young writers seem to me to be the best fellows alive. Here am I, a journalist, sure of making 600 francs a month if I work like a horse, but I shall find a publisher for my 2 books, and I will write others, for my friends will ensure a success. And so, Coralie, vogue la galère, as you say." "You will make your way, dear boy, but you must not be as good-natured as you are good-looking. It would be the ruin of you. Be ill-natured, that is the proper thing." Coralie and Lucien drove in the Bois de Boulogne, and again they met the Marquise d'Espard, Madame de Bargeton, and the Baron du Châtelet. Madame de Bargeton gave Lucien a languishing glance, which might be taken as a greeting. Camusot had ordered the best possible dinner, and Coralie, feeling that she was rid of her adorer, was more charming to the poor silk mercer than she had ever been in the 14 months during which their connection lasted. He had never seen her so kindly, so enchantingly lovely. "Come," he thought, "let us keep near her anyhow." In consequence, Camusot made secret overtures. He promised Coralie an income of 6,000 livres. He would transfer the stock in the funds into her name, his wife knew nothing about the investment, if only she would consent to be his mistress still. He would shut his eyes to her lover. "And betray such an angel? Why, just look at him, you old fossil, and look at yourself." Yet her eyes turned to her poet. Camusot had pressed Lucien to drink till the poet's head was rather cloudy. There was no help for it. Camusot made up his mind to wait till sheer want should give him this woman a second time. "Then I can only be your friend," he said, as he kissed her on the forehead. Lucien went from Coralie and Camusot to the Wooden Galleries. What a change had been wrought in his mind by his initiation into journalism! He mixed fearlessly now with the crowd which surged to and fro in the buildings; he even swaggered a little because he had a mistress, and he walked into Dauriat's shop in an offhand manner because he was a journalist. He found himself among distinguished men, gave a hand to Blondet and Nathan and Finot, and to all the coterie with whom he had been fraternizing for a week. He was a personage, he thought, and he flattered himself that he surpassed his comrades. That little flick of the wine did him admirable service. He was witty, he showed that he could howl with the wolves. And yet the tacit approval, the praises, spoken and unspoken, on which he had counted, were not forthcoming. He noticed the first stirrings of jealousy among a group, less curious perhaps than anxious to know the place which this newcomer might take, and the exact portion of the sum total of profits which he would probably secure and swallow. Lucien only saw smiles on two faces: Finot, who regarded him as a mine to be exploited, and Lousteau, who considered that he had proprietary rights in the poet, looked glad to see him. Lousteau had begun already to assume the airs of an editor. He tapped sharply on the window panes of Dauriat's private office. "One moment, my friend," cried a voice within as the publisher's face appeared above the green curtains. The moment lasted an hour, and finally Lucien and Etienne were admitted into the sanctum. "Well, have you thought over our friend's proposal?" asked Etienne Lousteau, now an editor. "To be sure," said Dauriat, lolling like a sultan in his chair. "I have read the volume, and I submitted it to a man of taste, a good judge, for I don't pretend to understand these things myself. I myself, my friend, buy reputations ready-made, as the Englishman bought his love affairs. You are as great as a poet as you are handsome as a man, my boy," pronounced Dauriat. "Upon my word and honor, I don't tell you that as a publisher, mind. Your sonnets are magnificent, no sign of effort about them, as is natural when a man writes with inspiration and verve. You know your craft, in fact, one of the good points of the new school. Your volume of Marguerite is a fine book, but there is no business in it, and it is not worth my while to meddle with anything but a very big affair. In conscience, I won't take your sonnets. It would be impossible to push them. There is not enough in the thing to pay the expenses of a big success. You will not keep to poetry, besides. This book of yours will be your first and last attempt of the kind. You are young. You bring me the everlasting volume of early verse which every man of letters writes when he leaves school. He thinks a lot of it at the time, and laughs at it later on. Lousteau, your friend, has a poem put away somewhere among his old socks, I'll warrant. Haven't you a poem that you thought a good deal of once, Lousteau?" inquired Dauriat, with a knowing glance at the other. "How should I be writing prose otherwise, eh?" asked Lousteau. "There, you see! He has never said a word to me about it, for our friend understands business and the trade," continued Dauriat. "For me, the question is not whether you are a great poet. I know that," he added, stroking down Lucien's pride. "You have a great deal, a very great deal of merit. If I were only just starting in business, I should make the mistake of publishing your book. But in the first place, my sleeping partners and those at the back of me are cutting off my supplies. I dropped 20,000 francs over poetry last year, and that is enough for them. They will not hear of any more just now, and they are my masters. Nevertheless, that is not the question. I admit that you may be a great poet, but will you be a prolific writer? Will you hatch sonnets regularly? Will you run into 10 volumes? Is there business in it? Of course not. You will be a delightful prose writer. You have too much sense to spoil your style with tagging rhymes together. You have a chance to make 30,000 francs per annum by writing for the papers, and you will not exchange that chance for 3,000 francs made with difficulty by your hemistitches and strophes and tomfoolery." "You know that he is on the paper, Dauriat?" put in Lousteau. "Yes," Dauriat answered. "Yes, I saw his article, and in his own interests I decline the Marguerite. Yes, sir, in 6 months' time I shall have paid you more money for the articles that I shall ask you to write than for your poetry that will not sell." "And fame?" said Lucien. Dauriat and Lousteau laughed. "Oh dear," said Lousteau, "there be illusions left." "Fame means 10 years of sticking to work, and 100,000 francs lost or made in the publishing trade. If you find anybody mad enough to print your poetry for you, you will feel some respect for me in another 12 months, when you have had time to see the outcome of the transaction." "Have you the manuscript here?" Lucien asked coldly. "Here it is, my friend," said Dauriat. The publisher's manner towards Lucien had sweetened singularly. Lucien took up the roll without looking at the string, so sure he felt that Dauriat had read his Marguerite. He went out with Lousteau, seemingly neither disconcerted nor dissatisfied. Dauriat went with them into the shop, talking of his newspaper and Lousteau's daily, while Lucien played with the manuscript of the Marguerite. "Do you suppose that Dauriat has read your sonnets, or sent them to any one else?" Etienne Lousteau snatched an opportunity to whisper. "Yes," said Lucien. "Look at the string." Lucien looked down at the blot of ink and saw that the mark on the string still coincided. He turned white with rage. "Which of the sonnets was it that you particularly liked?" he asked, turning to the publisher. "They are all of them remarkable, my friend, but the sonnet on the Marguerite is delightful. The closing thought is fine and exquisitely expressed. I felt sure from that sonnet that your prose work would command a success, and I spoke to Finot about you at once. Write articles for us, and we will pay you well for them. Fame is a very fine thing, you see, but don't forget the practical and solid, and take every chance that turns up. When you have made money, you can write poetry." The poet dashed out of the shop to avoid an explosion. He was furious. Lousteau followed. "Well, my boy, pray keep cool. Take men as they are, for means to an end. Do you wish for revenge?" "At any price," muttered the poet. "Here is a copy of Nathan's book. Dauriat has just given it to me. The second edition is coming out tomorrow. Read the book again, and knock off an article demolishing it. Felicien Vernou cannot endure Nathan, for he thinks that Nathan's success will injure his own forthcoming book. It is a craze with these little minds to fancy that there is not room for 2 successes under the sun. So he will see that your article finds a place in the big paper for which he writes." "But what is there to be said against the book? It is good work!" cried Lucien. "Oh, I say, you must learn your trade," said Lousteau, laughing. "Given that the book was a masterpiece, under the stroke of your pen it must turn to dull trash, dangerous and unwholesome stuff. But how? You turn all the good points into bad ones. I am incapable of such a juggler's feat. My dear boy, a journalist is a juggler. A man must make up his mind to the drawbacks of the calling. Look here, I am not a bad fellow. This is the way I should set to work myself. Attention. You might begin by praising the book and amuse yourself a while by saying what you really think. Good, says the reader. This critic is not jealous. He will be impartial, no doubt. And from that point, your public will think that your criticism is a piece of conscientious work. Then, when you have won your reader's confidence, you will regret that you must blame the tendency and influence of such work upon French literature. Does not France, you will say, sway the whole intellectual world? French writers have kept Europe in the path of analysis and philosophical criticism from age to age by their powerful style and the original turn given by them to ideas. Here, for the benefit of the Philistine, insert a panegyric on Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, Montesquieu, and Buffon. Hold forth upon the inexorable French language, show how it spreads a varnish, as it were, over thought. Let fall a few aphorisms, such as, "A great writer in France is invariably a great man. He writes in a language which compels him to think. It is otherwise in other countries," and so on and so on. Then, to prove your case, draw a comparison between Rabener, the German satirical moralist, and La Bruyere. Nothing gives a critic such an air as an apparent familiarity with foreign literature. Kant is Cousin's pedestal. Once on that ground, you bring out a word which sums up the French men of genius of the 18th century for the benefit of simpletons. You call that literature the literature of ideas. Armed with this expression, you fling all the mighty dead at the heads of the illustrious living. You explain that in the present day a new form of literature has sprung up, that dialogue, the easiest form of writing, is overdone, and description dispenses with any need for thinking on the part of the author or reader. You bring up the fiction of Voltaire, Diderot, Sterne, and Lesage, so trenchant, so compact of the stuff of life, and turn from them to the modern novel, composed of scenery and word pictures and metaphor, and the dramatic situations of which Scott is full. Invention may be displayed in such work, but there is no room for anything else. The romance after the manner of Scott is a mere passing fashion in literature, you will say, and fulminate against the fatal ways in which ideas are diluted and beaten thin. Cry out against a style within the reach of any intellect, for anyone can commence author at small expense in a way of literature, which you can nickname the literature of imagery. Then you fall upon Nathan with your argument, and establish it beyond cavil that he is a mere imitator with an appearance of genius. The concise grand style of the 18th century is lacking. You show that the author substitutes events for sentiments. Action and stir is not life. He gives you pictures, but no ideas. Come out with such phrases, and people will take them up. In spite of the merits of the work, it seems to you to be a dangerous, nay, a fatal precedent. It throws open the gates of the temple of fame to the crowd, and in the distance you descry a legion of petty authors hastening to imitate this novel and easy style of writing. Here you launch out into resounding lamentations over the decadence and decline of taste, and slip in eulogies of Messieurs Etienne Jouy, Tissot, Gosse, Duval, Jay, Benjamin Constant, Aignan, Baur-Lomian, Villemin, and the whole liberal Bonapartist chorus who patronize Verneu's paper. Next, you draw a picture of that glorious phalanx of writers repelling the invasion of the Romantics. These are the upholders of ideas and style, as against metaphor and balderdash, the modern representatives of the school of Voltaire, as opposed to the English and German schools. even as the 17 heroic deputies of the left fought the battle for the nation against the ultras of the right. And then, under cover of names respected by the immense majority of Frenchmen, who will always be against the government, you can crush Nathan, for although his work is far above the average, it confirms the bourgeois taste for literature without ideas. And after that, you understand, it is no longer a question of Nathan and his book, but of France and the glory of France. It is the duty of all honest and courageous pens to make strenuous opposition to these foreign importations. And with that you flatter your readers. Shrewd French mother wit is not easily caught napping. If publishers, by ways which you do not choose to specify, have stolen a success, the reading public very soon judges for itself and corrects the mistakes made by some 500 fools who always rush to the fore. Say that the publisher who sold a first edition of the book is audacious indeed to issue a second, and express regret that so clever a man does not know the taste of the country better. There is the gist of it. Just a sprinkle of the salt of wit and a dash of vinegar to bring out the flavor, and Dauriat will be done to a turn. But mind that you end with seeming to pity Nathan for a mistake, and speak of him as a man from whom contemporary literature may look for great things if he renounces these ways. Lucien was amazed at this talk from Lousteau. As the journalist spoke, the scales fell from his eyes. He beheld new truths, of which he had never before caught so much as a glimpse. "But all this that you are saying is quite true and just," said he. "If it were not, how could you make it tell against Nathan's book?" asked Lousteau. "That is the first manner of demolishing a book, my boy. It is the pickaxe style of criticism. But there are plenty of other ways. Your education will complete itself in time. When you are absolutely obliged to speak of a man whom you do not like, for proprietors and editors are sometimes under compulsion, you bring out a neutral, special article. You put the title of the book at the head of it, and begin with general remarks on the Greeks and the Romans, if you like, and wind up with, 'And this brings us to Mr. So-and-so's book, which will form the subject of a second article.' The second article never appears, and in this way you snuff out the book between two promises. But in this case you are writing down not Nathan, but Dauriat. He needs the pickaxe style. If the book is really good, the pickaxe does no harm, but it goes to the core of it if it is bad. In the first case, no one but the publisher is any the worse. In the second, you do the public a service. Both methods, moreover, are equally serviceable in political criticism." Etienne Lousteau's cruel lesson opened up possibilities for Lucien's imagination. He understood this craft to admiration. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 20. "Let us go to the office," said Lousteau. "We shall find our friends there, and we will agree among ourselves to charge at Nathan. They will laugh, you will see." Arrived in the Rue Saint-Fiacre, they went up to the room in the roof where the paper was made up, and Lucien was surprised and gratified no less to see the alacrity with which his comrades proceeded to demolish Nathan's book. Hector Merlin took up a piece of paper and wrote a few lines for his own newspaper. "A second edition of Monsieur Nathan's book is announced. We had intended to keep silence with regard to that work, but its apparent success obliges us to publish an article, not so much upon the book itself as upon certain tendencies of the new school of literature." At the head of the facetiae in the morning's paper, Lousteau inserted the following note: Monsieur Dauriat is bringing out a second edition of Monsieur Nathan's book. Evidently he does not know the legal maxim, non bis in idem, all honor to rash courage." Lousteau's words had been like a torch for burning. Lucien's hot desire to be revenged on Dauriat took the place of conscience and inspiration. For 3 days he never left Coralie's room. He sat at work by the fire, waited upon by Berenice, petted in moments of weariness by the silent and attentive Coralie, till, at the end of that time, he had made a fair copy of about 3 columns of criticism, and an astonishingly good piece of work. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when he ran round to the office, found his associates, and read over his work to an attentive audience. Felicien said not a syllable. He took up the manuscript and made off with it pell-mell down the staircase. "What has come to him?" cried Lucien. "He has taken your article straight to the printer," said Hector Merlin. "'Tis a masterpiece, not a line to add, nor a word to take out." "There was no need to do more than show you the way," said Lousteau. "I should like to see Nathan's face when he reads this tomorrow," said another contributor, beaming with gentle satisfaction. "It is as well to have you for a friend," remarked Hector Merlin. "Then it will do?" Lucien asked quickly. "Blondet and Vignon will feel bad," said Lousteau. "Here is a short article which I have knocked together for you," began Lucien. "If it takes, I could write you a series." "Read it over," said Lousteau, and Lucien read the first of the delightful short papers which made the fortune of the little newspaper, a series of sketches of Paris life, a portrait, a type, an ordinary event, or some of the oddities of the great city. This specimen, "The Man in the Street," was written in a way that was fresh and original. The thoughts were struck out by the shock of the words. The sounding ring of the adverbs and adjectives caught the reader's ear. The paper was as different from the serious and profound article on Nathan as the lettre persane from the esprit des lois. "You are a born journalist," said Lousteau. "It shall go in tomorrow. Do as much of this sort of thing as you like." "Ah, by the by," said Merlin, "Dauriat is furious about those 2 bombshells hurled into his magazine. I have just come from him. He was hurling imprecations, and in such a rage with Finot, who told him that he had sold his paper to you. As for me, I took him aside and just said a word in his ear. 'The Marguerite will cost you dear,' I told him. 'A man of talent comes to you, you turn the cold shoulder on him, and send him into the arms of the newspapers.'" "Dauriat will be dumbfounded by the article on Nathan," said Lousteau. "Do you see now what journalism is, Lucien? Your revenge is beginning to tell. The Baron Chatelet came here this morning for your address. There was a cutting article upon him in this morning's issue. He is a weakling, that buck of the Empire, and he has lost his head. Have you seen the paper? It is a funny article. Look, 'Funeral of the Heron and the Cuttlefish Bone's Lament.' Madame de Bargeton is called the Cuttlefish Bone now, and no mistake, and Chatelet is known everywhere as Baron Heron." Lucien took up the paper and could not help laughing at Vernou's extremely clever skit. "They will capitulate soon," said Hector Merlin. Lucien merrily assisted at the manufacture of epigrams and jokes at the end of the paper, and the associates smoked and chatted over the day's adventures, over the foibles of some among their number, or some new bit of personal gossip. From their witty, malicious, bantering talk, Lucien gained a knowledge of the inner life of literature and of the manners and customs of the craft. "While they are setting up the paper, I will go round with you and introduce you to the managers of your theatres, and take you behind the scenes," said Lousteau, "and then we will go to the Panorama Dramatique and have a frolic in their dressing rooms." Arm in arm they went from theatre to theatre. Lucien was introduced to this one and that, and enthroned as a dramatic critic. Managers complimented him, actresses flung him side glances. for every one of them knew that this was the critic who, by a single article, had gained an engagement at the Gymnase with 12,000 francs a year for Coralie, and another for Florine at the Panorama Dramatique with 8,000 francs. Lucien was a man of importance. The little ovations raised Lucien in his own eyes, and taught him to know his power. At 11 o'clock the pair arrived at the Panorama Dramatique. Lucien with a careless air that worked wonders. Nathan was there. Nathan held out a hand, which Lucien squeezed. "Ah, my masters, so you have a mind to floor me, have you?" said Nathan, looking from one to the other. "Just you wait till tomorrow, my dear fellow, and you shall see how Lucien has taken you in hand. Upon my word, you will be pleased. A piece of serious criticism like that is sure to do a book good." Lucien reddened with confusion. "Is it severe?" inquired Nathan. "It is serious," said Lousteau. "Then there is no harm done," Nathan rejoined. "Hector Merlin in the green room of the Vaudeville was saying that I had been cut up." "Let him talk and wait," cried Lucien, and took refuge in Coralie's dressing room. Coralie, in her alluring costume, had just come off the stage. Next morning, as Lucien and Coralie sat at breakfast, a carriage drove along the Rue de Vendôme. The street was quiet enough so that they could hear the light sound made by an elegant cabriolet, and there was that in the pace of the horse and the manner of pulling up at the door which tells unmistakably of a thoroughbred. Lucien went to the window, and there, in fact, beheld a splendid English horse, and no less a person than Dauriat, flinging the reins to his man as he stepped down. "'Tis the publisher, Coralie," said Lucien. "Let him wait, Berenice," Coralie said at once. Lucien smiled at her presence of mind, and kissed her with a great rush of tenderness. This mere girl had made his interests hers in a wonderful way. She was quick-witted where he was concerned. The apparition of the insolent publisher, the sudden and complete collapse of that prince of charlatans, was due to circumstances almost entirely forgotten, so utterly has the book trade changed during the last 15 years. From 1816 to 1827, when newspaper reading rooms were only just beginning to lend new books, the fiscal law pressed more heavily than ever upon periodical publications, and necessity created the invention of advertisements. Paragraphs and articles in the newspapers were the only means of advertisement known in those days, and French newspapers before the year 1822 were so small that the largest sheet of those times was not so large as the smallest daily paper of ours. Dauriat and L'Advocat, the first publishers to make a stand against the tyranny of journalists, were also the first to use the placards which caught the attention of Paris by strange type, striking colors, vignettes, and, at a later time, by lithograph illustrations, till a placard became a fairy tale for the eyes, and not unfrequently a snare for the purse of the amateur. So much originality, indeed, was expended on placards in Paris, that one of that peculiar kind of maniacs known as a collector possesses a complete series. At first, the placard was confined to the shop windows and stalls upon the boulevards in Paris. Afterwards, it spread all over France, till it was supplanted to some extent by a return to advertisements in the newspapers. But the placard, nevertheless, which continues to strike the eye, after the advertisement and the book which is advertised are both forgotten, will always be among us. It took a new lease of life when walls were plastered with posters. Newspaper advertising, the offspring of heavy stamp duties, a high rate of postage, and the heavy deposits of caution money required by the government as security for good behavior, is within the reach of all who care to pay for it, and has turned the fourth page of every journal into a harvest field alike for the speculator and the Inland Revenue Department. The press restrictions were invented in the time of Monsieur de Villèle, who had a chance, if he had but known it, of destroying the power of journalism by allowing newspapers to multiply till no one took any notice of them. But he missed his opportunity, and a sort of privilege was created, as it were, by the almost insuperable difficulties put in the way of starting a new venture. So, in 1821, the periodical press might be said to have power of life and death over the creations of the brain and the publishing trade. A few lines among the items of news cost a fearful amount. Intrigues were multiplied in newspaper offices, and of a night when the columns were divided up, and this or that article was put in or left out to suit the space, the printing room became a sort of battlefield, so much so that the largest publishing firms had writers in their pay to insert short articles in which many ideas are put in little space. Obscure journalists of this stamp were only paid after the insertion of the items, and not unfrequently spent the night in the printing office to make sure that their contributions were not omitted. Sometimes putting in a long article, obtained heaven knows how, sometimes a few lines of a puff. The manners and customs of journalism and of the publishing houses have since changed so much that many people nowadays will not believe what immense efforts were made by writers and publishers of books to secure a newspaper puff. The martyrs of glory and all those who are condemned to the penal servitude of a lifelong success were reduced to such shifts and stooped to depths of bribery and corruption as seem fabulous today. Every kind of persuasion was brought to bear on journalists: dinners, flattery, and presents. The following story will throw more light on the close connection between the critic and the publisher than any quantity of flat assertions. There was once upon a time an editor of an important paper, a clever writer with a prospect of becoming a statesman. He was young in those days and fond of pleasure, and he became the favorite of a well-known publishing house. One Sunday, the wealthy head of the firm was entertaining several of the foremost journalists of the time in the country, and the mistress of the house, then a young and pretty woman, went to walk in her park with the illustrious visitor. The head clerk of the firm, a cool, steady, methodical German with nothing but business in his head, was discussing a project with one of the journalists, and as they chatted, they walked on into the woods beyond the park. In among the thickets, the German thought he caught a glimpse of his hostess, put up his eyeglass, made a sign to his young companion to be silent, and turned back, stepping softly. "What did you see?" asked the journalist. "Nothing particular," said the clerk. "Our affair of the long article is settled. Tomorrow we shall have at least 3 columns in the Débat." Another anecdote will show the influence of a single article. A book of Monsieur de Chateaubriand's on the last of the Stuarts was for some time a nightingale on the booksellers' shelves. A single article in the Journal des Débats sold the work in a week. In those days, when there were no lending libraries, a publisher would sell an edition of 10,000 copies of a book by a Liberal if it was well reviewed by the opposition papers. But then the Belgian pirated editions were not as yet. The preparatory attacks made by Lucien's friends, followed up by his article on Nathan, proved efficacious. They stopped the sale of his book. Nathan escaped with mortification. He had been paid, he had nothing to lose, but Dauriat was like to lose 30,000 francs. The trade in new books, in fact, may be summed up much on this wise. A ream of blank paper costs 15 francs. A ream of printed paper is worth anything between 100 sous and 100 crowns, according to its success. A favorable or unfavorable review at a critical time often decides the question, and Dauriat, having 500 reams of printed paper on hand, hurried to make terms with Lucien. The Sultan was now the slave. After waiting for some time, fidgeting and making as much noise as he could while parleying with Berenice, he at last obtained speech of Lucien, And, arrogant publisher though he was, he came in with the radiant air of a courtier in the royal presence, mingled, however, with a certain self-sufficiency and easy good humor. "Don't disturb yourselves, my little dears. How nice they look, just like a pair of turtle doves. Who would think now, mademoiselle, that he, with that girl's face of his, could be a tiger with claws of steel, ready to tear a reputation to rags, just as he tears your wrappers, I'll be bound, when you are not quick enough to unfasten them." And he laughed before he had finished his jest. "My dear boy," he began, sitting down beside Lucien. "Mademoiselle, I am Dauriat," he said, interrupting himself. He judged it expedient to fire his name at her like a pistol shot, for he considered that Coralie was less cordial than she should have been. "Have you breakfasted, monsieur? Will you keep us company?" asked Coralie. "Why, yes, it is easier to talk at table," said Dauriat. "Besides, by accepting your invitation, I shall have a right to expect you to dine with my friend Lucien here, for we must be close friends now, hand and glove." "Berenice, bring oysters, lemons, fresh butter, and champagne," said Coralie. "You are too clever not to know what has brought me here," said Dauriat, fixing his eyes on Lucien. "You have come to buy my sonnets." "Precisely. First of all, let us lay down our arms on both sides." As he spoke, he took out a neat pocketbook, drew from it 3 bills for 1,000 francs each, and laid them before Lucien with a suppliant air. "Is monsieur content?" asked he. "Yes," said the poet. A sense of beatitude, for which no words exist, flooded his soul at the sight of that unhoped wealth. He controlled himself, but he longed to sing aloud, to jump for joy. He was ready to believe in Aladdin's lamp and in enchantment. He believed in his own genius, in short. "Then the Marguerites are mine," continued Dauriat. "But you will undertake not to attack my publications, won't you?" "The Marguerites are yours, but I cannot pledge my pen. It is at the service of my friends, as theirs are mine." "But you are one of my authors now. All my authors are my friends. So you won't spoil my business without warning me beforehand, so that I am prepared, will you?" "I agree to that." "To your fame," and Dauriat raised his glass. "I see that you have read the Marguerites," said Lucien. Dauriat was not disconcerted. "My boy, a publisher cannot pay a greater compliment than by buying your Marguerite unread. In 6 months' time you will be a great poet. You will be written up. People are afraid of you. I shall have no difficulty in selling your book. I am the same man of business that I was 4 days ago. It is not I who have changed, it is you. Last week your sonnets were so many cabbage leaves for me. To-day your position has ranked them beside Delavigne." "Ah, well," said Lucien, "if you have not read my sonnets, you have read my article." With the Sultan's pleasure of possessing a fair mistress and the certainty of success, he had grown satirical and adorably impertinent of late. "Yes, my friend. Do you think I should have come here in such a hurry but for that? That terrible article of yours is very well written, worse luck. Oh, you have a very great gift, my boy. Take my advice and make the most of your vogue," he added, with good humor, which masked the extreme insolence of the speech. "But have you yourself a copy of the paper? Have you seen your article in print?" "Not yet," said Lucien, "though this is the first long piece of prose which I have published, but Hector will have sent a copy to my address in the Rue Charlot." "Here, read," cried Dauriat, copying Talma's gesture in Manlius. Lucien took the paper, but Coralie snatched it from him. "The first fruits of your pen belong to me, as you well know," she laughed. Dauriat was unwontedly courtier-like and complimentary. He was afraid of Lucien, and therefore he asked him to a great dinner which he was giving to a party of journalists towards the end of the week, and Coralie was included in the invitation. He took the Marguerite away with him when he went, asking his poet to look in when he pleased in the wooden galleries, and the agreement should be ready for his signature. Dauriat never forgot the royal airs with which he endeavored to overawe superficial observers, and to impress them with the notion that he was a Maecenas rather than a publisher. At this moment he left the 3,000 francs, waving away in lordly fashion the receipt which Lucien offered, kissed Coralie's hand, and took his departure. "Well, dear love, would you have seen many of these bits of paper if you had stopped in your hole in the Rue de Cluny, prowling about among the musty old books in the Bibliothèque de Sainte Geneviève?" asked Coralie, for she knew the whole story of Lucien's life by this time. "Those little friends of yours in the Rue des Quatre Vents are great ninnies, it seems to me." His brothers of the Cénacle, and Lucien could hear the verdict and laugh. He had seen himself in print. He had just experienced the ineffable joy of the author, that first pleasurable thrill of gratified vanity which comes but once. The full import and bearing of his article became apparent to him as he read and reread it. The garb of print is to manuscript as the stage is to women. It brings beauties and defects to light, killing and giving life. The fine thoughts and the faults alike stare you in the face. Lucien, in his excitement and rapture, gave not another thought to Nathan. Nathan was a stepping stone for him. That was all, and he, Lucien, was happy exceedingly. He thought himself rich. The money brought by Dauriat was a very Potosi for the lad who used to go about unnoticed through the streets of Angoulême and down the steep path into L'Houmeau to Postel's garret, where his whole family had lived upon an income of 1,200 francs. The pleasures of his life in Paris must inevitably dim the memories of those days, but so keen were they that, as yet, he seemed to be back again in the Place du Mûrier. He thought of Ève, his beautiful, noble sister, of David, his friend, and of his poor mother, and he sent Berenice out to change one of the notes. While she went, he wrote a few lines to his family, and on the maid's return he sent her to the coach office with a packet of 500 francs addressed to his mother. He could not trust himself. He wanted to send the money at once. Later he might not be able to do it. Both Lucien and Coralie looked upon this restitution as a meritorious action. Coralie put her arms about her lover and kissed him, and thought him a model son and brother. She could not make enough of him, for generosity is a trait of character which delights these kindly creatures who always carry their hearts in their hands. "We have a dinner now every day for a week," she said. "We will make a little carnival. You have worked quite hard enough." Coralie, fain to delight in the beauty of a man whom all other women should envy her, took Lucien back to Staub. He was not dressed finely enough for her. Thence the lovers went to drive in the Bois de Boulogne, and came back to dine at Madame de Valnoble's. Rastignac, Bixiou, des Lupeaulx, Finot, Blondet, Vignon, the Baron de Nucingen, Beaudenord, Philippe Bridau, Conti, the great musician, all the artists and speculators, all the men who seek for violent sensations as a relief from immense labors, gave Lucien a welcome among them. And Lucien had gained confidence. He gave himself out in talk as though he had not to live by his wit, and was pronounced to be a clever fellow in the slang of the coterie of semi-comrades. "Oh, we must wait and see what he has in him," said Théodore Gaillard, a poet patronized by the court, who thought of starting a royalist paper to be entitled the Réveil at a later day. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 21. After dinner, Merlin and Lucien, Coralie and Madame de Valnoble went to the opera, where Merlin had a box. The whole party adjourned thither, and Lucien triumphant reappeared upon the scene of his first serious check. He walked in the lobby, arm in arm with Merlin and Blondet, looking the dandies who had once made merry at his expense between the eyes. Châtelet was under his feet. He clashed glances with de Marsay, Vandenesse, and Monnerville, the bucks of the day. And indeed, Lucien, beautiful and elegantly arrayed, had caused a discussion in the Marquise d'Espard's box. Rastignac had paid a long visit, and the Marquise and Madame de Bargeton put up their opera glasses at Coralie. Did the sight of Lucien send a pang of regret through Madame de Bargeton's heart? This thought was uppermost in the poet's mind. The longing for revenge aroused in him by the sight of the Corinne of Angoulême was as fierce as on that day when the lady and her cousin had cut him in the Champs-Élysées. "Did you bring an amulet with you from the provinces?" It was Blondet who made this inquiry some few days later, when he called at 11 o'clock in the morning and found that Lucien was not yet risen. "His good looks are making ravages from cellar to garret, high and low," continued Blondet, kissing Coralie on the forehead. "I have come to enlist you, dear fellow," he continued, grasping Lucien by the hand. "Yesterday, at the Italien, the Comtesse de Montcornet asked me to bring you to her house. You will not give a refusal to a charming woman? You meet people of the first fashion there." "If Lucien is nice, he will not go to see your Countess," put in Coralie. "What call is there for him to show his face in fine society? He would only be bored there." "Have you a vested interest in him? Are you jealous of fine ladies?" "Yes," cried Coralie. "They are worse than we are." "How do you know that, my pet?" asked Blondet. "From their husbands," retorted she. "You are forgetting that I once had 6 months of de Marsay." "Do you suppose, child, that I am particularly anxious to take such a handsome fellow as your poet to Madame de Montcornet's house? If you object, let us consider that nothing has been said. But I don't fancy that women are so much in question as a poor devil that Lucien pilloried in his newspaper. He is begging for mercy and peace. The Baron du Châtelet is imbecile enough to take the thing seriously. The Marquise d'Espard, Madame de Bargeton, and Madame de Montcornet's set have taken up the Heron's cause, and I have undertaken to reconcile Petrarch and his Laura, Madame de Bargeton and Lucien." "Aha!" cried Lucien, the glow of the intoxication of revenge throbbing full-pulsed through every vein. "Aha! So my foot is on their necks. You make me adore my pen, worship my friends, bow down to the fate-dispensing power of the press. I have not written a single sentence as yet upon the heron and the cuttlefish bone. I will go with you, my boy," he cried, catching Blondet by the waist. "Yes, I will go. But first the couple shall feel the weight of this, for so light as it is." He flourished the pen which had written the article upon Nathan. "Tomorrow," he cried, "I will hurl a couple of columns at their heads. Then we shall see. Don't be frightened, Coralie. It is not love, but revenge. Revenge. And I will have it to the full." "What a man it is!" said Blondet. "If you but knew, Lucien, how rare such explosions are in this jaded Paris, you might appreciate yourself. You will be a precious scamp." The actual expression was a trifle stronger. "You are in a fair way to be a power in the land." "He will get on," said Coralie. "Well, he has come a good way already in 6 weeks." "And if he should climb so high that he can reach a sceptre by treading over a corpse, he shall have Coralie's body for a stepping stone," said the girl. "You are a pair of lovers of the golden age," said Blondet. "I congratulate you on your big article," he added, turning to Lucien. "There were a lot of new things in it. You are past master." Lousteau called with Hector Merlin and Vernou. Lucien was immensely flattered by this attention. Felicien Vernou brought 100 francs for Lucien's article. It was felt that such a contributor must be well paid to attach him to the paper. Coralie, looking round at the chapter of journalists, ordered in a breakfast from the Cadran Bleu, the nearest restaurant, and asked her visitors to adjourn to her handsomely furnished dining room when Berenice announced that the meal was ready. In the middle of the repast, when the champagne had gone to all heads, the motive of the visit came out. "You do not mean to make an enemy of Nathan, do you?" asked Lousteau. "Nathan is a journalist, and he has friends. He might play you an ugly trick with your first book. You have your Archer of Charles IX to sell, have you not? We went round to Nathan this morning. He is in a terrible way. But you will set about another article and puff praise in his face." "What? After my article against his book, would you have me say—" began Lucien. The whole party cut him short with a shout of laughter. "Did you ask him to supper here the day after tomorrow?" asked Blondet. "Your article was not signed," added Lousteau. Félicien, not being quite such a new hand as you are, was careful to put an initial C at the bottom. You can do that now with all your articles in his paper, which is pure, unadulterated Left. We are all of us in the Opposition. Félicien was tactful enough not to compromise your future opinions. Hector's shop is right centre. You might sign your work on it with an L. If you cut a man up, you can do it anonymously. If you praise him, it is just as well to put your name to the article." "It is not the signatures that trouble me," returned Lucien, "but I cannot see anything to be said in favor of the book." "Then did you really think as you wrote?" asked Hector. "Yes." "Oh, I thought you were cleverer than that, youngster," said Blondet. "No, upon my word, as I looked at that forehead of yours, I credited you with the omnipotence of the great mind, the power of seeing both sides of everything. In literature, my boy, every idea is reversible, and no man can take upon himself to decide which is the right or wrong side. Everything is bilateral in the domain of thought. Ideas are binary. Janus is a fable signifying criticism and the symbol of genius. The Almighty alone is triform. What raises Molière and Corneille above the rest of us but the faculty of saying one thing with an Alceste or an octave, and another with a filente or a cinna? Rousseau wrote a letter against dueling in the Nouvelle Héloïse, and another in favor of it. Which of the two represented his own opinion? Will you venture to take it upon yourself to decide? Which of us could give judgment for Clarissa or Lovelace, Hector or Achilles? Who was Homer's hero? What did Richardson himself think? It is the function of criticism to look at a man's work in all its aspects. We draw up our case, in short." "Do you really stick to your written opinions?" asked Vernou with a satirical expression. "Why, we are retailers of phrases. That is how we make a livelihood. When you try to do a good piece of work, to write a book, in short, you can put your thoughts yourself into it, and cling to it, and fight for it. But as for newspaper articles, read today and forgotten tomorrow, they are worth nothing in my eyes but the money that is paid for them. If you attach any importance to such drivel, you might as well make the sign of the cross and invoke heaven when you sit down to write a tradesman's circular." Everyone apparently was astonished at Lucien's scruples. The last rags of the boyish conscience were torn away, and he was invested with the toga virilis of journalism. "Do you know what Nathan said by way of comforting himself after your criticism?" asked Lousteau. "How should I know?" "Nathan exclaimed, 'Paragraphs pass away, but a great work lives.' He will be here to supper in 2 days, and he will be sure to fall flat at your feet and kiss your claws, and swear that you are a great man." "That would be a funny thing," was Lucien's comment. "Funny," repeated Blondet. "He can't help himself." "I am quite willing, my friends," said Lucien, on whom the wine had begun to take effect. "But what am I to say?" "Oh, well, Refute yourself in 3 good columns in Merlin's paper. We have been enjoying the sight of Nathan's wrath. We have just been telling him that he owes us no little gratitude for getting up a hot controversy that will sell his second edition in a week. In his eyes, at this present moment, you are a spy, a scoundrel, a caitiff wretch. The day after tomorrow, you will be a genius, an uncommonly clever fellow, one of Plutarch's men. Nathan will hug you and call you his best friend. Dauriat has been to see you. You have your 3,000 francs. You have worked the trick. Now you want Nathan's respect and esteem. Nobody ought to be let in except the publisher. We must not immolate anyone but an enemy. We should not talk like this if it were a question of some outsider, some inconvenient person who had made a name for himself without us and was not wanted. But Nathan is one of us. Blondet got someone to attack him in the Mercure for the pleasure of replying in the Débat, for which reason the first edition went off at once. My friends, upon my word and honor, I cannot write 2 words in praise of that book. You will have another 100 francs, interrupted Merlin. Nathan will have brought you in 10 louis d'or, to say nothing of an article that you might put in Finot's paper. You would get 100 francs for writing that, and another 100 francs from Dauriat. Total 20 louis. But what am I to say? Here is your way out of the difficulty, said Blondet after some thought. Say that the envy that fastens on all good work, like wasps on ripe fruit, has attempted to set its fangs in this production. The captious critic, trying his best to find fault, has been obliged to invent theories for that purpose, and has drawn a distinction between 2 kinds of literature, the literature of ideas and the literature of imagery, as he calls them. On the heads of that, youngster, say that to give expression to ideas through imagery is the highest form of art. Try to show that all poetry is summed up in that, and lament that there is so little poetry in French. Quote foreign criticisms on the unimaginative precision of our style, and then extol M. de Canalis and Nathan for the services they have done France by infusing a less prosaic spirit into the language. Knock your previous argument to pieces by calling attention to the fact that we have made progress since the 18th century. Discover the progress, a beautiful word to mystify the bourgeois public. Say that the new methods in literature concentrate all styles, comedy and tragedy, description, character drawing, and dialogues, in a series of pictures set in the brilliant frame of a plot which holds the reader's interest. The novel, which demands sentiment, style, and imagery, is the greatest creation of modern days. It is the successor of stage comedy grown obsolete with its restrictions. Facts and ideas are all within the province of fiction. The intellect of an incisive moralist like La Bruyère, the power of treating character as Molière could treat it, the grand machinery of a Shakespeare, together with the portrayal of the most subtle shades of passion, the one treasury left untouched by our predecessors. For all this, the modern novel affords free scope. How far superior is all this to the cut-and-dried logic chopping, the cold analysis to the 18th century? The novel, say sententiously, is the epic grown amusing. Instance Corinne. Bring Madame de Staël up to support your argument. The 18th century called all things in question. It is the task of the 19th to conclude and speak the last word, and the last word of the 19th century has been for realities, realities which live, however, and move. Passion, in short, an element unknown in Voltaire's philosophy, has been brought into play. Here a diatribe against Voltaire, and as for Rousseau, his characters are polemics and systems masquerading. Julie and Claire are entelechies, informing spirit awaiting flesh and bones. You might slip off on a side issue at this and say that we owe a new and original literature to the peace and the restoration of the Bourbons. for you are writing for a right-centre paper. Scoff at founders of systems, and cry with a glow of fine enthusiasm, "Here are errors and misleading statements in abundance in our contemporaries' work, and to what end? To depreciate a fine work, to deceive the public, and to arrive at this conclusion: a book that sells does not sell. Pro pudor." Mind you, put pro pudor. 'Tis a harmless expletive that stimulates the reader's interest. Foresee the approaching decadence of criticism, in fact. Moral: there is but one kind of literature, the literature which aims to please. Nathan has started upon a new way. He understands his epoch, and fulfills the requirements of his age, the demand for drama, the natural demand of a century in which the political stage has become a permanent puppet show. Have we not seen 4 dramas in a score of years? The Revolution, the Directory, the Empire, and the Restoration. With that, wallow in dithyramb and eulogy, and the second edition shall vanish like smoke. This is the way to do it. Next Saturday, put a review in our magazine and sign it de Rubempré out in full. In that final article, say that fine work always brings about abundant controversy. This week, such and such a paper contained such and such an article on Nathan's book, and such another paper made a vigorous reply. Then you criticize the critics C and L, pay me a passing compliment on the first article in the débat, and end by averring that Nathan's work is the great book of the epoch, which is all as if you said nothing at all. They say the same of everything that comes out. And so, continued Blondet, you will have made 400 francs in a week, to say nothing of the pleasure of now and again saying what you really think. A discerning public will maintain that either C or L or Rubempré is in the right of it, or mayhap all the 3. Mythology, beyond doubt one of the grandest inventions of the human brain, places truth at the bottom of a well. And what are we to do without buckets? You will have supplied the public with 3 for 1. There you are, my boy. Go ahead. Lucien's head was swimming with bewilderment. Blondet kissed him on both cheeks. "I am going to my shop," said he, and every man likewise departed to his shop. For these hommes forts, a newspaper office was nothing but a shop. They were to meet again in the evening at the Wooden Galleries, and Lucien would sign his treaty of peace with Dauriat. Florine and Lousteau, Lucien and Coralie, Blondet and Finot were to dine at the Palais Royal. Du Bruel was giving the manager of the Panorama Dramatique a dinner. "They are right," exclaimed Lucien, when he was alone with Coralie. "Men are made to be tools in the hands of stronger spirits. 400 francs for 3 articles! Doguereau would scarcely give me as much for a book which cost me 2 years of work." "Write criticism," said Coralie. "Have a good time. Look at me. I am an Andalusian girl tonight, tomorrow I may be a gypsy, and a man the night after. Do as I do, give them grimaces for their money, and let us live happily." Lucien, smitten with love of paradox, set himself to mount and ride that unruly hybrid product of Pegasus and Balaam's ass, started out at a gallop over the fields of thought while he took a turn in the Bois, and discovered new possibilities in Blondet's outline. He dined as happy people dine, and signed away all his rights in the Marguerite. It never occurred to him that any trouble might arise from that transaction in the future. He took a turn of work at the office, wrote off a couple of columns, and came back to the Rue de Vendôme. Next morning he found the germs of yesterday's ideas had sprung up and developed in his brain, as ideas develop while the intellect is yet unjaded and the sap is rising. And thoroughly did he enjoy the projection of this new article. He threw himself into it with enthusiasm. At the summons of the spirit of contradiction, new charms met beneath his pen. He was witty and satirical, he rose to yet new views of sentiment, of ideas and imagery in literature. With subtle ingenuity, he went back to his own first impressions of Nathan's work, when he read it in the newsroom of the Cour de Commerce. And the ruthless, bloodthirsty critic, the lively mocker, became a poet in the final phrases which rose and fell with majestic rhythm like the swaying censer before the altar. 100 francs, Coralie, cried he, holding up 8 sheets of paper covered with writing while she dressed. The mood was upon him. He went on to indite, stroke by stroke, the promised terrible article on Châtelet and Madame de Bargeton. That morning he experienced one of the keenest personal pleasures of journalism. He knew what it was to forge the epigram, to whet and polish the cold blade to be sheathed in a victim's heart, to make of the hilt a cunning piece of workmanship for the reader to admire. For the public admires the handle, the delicate work of the brain, while the cruelty is not apparent. How should the public know that the steel of the epigram, tempered in the fire of revenge, has been plunged deftly to rankle in the very quick of a victim's vanity, and is reeking from wounds innumerable which it has inflicted? It is a hideous joy, that grim solitary pleasure, relished without witnesses. It is like a duel with an absent enemy, slain at a distance by a quill. A journalist might really possess the magical power of talismans in Eastern tales. Epigram is distilled rancor, the quintessence of a hate derived from all the worst passions of man, even as love concentrates all that is best in human nature. The man does not exist who cannot be witty to avenge himself, and by the same rule there is not one to whom love does not bring delight. Cheap and easy as this kind of wit may be in France, it is always relished. Lucien's article was destined to raise the previous reputation of the paper for venomous spite and evil speaking. His article probed 2 hearts to the depths. It dealt a grievous wound to Madame de Bargeton, his Laura of old days, as well as to his rival, the Baron du Châtelet. "Well, let us go for a drive in the Bois," said Coralie. "The horses are fidgeting. There's no need to kill yourself." "We will take the article on Nathan to Hector. Journalism is really very much like Achilles' lance. It salves the wounds that it makes," said Lucien, correcting a phrase here and there. The lovers started forth in splendor to show themselves to the Paris which had but lately given Lucien the cold shoulder, and now was beginning to talk about him. To have Paris talking of you! And this after you have learned how large the great city is, how hard it is to be anybody there. It was this thought that turned Lucien's head with exultation. "Let us go by way of your tailor's, dear boy, and tell him to be quick with your clothes, or try them on if they are ready. If you are going to your fine ladies' houses, you shall eclipse that monster of a de Marsay and young Rastignac, and any Ajuda Pinto, or Maxime de Troyes, or Vandenesse of them all. Remember that your mistress is Coralie, but you will not play me any tricks, eh?" End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 22. 2 days afterwards, on the eve of the supper party at Coralie's house, there was a new play at the Ambigu, and it fell to Lucien to write the dramatic criticism. Lucien and Coralie walked together after dinner from the Rue de Vendôme to the Panorama Dramatique, going along the Café Turc side of the Boulevard du Temple, a lounge much frequented at that time. People wondered at his luck and praised Coralie's beauty. Chance remarks reached his ears. Some said that Coralie was the finest woman in Paris, others that Lucien was a match for her. The romantic youth felt that he was in his atmosphere. This was the life for him. The brotherhood was so far away that it was almost out of sight. Only 2 months ago, how he had looked up to those lofty great natures. Now he asked himself if they were not just a trifle ridiculous with their notions and their puritanism. Coralie's careless words had lodged in Lucien's mind, and begun already to bear fruit. He took Coralie to her dressing-room and strolled about like a sultan behind the scenes. The actresses gave him burning glances and flattering speeches. "I must go to the Ambigu and attend to business," said he. At the Ambigu, the house was full. There was not a seat left for him. Indignant complaints behind the scenes brought no redress. The box-office keeper, who did not know him as yet, said that they had sent orders for 2 boxes to his paper, and sent him about his business. "I shall speak of the play as I find it," said Lucien, nettled at this. "What a dunce you are!" said the leading lady, addressing the box-office keeper. "That is Coralie's adorer." The box-office keeper turned round immediately at this. "I will speak to the manager at once, sir," he said. In all these small details, Lucien saw the immense power wielded by the press. His vanity was gratified. The manager appeared to say that the Duc de Rhétoré and Tullia the opera dancer were in the stage box, and they had consented to allow Lucien to join them. "You have driven 2 people to distraction," remarked the young Duke, mentioning the names of the Baron de Châtelet and Madame de Bargeton. "Distraction? What will it be tomorrow?" said Lucien. "So far, my friends have been mere skirmishers, but I have given them red-hot shot tonight. Tomorrow you will know why we are making game of Potelet. The article is called Potelet from 1811 to 1821. Châtelet will be a byword, a name for the type of courtiers who deny their benefactor and rally to the Bourbons. When I have done with him, I am going to Madame de Montcornet's." Lucien's talk was sparkling. He was eager that this great personage should see how gross a mistake Mesdames d'Espard and de Bargeton had made when they slighted Lucien de Rubempré. But he showed the tip of his ear when he asserted his right to bear the name of Rubempré, the Duc de Rhétoré having purposely addressed him as Chardon. "You should go over to the Royalists," said the Duke. "You have proved yourself a man of ability. Now show your good sense. The one way of obtaining a patent of nobility and the right to bear the title of your mother's family is by asking for it in return for services to be rendered to the court. The Liberals will never make a count of you. The Restoration will get the better of the press, you see, in the long run, and the press is the only formidable power. They have borne with it too long as it is. The press is sure to be muzzled. Take advantage of the last moments of liberty to make yourself formidable, and you will have everything: intellect, nobility, and good looks. Nothing will be out of your reach. So if you are a Liberal, let it be simply for the moment, so that you can make a better bargain for your Royalism." With that, the Duke entreated Lucien to accept an invitation to dinner, which the German minister, of Florine's supper party, was about to send. Lucien fell under the charm of the noble peer's arguments. The salons from which he had been exiled forever, as he thought, but a few months ago, would shortly open their doors for him. He was delighted. He marveled at the power of the press. Intellect and the press, these then were the real powers in society. Another thought shaped itself in his mind. Was Etienne Lousteau sorry that he had opened the gate of the Temple to a newcomer? Even now, he, Lucien, felt on his own account that it was strongly advisable to put difficulties in the way of eager and ambitious recruits from the provinces. If a poet should come to him, as he had flung himself into Etienne's arms, he dared not think of the reception that he would give him. The youthful Duke, meanwhile, saw that Lucien was deep in thought, and made a pretty good guess at the matter of his meditations. He himself had opened out wide horizons of public life before an ambitious poet, with a vacillating will, it is true, but not without aspirations, and the journalists had already shown the neophyte, from a pinnacle of the temple, all the kingdoms of the world of letters and its riches. Lucien himself had no suspicion of a little plot that was being woven, nor did he imagine that M. de Rhetore had a hand in it. M. de Rhetore had spoken of Lucien's cleverness, and Madame d'Espard's set had taken alarm. Madame de Bargeton had commissioned the Duke to sound Lucien, and with that object in view, the noble youth had come to the Ambigu Comique. Do not believe in stories of elaborate treachery. Neither the great world nor the world of journalists laid any deep schemes. Definite plans are not made by either. Their Machiavellism lives from hand to mouth, so to speak, and consists, for the most part, in being always on the spot, always on the alert to turn everything to account, always on the watch for the moment when a man's ruling passion shall deliver him into the hands of his enemies. The young Duke had seen through Lucien at Florine's supper party. He had just touched his vain susceptibilities, and now he was trying his first efforts in diplomacy upon the living subject. Lucien hurried to the Rue Saint-Fiacre after the play to write his article. It was a piece of savage and bitter criticism, written in pure wantonness. He was amusing himself by trying his power. The melodrama, as a matter of fact, was a better piece than the Alcalde, but Lucien wished to see whether he could damn a good play and send everybody to see a bad one, as his associates had said. He unfolded the sheet at breakfast next morning, telling Coralie as he did so that he had cut up the Ambigu Comique, and not a little astonished was he to find, below his paper on Madame de Bargeton and Châtelet, a notice of the Ambigu, so mellowed and softened in the course of the night, that although the witty analysis was still preserved, the judgment was favorable. The article was more likely to fill the house than to empty it. No words can describe his wrath. He determined to have a word or two with Lousteau. He had already begun to think himself an indispensable man, and he vowed that he would not submit to be tyrannized over and treated like a fool. To establish his power beyond cavil, he wrote the article for Dauriat's review, summing up and weighing all the various opinions concerning Nathan's book, and while he was in the humor, he hit off another of his short sketches for Lousteau's newspaper. Inexperienced journalists, in the first effervescence of youth, make a labor of love of ephemeral work, and lavish their best thought unthriftily thereon. The manager of the Panorama Dramatique gave a first performance of a vaudeville that night, so that Florine and Coralie might be free for the evening. There were to be cards before supper. Lousteau came for the short notice of the vaudeville. It had been written beforehand, after the general rehearsal, for Etienne wished to have the paper off his mind. Lucien read over one of the charming sketches of Parisian whimsicalities which made the fortune of the paper, and Lousteau kissed him on both eyelids and called him the providence of journalism. "Then why do you amuse yourself by turning my article inside out?" asked Lucien. He had written his brilliant sketch simply and solely to give emphasis to his grievance. "I?" exclaimed Lousteau. "Well, who else can have altered my article?" "You do not know all the ins and outs yet, dear fellow. The Ambigu pays for 30 copies, and only takes 9 for the manager and box office keeper and their mistresses, and for the 3 lessees of the theatre. Every one of the boulevard theatres pays 800 francs in this way to the paper, and there is quite as much again in boxes and orders for Finot, to say nothing of the contributions of the company. And if the minor theatres do this, you may imagine what the big ones do. Now you understand? We are bound to show a good deal of indulgence. I understand this, that I am not at liberty to write as I think. What does that matter, so long as you turn an honest penny?" cried Lousteau. "Besides, my boy, what grudge had you against the theatre? You must have had some reason for it, or you would not have cut up the play as you did. If you slash for the sake of slashing, the paper will get into trouble, and when there is good reason for hitting hard, it will not tell. Did the manager leave you out in the cold?" "He had not kept a place for me." "Good," said Lousteau. "I shall let him see your article, and tell him that I softened it down. You will find it serves you better than if it had appeared in print. Go and ask him for tickets to-morrow, and he will sign 40 blank orders every month. I know a man who can get rid of them for you. I will introduce you to him, and he will buy them all up at half price. There is a trade done in theatre tickets, just as Barbet trades in reviewers' copies. This is another Barbet, the leader of the claque. He lives nearby. Come and see him. There is time enough." "But, my dear fellow, it is a scandalous thing that Finot should levy blackmail in matters intellectual. Sooner or later—" "Really," cried Lousteau, "where do you come from? For what do you take Finot? Beneath his pretence of good nature, his ignorance and stupidity, and those Turcaret's airs of his, there is all the cunning of his father, the hatter. Did you notice an old soldier of the Empire in the den at the office? That is Finot's uncle. The uncle is not only one of the right sort, he has the luck to be taken for a fool, and he takes all that kind of business upon his shoulders. An ambitious man in Paris is well off indeed if he has a willing scapegoat at hand. In public life, as in journalism, there are hosts of emergencies in which the chiefs cannot afford to appear. If Finot should enter on a political career, his uncle would be his secretary, and receive all the contributions levied in his department on big affairs. Anybody would take Giroudeau for a fool at first sight, but he has just enough shrewdness to be an inscrutable old file. He is on picket duty. He sees that we are not pestered with hubbub, beginners wanting a job, or advertisements. No other paper has his equal, I think." "He plays his part well," said Lucien. "I saw him at work." Etienne and Lucien reached a handsome house in the Rue de Faubourg du Temple. "Is Monsieur Braulard in?" Etienne asked of the porter. "Monsieur?" said Lucien. "Then is a leader of the claque monsieur?" "My dear boy, Braulard has 20,000 francs of income. All the dramatic authors of the boulevards are in his clutches, and have a standing account with him as if he were a banker. Orders and complimentary tickets are sold here. Braulard knows where to get rid of such merchandise. Now, for a turn at statistics, a useful science enough in its way. At the rate of 50 complimentary tickets every evening for each theatre, you have 250 tickets daily. Suppose, taking one with another, that they are worth a couple of francs apiece. Braulard pays 125 francs daily for them, and takes his chance of making cent per cent. In this way, authors' tickets alone bring him in about 4,000 francs every month, or 48,000 francs per annum. Allow 20,000 francs for loss, for he cannot always place all his tickets." "Why not?" "Oh, the people who pay at the door go in with the holders of complimentary tickets for unreserved seats, and the theatre reserves the right of admitting those who pay. There are fine warm evenings to be reckoned with besides, and poor plays. Braulard makes perhaps 30,000 francs every year in this way, and he has his claqueurs besides, another industry. Florine and Coralie pay tribute to him. If they did not, there would be no applause when they come on or go off." Lousteau gave this explanation in a low voice as they went up the stair. "Paris is a queer place," said Lucien. It seemed to him that he saw self-interest squatting in every corner. A smart maid-servant opened the door. At the sight of Etienne Lousteau, the dealer in orders and tickets rose from a sturdy chair before a large cylinder desk, and Lucien beheld the leader of the claque, Braulard himself, dressed in a grey molleton jacket, footed trousers, and red slippers, for all the world like a doctor or a solicitor. He was a typical self-made man, Lucien thought, a vulgar-looking face with a pair of exceedingly cunning grey eyes, hands made for hired applause, a complexion over which hard living had passed like rain over a roof, grizzled hair, and a somewhat husky voice. "You have come from Mademoiselle Florine, no doubt, sir, and this gentleman for Mademoiselle Coralie," said Braulard. "I know you very well by sight. Don't trouble yourself, sir," he continued, addressing Lucien. "I am buying the Gymnase connection. I will look after your lady, and I will give her notice of any tricks they may try to play on her." "That is not an offer to be refused, my dear Braulard, but we have come about the press orders for the boulevard theatres, I as editor, and this gentleman as dramatic critic." "Oh, yes, Finot has sold his paper. I heard about it. He is getting on, is Finot. I have asked him to dine with me at the end of the week. If you will do me the honor and pleasure of coming, you may bring your ladies, and there will be a grand jollification. Adele Dupuy is coming, and Ducange, and Frédéric de Petit-Méret, and Mademoiselle Millot, my mistress. We shall have good fun and better liquor." "Ducange must be in difficulties. He has lost his lawsuit." "I have lent him 10,000 francs. If Calas succeeds, it will repay the loan, so I have been organizing a success. Ducange is a clever man. He has brains." Lucien fancied that he must be dreaming when he heard a claqueur appraising a writer's value. "Coralie has improved," continued Braulard, with the air of a competent critic. "If she is a good girl, I will take her part, for they have got up a cabal against her at the Gymnase. This is how I mean to do it. I will have a few well-dressed men in the balconies to smile and make a little murmur, and the applause will follow. That is a dodge which makes a position for an actress. I have a liking for Coralie, and you ought to be satisfied, for she has feeling. Aha! I can hiss anyone on the stage if I like." "But let us settle this business about the tickets," put in Lousteau. "Very well. I will come to this gentleman's lodging for them at the beginning of the month. He is a friend of yours, and I will treat him as I do you. You have 5 theatres, you will get 30 tickets. That will be something like 75 francs a month. Perhaps you will be wanting an advance?" added Braulard, lifting a cash box full of coin out of his desk. "No, no," said Lousteau. "We will keep that shift against a rainy day." "I will work with Coralie, sir, and we will come to an understanding," said Braulard, addressing Lucien, who was looking about him, not without profound astonishment. There was a bookcase in Braulard's study, there were framed engravings and good furniture, and as they passed through the drawing-room, he noticed that the fittings were neither too luxurious nor yet mean. The dining-room seemed to be the best ordered room; he remarked on this jokingly. "But Braulard is an epicure," said Lousteau. "His dinners are famous in dramatic literature, and they are what you might expect from his cash-box." "I have good wine," Braulard replied modestly. Here are my lamplighters," he added, as a sound of hoarse voices and strange footsteps came up from the staircase. Lucien, on his way down, saw a march past of claqueurs and retailers of tickets. It was an ill-smelling squad, attired in caps, seedy trousers, and threadbare overcoats. A flock of gallows birds with bluish and greenish tints in their faces, neglected beards, and a strange mixture of savagery and subservience in their eyes. A horrible population lives and swarms upon the Paris boulevards, selling watch-guards and brass jewelry in the streets by day, applauding under the chandeliers of the theatre at night, and ready to lend themselves to any dirty business in the great city. "Behold the Romans!" laughed Lousteau. Behold fame incarnate for actresses and dramatic authors. It is no prettier than our own when you come to look at it close. It is difficult to keep illusions on any subject in Paris, answered Lucien as they turned in at his door. There is a tax upon everything. Everything has its price, and anything can be made to order, even success. 30 guests were assembled that evening in Coralie's rooms. Her dining room would not hold more. Lucien had asked Dauriat and the manager of the Panorama Dramatique, Matifat and Florine, Camusot, Lousteau, Finot, Nathan, Hector Merlin and Madame de Valnoble, Félicien Vernou, Blondet, Vignon, Philippe Bridau, Mariette, Giroudot, Cardot and Florentine, and Bixiou. He had also asked all his friends of the Rue des Quatre Vents. Tulia the dancer, who was not unkind, said gossip, to du Bruel, had come without her duke. The proprietors of the newspapers for whom most of the journalists wrote were also of the party. At 8 o'clock, when the lights of the candles in the chandeliers shone over the furniture, the hangings, and the flowers, the rooms wore the festal air that gives to Parisian luxury the appearance of a dream, and Lucien felt indefinable stirrings of hope and gratified vanity, and pleasure at the thought that he was the master of the house. But how and by whom the magic wand had been waved, he no longer sought to remember. Florine and Coralie, dressed with the fanciful extravagance and magnificent artistic effect of the stage, smiled on the poet like two fairies at the gates of the Palace of Dreams, and Lucien was almost in a dream. His life had been changed so suddenly during the last few months. He had gone so swiftly from the depths of penury to the last extreme of luxury that at moments he felt as uncomfortable as a dreaming man who knows that he is asleep. And yet he looked round at the fair reality about him with a confidence to which envious minds might have given the name of fatuity. Lucien himself had changed. He had grown paler during these days of continual enjoyment. Languor had lent a humid look to his eyes. In short, to use Madame d'Espard's expression, he looked like a man who is loved. He was the handsomer for it. Consciousness of his powers and his strength was visible in his face, enlightened as it was by love and experience. Looking out over the world of letters and of men, it seemed to him that he might go to and fro as lord of it all. Sober reflection never entered his romantic head unless it was driven in by the pressure of adversity, and just now the present held not a care for him. The breath of praise swelled the sails of his skiff. All the instruments of success lay there to his hand. He had an establishment, a mistress whom all Paris envied him, a carriage, and untold wealth in his inkstand. Heart and soul and brain were alike transformed within him. Why should he care to be over-nice about the means, when the great results were visibly there before his eyes? As such a style of living will seem, and with good reason, to be anything but secure to economists who have any experience of Paris, it will not be superfluous to give a glance to the foundation, uncertain as it was, upon which the prosperity of the pair was based. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 23. Camusot had given Coralie's tradesmen instructions to grant her credit for 3 months at least, and this had been done without her knowledge. During those 3 months, therefore, horses and servants, like everything else, waited as if by enchantment at the bidding of 2 children, eager for enjoyment and enjoying to their heart's content. Coralie had taken Lucien's hand and given him a glimpse of the transformation scene in the dining room, of the splendidly appointed table, of chandeliers, each fitted with 40 wax lights, of the royally luxurious dessert, and a menu of chevets. Lucien kissed her on the forehead and held her closely to his heart. "I shall succeed, child," he said, "and then I will repay you for such love and devotion." "Pshaw!" said Coralie. "Are you satisfied?" "I should be very hard to please if I were not." "Very well, then. That smile of yours pays for everything," she said, and with a serpentine movement she raised her head and laid her lips against his. When they went back to the others, Florine, Lousteau, Matifat, and Camusot were setting out the card tables. Lucien's friends began to arrive, for already these folk began to call themselves Lucien's friends, and they sat over the cards from 9 o'clock till midnight. Lucien was unacquainted with a single game, but Lousteau lost 1,000 francs, and Lucien could not refuse to lend him the money when he asked for it. Michel, Fulgence, and Joseph appeared about 10 o'clock, and Lucien, chatting with them in a corner, saw that they looked sober and serious enough, not to say ill at ease. D'Arthez could not come, he was finishing his book. Léon Giraud was busy with the first number of his review, so the Brotherhood had sent 3 artists among their number, thinking that they would feel less out of their element in an uproarious supper party than the rest. "Well, my dear fellows," said Lucien, assuming a slightly patronizing tone, "the comical fellow may become a great public character yet, you see." "I wish I may be mistaken. I don't ask better," said Michel. "Are you living with Coralie until you can do better?" asked Fulgence. "Yes," said Lucien, trying to look unconscious. "Coralie had an elderly adorer, a merchant, and she showed him the door, poor fellow. I am better off than your brother Philippe," he added, addressing Joseph Bridau. "He does not know how to manage Mariette." "You are a man like another now. In short, you will make your way," said Fulgence. "A man that will always be the same for you, under all circumstances," returned Lucien. Michel and Fulgence exchanged incredulous, scornful smiles at this. Lucien saw the absurdity of his remark. "Coralie is wonderfully beautiful," exclaimed Joseph Bridau. "What a magnificent portrait she would make!" "Beautiful and good," said Lucien. "She is an angel, upon my word. And you shall paint her portrait; she shall sit to you, if you like, for your Venetian lady brought by the old woman to the senator." "All women who love are angelic," said Michel Chrestien. Just at that moment Raoul Nathan flew upon Lucien and grasped both his hands and shook them in a sudden access of violent friendship. "Oh, my good friend, you are something more than a great man. You have a heart," cried he, "a much rarer thing than genius in these days. You are a devoted friend. I am yours, in short, through thick and thin. I shall never forget all that you have done for me this week." Lucien's joy had reached the highest point. To be thus caressed by a man of whom every one was talking! He looked at his 3 friends of the Brotherhood with something like a superior air. Nathan's appearance upon the scene was the result of an overture from Merlin, who sent him a proof of the favorable review to appear in tomorrow's issue. "I only consented to write the attack on condition that I should be allowed to reply to it myself," Lucien said in Nathan's ear. "I am one of you." This incident was opportune. It justified the remark which amused Fulgence. Lucien was radiant. "When d'Arthez's book comes out," he said, turning to the 3, "I am in a position to be useful to him. That thought in itself would induce me to remain a journalist." "Can you do as you like?" Michel asked quickly. "So far as one can when one is indispensable," said Lucien modestly. It was almost midnight when they sat down to supper, and the fun grew fast and furious. Talk was less restrained in Lucien's house than at Matifat's, for no one suspected that the representatives of the Brotherhood and the newspaper writers held divergent opinions. Young intellects, depraved by arguing for either side, now came into conflict with each other, and fearful axioms of the journalistic jurisprudence, then in its infancy, hurtled to and fro. Claude Vignon, upholding the dignity of criticism, inveighed against the tendency of the smaller newspapers, saying that the writers of personalities lowered themselves in the end. Lousteau, Merlin, and Finot took up the cudgels for the system known by the name of blague. Puffery, gossip, and humbug, said they, was the test of talent, and set the hallmark, as it were, upon it. Any man who can stand that test has real power, said Lousteau. Besides, cried Merlin, when a great man receives ovations, there ought to be a chorus in insults to balance, as in a Roman triumph. Oh, put in Lucien, then everyone held up to ridicule in print will fancy that he has made a success. Anyone would think that the question interested you, exclaimed Finot. And how about our sonnets, said Michel Chrestien. Is that the way they will win us the fame of a second Petrarch? Laura already counts for something in his fame, said Dauriat. A pun, lore, gold, received with acclamations. Faciamus experimentum in anima vili, retorted Lucien with a smile. And woe unto him whom reviewers shall spare, flinging him crowns at his first appearance, for he shall be shelved like the saints in their shrines, and no man shall pay him the slightest attention, said Vernou. People will say, look elsewhere, simpleton, you have had your due already, as Champsonnet said to the Marquis de Genlis, who was looking too fondly at his wife, added Blondet. Success is the ruin of a man in France, said Finot. We are so jealous of one another that we try to forget, and to make others forget, the triumphs of yesterday. Contradiction is the life of literature, in fact, said Claude Vignon. In art as in nature there are two principles everywhere at strife, exclaimed Fulgence, and victory for either means death. So it is with politics, added Michel Chrestien. We have a case in point, said Lousteau. Dauriat will sell a couple of thousand copies of Nathan's book in the coming week. And why? Because the book that was cleverly attacked will be ably defended. Merlin took up the proof of tomorrow's paper. How can such an article fail to sell an edition? He asked. Read the article, said Dauriat. I am a publisher wherever I am, even at supper. Merlin read Lucien's triumphant refutation aloud, and the whole party applauded. How could that article have been written unless the attack had preceded it? asked Lousteau. Dauriat drew the proof of the third article from his pocket and read it over, Finot listening closely, for it was to appear in the second number of his own review, and as editor he exaggerated his enthusiasm. Gentlemen, said he, so and not otherwise would Bossuet have written if he had lived in our day. I am sure of it, said Merlin. Bossuet would have been a journalist today. To Bossuet the second, cried Claude Vignon, raising his glass with an ironical bow. To my Christopher Columbus, returned Lucien, drinking a health to Dauriat. Bravo, cried Nathan. Is it a nickname? Merlin inquired, looking maliciously from Finot to Lucien. If you go on at this pace, you will be quite beyond us, said Dauriat. These gentlemen, indicating Camusot and Matifat, cannot follow you as it is. A joke is like a bit of thread. If it is spun too fine, it breaks, as Bonaparte said. Gentlemen, said Lousteau, we have been eye-witnesses of a strange, portentous, unheard of, and truly surprising phenomenon. Admire the rapidity with which our friend here has been transformed from a provincial into a journalist." "He is a born journalist," said Dauriat. "Children," cried Finot, rising to his feet, "all of us here present have encouraged and protected our amphitryon in his entrance upon a career in which he has already surpassed our hopes. In 2 months he has shown us what he can do in a series of excellent articles known to us all. I propose to baptize him in form as a journalist." "A crown of roses to signalize a double conquest," cried Bixiou, glancing at Coralie. Coralie made a sign to Berenice. That portly handmaid went to Coralie's dressing-room and brought back a box of tumbled artificial flowers. The more incapable members of the party were grotesquely tricked out in these blossoms, and a crown of roses was soon woven. Finot, as high priest, sprinkled a few drops of champagne on Lucien's golden curls, pronouncing with delicious gravity the words, "In the name of the government stamp, the caution money, and the fine, I baptize thee, journalist. May thy articles sit lightly on thee." "And may they be paid for, including white lines," cried Merlin. Just at that moment, Lucien caught sight of 3 melancholy faces. Michel Chrestien, Joseph Bridau, and Fulgence Ridal took up their hats and went out, amid a storm of invective. "Queer customers," said Merlin. "Fulgence used to be a good fellow," added Lousteau, "before they perverted his morals." "Who are they?" asked Claude Vignon. "Some very serious young men," said Blondet, "who meet at a philosophico-religious symposium in the Rue des Quatre Vents, and worry themselves about the meaning of human life." "Oh, oh!" "They are trying to find out whether it goes round in a circle or makes some progress," continued Blondet. "They were very hard put to it between the straight line and the curve. The triangle, warranted by Scripture, seemed to them to be nonsense, when lo! there arose among them some prophet or other who declared for the spiral." "Men might meet to invent more dangerous nonsense than that," exclaimed Lucien, making a faint attempt to champion the brotherhood. "You take theories of that sort for idle words," said Felicien Vernou, "but a time comes when the arguments take the form of gunshot and the guillotine." "They have not come to that yet," said Bixiou. "They have only come as far as the designs of Providence in the invention of champagne, the humanitarian significance of breeches, and the blind deity who keeps the world going. They pick up fallen great men like Vico, Saint-Simon, and Fourier. I am much afraid that they will turn poor Joseph Bridau's head among them." "Bianchon, my old schoolfellow, gives me the cold shoulder now," said Lousteau. "It is all their doing." "Do they give lectures on orthopedy and intellectual gymnastics?" asked Merlin. "Very likely," answered Finot, "if Bianchon has any hand in their theories." "Pshaw!" said Lousteau, "he will be a great physician anyhow." "Isn't d'Arthez their visible head?" asked Nathan. "A little youngster that is going to swallow all of us up?" "He is a genius!" cried Lucien. "Genius, is he? Well, give me a glass of sherry," said Claude Vignon, smiling. Every one thereupon began to explain his character for the benefit of his neighbor, and when a clever man feels a pressing need of explaining himself and of unlocking his heart, it is pretty clear that wine has got the upper hand. An hour later, all the men in the company were the best friends in the world, addressing each other as great men and bold spirits who held the future in their hands. Lucien, in his quality of host, was sufficiently clear-headed to apprehend the meaning of the sophistries which impressed him and completed his demoralization. "The Liberal party," announced Finot, "is compelled to stir up discussion somehow. There is no fault to find with the action of the Government, and you may imagine what a fix the Opposition is in. Which of you now cares to write a pamphlet in favor of the system of primogeniture, and raise a cry against the secret designs of the court? The pamphlet will be paid for handsomely." "I will write it," said Hector Merlin. "It is my own point of view." "Your party will complain that you are compromising them," said Finot. "Felicien, you must undertake it. Dauriat will bring it out, and we will keep the secret." "How much shall I get?" 600 francs. Sign it Le Comte C. 3 stars. "It's a bargain," said Felicien Vernou. "So you are introducing the canard to the political world," remarked Lousteau. "It is simply the Chabot affair carried into the region of abstract ideas," said Finot. "Fasten intentions on the government, and then let loose public opinion." "How a government can leave the control of ideas to such a pack of scamps as we are is matter for perpetual and profound astonishment to me," said Claude Vignon. "If the ministry blunders so far as to come down into the arena, we can give them a drubbing. If they are nettled by it, the thing will rankle in people's minds, and the government will lose its hold on the masses. The newspaper risks nothing, and the authorities have everything to lose." "France will be a cipher until newspapers are abolished by law," said Claude Vignon. "You are making progress hourly," he added, addressing Finot. "You are a modern order of Jesuits, lacking the creed, the fixed idea, the discipline, and the union." They went back to the card tables, and before long the light of the candles grew feeble in the dawn. "Lucien, your friends from the Rue des Quatre Vents looked as dismal as criminals going to be hanged," said Coralie. "They were the judges, not the criminals," replied the poet. "Judges are more amusing than that," said Coralie. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 24. For a month, Lucien's whole time was taken up with supper parties, dinner engagements, breakfasts, and evening parties. He was swept away by an irresistible current into a vortex of dissipation and easy work. He no longer thought of the future. The power of calculation amid the complications of life is the sign of a strong will, which poets, weaklings, and men who live a purely intellectual life can never counterfeit. Lucien was living from hand to mouth, spending his money as fast as he made it, like many another journalist, nor did he give so much as a thought to those periodically recurrent days of reckoning which chequer the life of the Bohemian in Paris so sadly. In dress and figure, he was a rival for the great dandies of the day. Coralie, like all zealots, loved to adorn her idol. She ruined herself to give her beloved poet the accoutrements which had so stirred his envy in the garden of the Tuileries. Lucien had wonderful canes and a charming eyeglass. He had diamond studs and scarf rings and signet rings, besides an assortment of waistcoats marvelous to behold, and in sufficient number to match every color in a variety of costumes. His transition to the estate of dandy swiftly followed. When he went to the German minister's dinner, all the young men regarded him with suppressed envy. Yet de Marsay, Vandenesse, Ajuda Pinto, Maxime de Trailles, Rastignac, Beaudenord, Manerville, and the Duc de Maufrigneuse gave place to none in the kingdom of fashion. Men of fashion are as jealous among themselves as women, and in the same way. Lucien was placed between Madame de Montcornet and Madame d'Espard, in whose honor the dinner was given. Both ladies overwhelmed him with flatteries. "Why did you turn your back on society when you would have been so well received?" asked the Marquise. Everyone was prepared to make much of you. And I have a quarrel with you, too. You owed me a call. I am still waiting to receive it. I saw you at the opera the other day, and you would not deign to come to see me, nor to take any notice of me. Your cousin, madame, so unmistakably dismissed me. Oh, you do not know women, the Marquise d'Espard broke in upon him. You have wounded the most angelic heart, the noblest nature that I know. You do not know all that Louise was trying to do for you, nor how tactfully she laid her plans for you. Oh, and she would have succeeded, the Marquise continued, replying to Lucien's mute incredulity. Her husband is dead now, died as he was bound to die of an indigestion. Could you doubt that she would be free sooner or later? And can you suppose that she would like to be Madame Chardon? It was worth while to take some trouble to gain the title of Comtesse de Rubempré. Love, you see, is a great vanity, which requires the lesser vanities to be in harmony with itself, especially in marriage. I might love you to madness, which is to say, sufficiently to marry you, and yet I should find it very unpleasant to be called Madame Chardon. You can see that. And now that you understand the difficulties of Paris life, you will know how many roundabout ways you must take to reach your end. Very well, then, you must admit that Louise was aspiring to an all but impossible piece of court favor. She was quite unknown, she is not rich, and therefore she could not afford to neglect any means of success. You are clever, the Marquise d'Espard continued, but we women, when we love, are cleverer than the cleverest man. My cousin tried to make that absurd Châtelet useful. Oh," she broke off, "I owe not a little amusement to you. Your articles on Châtelet made me laugh heartily." Lucien knew not what to think of all this. Of the treachery and bad faith of journalism he had had some experience, but in spite of his perspicacity, he scarcely expected to find bad faith or treachery in society. There were some sharp lessons in store for him. "But, madame," he objected, for her words aroused a lively curiosity, "is not the Heron under your protection?" "One is obliged to be civil to one's worst enemies in society," protested she. "One may be bored, but one must look as if the talk was amusing, and not seldom one seems to sacrifice friends, the better to serve them. Are you still a novice? You mean to write, and yet you know nothing of current deceit? My cousin apparently sacrificed you to the Heron, but how could she dispense with his influence for you? Our friend stands well with the present ministry, and we have made him see that your attacks will do him service up to a certain point, for we want you to make it up again some of these days. Châtelet has received compensations for his troubles, for, as des Lupeaulx said, while the newspapers are making Châtelet ridiculous, they will leave the ministry in peace." There was a pause. The Marquise left Lucien to his own reflections. "Monsieur Blondet led me to hope that I should have the pleasure of seeing you in my house," said the Comtesse de Montcornet. "You will meet a few artists and men of letters, and some one else who has the keenest desire to become acquainted with you, Mademoiselle des Touches, the owner of talents rare among our sex. You will go to her house, no doubt. Mademoiselle des Touches, or Camille Maupin, if you prefer it, is prodigiously rich, and presides over one of the most remarkable salons in Paris. She has heard that you are as handsome as you are clever, and is dying to meet you." Lucien could only pour out incoherent thanks and glance enviously at Émile Blondet. There was as great a difference between a great lady like Madame de Montcornet and Coralie as between Coralie and a girl out of the streets. The Countess was young and witty and beautiful, with the very white fairness of women of the North. Her mother was the Princess Sherbellof, and the minister before dinner had paid her the most respectful attention. By this time the Marquise had made an end of trifling disdainfully with the wing of a chicken. "My poor Louise felt so much affection for you," she said. "She took me into her confidence. I knew her dreams of a great career for you. She would have borne a great deal, but what scorn you showed her when you sent back her letters! Cruelty we can forgive. Those who hurt us must have still some faith in us. But indifference is like polar snows, it extinguishes all life. So you must see that you have lost a precious affection through your own fault. Why break with her? Even if she had scorned you, you had your way to make, had you not? Your name to win back? Louise thought of all that." "Then why was she silent?" "Eh, mon Dieu!" cried the Marquise. "It was I myself who advised her not to take you into her confidence. Between ourselves, you know, you seemed so little used to the ways of the world that I took alarm. I was afraid that your inexperience and rash ardor might wreck our carefully made schemes. Can you recollect yourself as you were then? You must admit that if you could see your double today, you would say the same yourself. You are not like the same man. That was our mistake. But would one man in 1,000 combine such intellectual gifts with such wonderful aptitude for taking the tone of society? I did not think that you would be such an astonishing exception. You were transformed so quickly, you acquired the manner of Paris so easily, that I did not recognize you in the Bois de Boulogne a month ago." Lucien heard the great lady with inexpressible pleasure. The flatteries were spoken with such a petulant, childlike, confiding air, and she seemed to take such a deep interest in him, that he thought of his first evening at the Panorama Dramatique, and began to fancy that some such miracle was about to take place a second time. Everything had smiled upon him since that happy evening. His youth, he thought, was the talisman that worked this change. He would prove this great lady; she should not take him unawares. "Then what were these schemes which have turned to chimeras, madame?" asked he. "Louise meant to obtain a royal patent permitting you to bear the name and title of Rubempré. She wished to put Chardon out of sight. Your opinions have put that out of question now, but then it would not have been so hard to manage, and a title would mean a fortune for you. You will look on these things as trifles and visionary ideas," she continued, "but we know something of life, and we know too all the solid advantages of a count's title when it is borne by a fashionable and extremely charming young man. Announce Monsieur Chardon and Monsieur le Comte de Rubempré before heiresses or English girls with 1,000,000 to their fortune, and note the difference of the effect. The Count might be in debt, but he would find open hearts. His good looks, brought into relief by his title, would be like a diamond in a rich setting. Monsieur Chardon would not be so much as noticed. We have not invented these notions; they are everywhere in the world, even among the bourgeois. You are turning your back on fortune at this minute. Do you see that good-looking young man? He is the Vicomte Félix de Vandenesse, one of the King's private secretaries. The King is fond enough of young men of talent, and Vandenesse came from the provinces, with baggage nearly as light as yours. You are 1,000 times cleverer than he, but do you belong to a great family? Have you a name? You know des Lupeaulx. His name is very much like yours, for he was born a Chardin. Well, he would not sell his little farm of Lupeaulx for 1,000,000. He will be Comte des Lupeaulx some day, and perhaps his grandson may be a duke. You have made a false start, and if you continue in that way, it will be all over with you. See how much wiser Monsieur Émile Blondet has been. He is engaged on a government newspaper. He is well looked on by those in authority. He can afford to mix with liberals, for he holds sound opinions, and sooner or later he will succeed. But then he understood how to choose his opinions and his protectors. Your charming neighbor," Madame d'Espard glanced at Madame de Montcornet, "was a Troisville. There are 2 peers of France in the family and 2 deputies. She made a wealthy marriage with her name. She sees a great deal of society at her house. She has influence. She will move the political world for young Monsieur Blondet. Where will a Coralie take you? In a few years' time you will be hopelessly in debt and weary of pleasure. You have chosen badly in love, and you are arranging your life ill. The woman whom you delight to wound was at the opera the other night, and this was how she spoke of you. She deplored the way in which you were throwing away your talent and the prime of youth. She was thinking of you, and not of herself, all the while." "Ah, if you were only telling me the truth, madame!" cried Lucien. "What object should I have in telling lies?" returned the Marquise, with a glance of cold disdain which annihilated him. He was so dashed by it that the conversation dropped, for the Marquise was offended and said no more. Lucien was nettled by her silence, but he felt that it was due to his own clumsiness, and promised himself that he would repair his error. He turned to Madame de Montcornet and talked to her of Blondet, extolling that young writer for her benefit. The Countess was gracious to him, and asked him, at a sign from Madame d'Espard, to spend an evening at her house. It was to be a small and quiet gathering to which only friends were invited. Madame de Bargeton would be there in spite of her mourning. Lucien would be pleased, she was sure, to meet Madame de Bargeton. "Madame la Marquise says that all the wrong is on my side," said Lucien. "So surely it rests with her cousin, does it not, to decide whether she will meet me? Put an end to those ridiculous attacks which only couple her name with the name of a man for whom she does not care at all, and you will soon sign a treaty of peace. You thought that she had used you ill, I am told, but I myself have seen her in sadness because you had forsaken her. Is it true that she left the provinces on your account?" Lucien smiled; he did not venture to make any other reply. "Oh, how could you doubt the woman who made such sacrifices for you? Beautiful and intellectual as she is, she deserves besides to be loved for her own sake, and Madame de Bargeton cared less for you than for your talents. Believe me, women value intellect more than good looks," added the Countess, stealing a glance at Émile Blondet. In the Minister's hotel, Lucien could see the differences between the great world and that other world beyond the pale in which he had lately been living. There was no sort of resemblance between the 2 kinds of splendor, no single point in common. The loftiness and disposition of the rooms in one of the handsomest houses in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the ancient gilding, the breadth of decorative style, the subdued richness of the accessories, all this was strange and new to him. But Lucien had learned very quickly to take luxury for granted, and he showed no surprise. His behavior was as far removed from assurance or fatuity on the one hand, as from complacency and servility upon the other. His manner was good; he found favor in the eyes of all who were not prepared to be hostile, like the younger men who resented his sudden intrusion into the great world, and felt jealous of his good looks and his success. When they rose from table, he offered his arm to Madame d'Espard, and was not refused. Rastignac, watching him, saw that the Marquise was gracious to Lucien, and came in the character of a fellow countryman to remind the poet that they had met once before at Madame du Val-Noble's. The young patrician seemed anxious to find an ally in the great man from his own province, asked Lucien to breakfast with him some morning, and offered to introduce him to some young men of fashion. Lucien was nothing loath. "The dear Blondet is coming," said Rastignac. The two were standing near the Marquis de Ronquerolles, the Duc de Rhétoré, de Marsay, and Général Montriveau. The minister came across to join the group. "Well," said he, addressing Lucien with a bluff German heartiness that concealed his dangerous subtlety, "well, so you have made your peace with Madame d'Espard. She is delighted with you, and we all know," he added, looking round the group, "how difficult it is to please her." "Yes, but she adores intellect," said Rastignac, "and my illustrious fellow countryman has wit enough to sell." "He will soon find out that he is not doing well for himself," Blondet put in briskly. "He will come over, he will soon be one of us." Those who stood around Lucien rang the changes on this theme. The older and responsible men laid down the law with one or two profound remarks. The younger ones made merry at the expense of the Liberals. "He simply tossed up head or tails for right or left, I am sure," remarked Blondet, "but now he will choose for himself." Lucien burst out laughing. He thought of his talk with Lousteau that evening in the Luxembourg Gardens. "He has taken on a bear leader," continued Blondet, "one Etienne Lousteau, a newspaper hack who sees a 5-franc piece in a column. Lousteau's politics consist in a belief that Napoleon will return, and this seems to me to be still more simple, in a confidence in the gratitude and patriotism of their worships, the gentlemen of the left. As a Rubempré, Lucien's sympathies should lean towards the aristocracy. As a journalist, he ought to be for authority, or he will never be either Rubempré or a Secretary General." The minister now asked Lucien to take a hand at whist, but to the great astonishment of those present, he declared that he did not know the game. "Come early to me on the day of that breakfast affair," Rastignac whispered, "and I will teach you to play. You are a discredit to the royal city of Angoulême, and, to repeat Monsieur de Talleyrand's saying, you are laying up an unhappy old age for yourself." Des Lupeaulx was announced. He remembered Lucien, whom he had met at Madame du Val-Noble's, and bowed with a semblance of friendliness which the poet could not doubt. Des Lupeaulx was in favor. He was a master of requests, and did the ministry secret services. He was, moreover, cunning and ambitious, slipping himself in everywhere. He was everybody's friend, for he never knew whom he might need. He saw plainly that this was a young journalist whose social success would probably equal his success in literature, saw too that the poet was ambitious, and overwhelmed him with protestations and expressions of friendship and interest, till Lucien felt as if they were old friends already, and took his promises and speeches for more than their worth. Des Lupeaulx made a point of knowing a man thoroughly well if he wanted to get rid of him or feared him as a rival. So, to all appearance, Lucien was well received. He knew that much of his success was owing to the Duc de Rhétoré, the minister, Madame d'Espard, and Madame de Montcornet, and went to spend a few moments with the two ladies before taking leave, and talked his very best for them. "What a coxcomb!" said des Lupeaulx, turning to the Marquise when he had gone. "He will be rotten before he is ripe," de Marsay added, smiling. "You must have private reasons of your own, madame, for turning his head in this way." When Lucien stepped into the carriage in the courtyard, he found Coralie waiting for him. She had come to fetch him. The little attention touched him. He told her the history of his evening, and, to his no small astonishment, the new notions which even now were running in his head met with Coralie's approval. She strongly advised him to enlist under the ministerial banner. "You have nothing to expect from the Liberals but hard knocks," she said. "They plot and conspire, they murdered the Duc de Berry. Will they upset the government? Never! You will never come to anything through them, while you will be Comte de Rubempré if you throw in your lot with the other side. You might render services to the state, and be a peer of France, and marry an heiress. Be an ultra. It is the proper thing, besides," she added, this being the last word with her on all subjects. "I dined with the Val Noble. She told me that Théodore Gaillard is really going to start his little Royalist review, so as to reply to your witticisms and the jokes in the Miroir. To hear them talk, Monsieur Villèle's party will be in office before the year is out. Try to turn the change to account before they come to power, and say nothing to Etienne and your friends, for they are quite equal to playing you some ill turn." A week later, Lucien went to Madame de Montcornet's house and saw the woman whom he had so loved, whom later he had stabbed to the heart with a jest. He felt the most violent agitation at the sight of her, for Louise also had undergone a transformation. She was the Louise that she would always have been but for her detention in the provinces. She was a great lady. There was a grace and refinement in her mourning dress which told that she was a happy widow. Lucien fancied that this coquetry was aimed in some degree at him, and he was right. But, like an ogre, he had tasted flesh, and all that evening he vacillated between Coralie's warm, voluptuous beauty and the dried-up, haughty, cruel Louise. He could not make up his mind to sacrifice the actress to the great lady. And Madame de Bargeton, all the old feeling reviving in her at the sight of Lucien, Lucien's beauty, Lucien's cleverness, was waiting and expecting that sacrifice all evening, and after all her insinuating speeches and her fascinations, she had her trouble for her pains. She left the room with a fixed determination to be revenged. "Well, dear Lucien," she had said, and in her kindness there was both generosity and Parisian grace. "Well, dear Lucien, so you, that were to have been my pride, took me for your first victim, and I forgave you, my dear, for I felt that in such a revenge there was a trace of love still left." With that speech, and the queenly way in which it was uttered, Madame de Bargeton recovered her position. Lucien, convinced that he was 1,000 times in the right, felt that he had been put in the wrong. Not one word of the causes of the rupture, not one syllable of the terrible farewell letter. A woman of the world has a wonderful genius for diminishing her faults by laughing at them. She can obliterate them all with a smile or a question of feigned surprise, and she knows this. She remembers nothing. She can explain everything. She is amazed, asks questions, comments, amplifies, and quarrels with you, till in the end her sins disappear like stains on the application of a little soap and water. Black as ink you knew them to be, and lo, in a moment you behold immaculate white innocence, and lucky are you if you do not find that you yourself have sinned in some way beyond redemption. In a moment, old illusions regained their power over Lucien and Louise. They talked like friends, as before. But when the lady, with a hesitating sigh, put the question, "Are you happy?" Lucien was not ready with a prompt, decided answer. He was intoxicated with gratified vanity. Coralie, who, let us admit it, had made life easy for him, had turned his head. A melancholy "no" would have made his fortune. But he must needs begin to explain his position with regard to Coralie. He said that he was loved for his own sake. He said a good many foolish things that a man will say when he is smitten with a tender passion, and thought the while that he was doing a clever thing. Madame de Bargeton bit her lips. There was no more to be said. Madame d'Espard brought Madame de Montcornet to her cousin, and Lucien became the hero of the evening, so to speak. He was flattered, petted, and made much of by the three women. He was entangled with art which no words can describe. His social success in this fine and brilliant circle was at least as great as his triumphs in journalism. Beautiful Mademoiselle des Touches, so well known as Camille Maupin, asked him to one of her Wednesday dinners. His beauty, now so justly famous, seemed to have made an impression upon her. Lucien exerted himself to show that his wit equaled his good looks, and Mademoiselle des Touches expressed her admiration with a playful outspokenness and a pretty fervor of friendship, which deceives those who do not know life in Paris to its depths, nor suspect how continual enjoyment whets the appetite for novelty. "If she should like me as much as I like her, we might abridge the romance," said Lucien, addressing de Marsay and Rastignac. "You both of you write romances too well to care to live them," returned Rastignac. "Can men and women who write ever fall in love with each other? A time is sure to come when they begin to make little cutting remarks." "It would not be a bad dream for you," laughed de Marsay. "The charming young lady is 30 years old, it is true, but she has an income of 80,000 livres. She is adorably capricious, and her style of beauty wears well. Coralie is a silly little fool, my dear boy, well enough for a start, for a young spark must have a mistress, but unless you make some great conquest in the great world, an actress will do you harm in the long run. Now, my boy, go and cut out Conti. Here he is, just about to sing with Camille Maupin. Poetry has taken precedence of music ever since time began." But when Lucien heard Mademoiselle des Touches' voice blending with Conti's, his hopes fled. "Conti sings too well," he told des Lupeaulx, and he went back to Madame de Bargeton, who carried him off to Madame d'Espard in another room. "Well, will you not interest yourself in him?" asked Madame de Bargeton. The Marquise spoke with an air half kindly, half insolent. "Let Monsieur Chardon first put himself in such a position that he will not compromise those who take an interest in him," she said. "If he wishes to drop his patronymic and to bear his mother's name, he should at any rate be on the right side, should he not?" "In less than 2 months I will arrange everything," said Lucien. "Very well," returned Madame d'Espard. "I will speak to my father and uncle. They are in waiting. They will speak to the Chancellor for you." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 25. The diplomatist and the two women had very soon discovered Lucien's weak side. The poet's head was turned by the glory of the aristocracy. Every man who entered the rooms bore a sounding name mounted in a glittering title, and he himself was plain Chardon. Unspeakable mortification filled him at the sound of it. Wherever he had been during the last few days, that pang had been constantly present with him. He felt, moreover, a sensation quite as unpleasant when he went back to his desk after an evening spent in the great world, in which he had made a tolerable figure, thanks to Coralie's carriage and Coralie's servants. He learned to ride in order to escort Madame d'Espard, Mademoiselle des Touches, and the Comtesse de Montcornet when they drove in the Bois, a privilege which he had envied other young men so greatly when he first came to Paris. Finot was delighted to give his right-hand man an order for the opera, so Lucien wasted many an evening there, and thenceforward he was among the exquisites of the day. The poet asked Rastignac and his new associates to a breakfast, and made the blunder of giving it in Coralie's rooms in the Rue de Vendôme. He was too young, too much of a poet, too self-confident to discern certain shades and distinctions in conduct. And how should an actress, a good-hearted but uneducated girl, teach him life? His guests were anything but charitably disposed towards him. It was clearly proven to their minds that Lucien the critic and the actress were in collusion for their mutual interests, and all of the young men were jealous of an arrangement which all of them stigmatized. The most pitiless of those who laughed that evening at Lucien's expense was Rastignac himself. Rastignac had made and held his position by very similar means, but so careful had he been of appearances that he could afford to treat scandal as slander. Lucien proved an apt pupil at whist. Play became a passion with him, and so far from disapproving, Coralie encouraged his extravagance with the peculiar short-sightedness of an all-absorbing love, which sees nothing beyond the moment, and is ready to sacrifice anything, even the future, to the present enjoyment. Coralie looked on cards as a safeguard against rivals. A great love has much in common with childhood, a child's heedless, careless, spendthrift ways, a child's laughter and tears. In those days there lived and flourished a set of young men, some of them rich, some poor, and all of them idle, called free livers, viveurs, and indeed they lived with incredible insolence, unabashed and unproductive consumers, and yet more intrepid drinkers. These spendthrifts mingled the roughest practical jokes with a life not so much reckless as suicidal. They drew back from no impossibility, and gloried in pranks which, nevertheless, were confined within certain limits, and as they showed the most original wit in their escapades, it was impossible not to pardon them. No sign of the times more plainly discovered the helotism to which the Restoration had condemned the young manhood of the epoch. The younger men, being at a loss to know what to do with themselves, were compelled to find other outlets for their superabundant energy besides journalism or conspiracy or art or letters. They squandered their strength in the wildest excesses. Such sap and luxuriant power was there in young France. The hard workers among these gilded youths wanted power and pleasure. The artists wished for money. The idle sought to stimulate their appetites, or wished for excitement. One and all of them wanted a place, and one and all were shut out from politics and public life. Nearly all the free livers were men of unusual mental powers. Some held out against the enervating life, others were ruined by it. The most celebrated and the cleverest among them was Eugène Rastignac, who entered, with de Marsay's help, upon a political career, in which he has since distinguished himself. The practical jokes in which the set indulged became so famous that not a few vaudevilles have been founded upon them. Blondet introduced Lucien to this society of prodigals, of which he became a brilliant ornament, ranking next to Bixiou, one of the most mischievous and untiring scoffing wits of his time. All through that winter Lucien's life was one long fit of intoxication, with intervals of easy work. He continued his series of sketches of contemporary life, and very occasionally made great efforts to write a few pages of serious criticism, on which he brought his utmost power of thought to bear. But study was the exception, not the rule, and only undertaken at the bidding of necessity. Dinners and breakfasts, parties of pleasure and play, took up most of his time, and Coralie absorbed all that was left. He would not think of the morrow. He saw besides that his so-called friends were leading the same life, earning money easily by writing publishers' prospectuses and articles paid for by speculators. All of them lived beyond their incomes. None of them thought seriously of the future. Lucien had been admitted into the ranks of journalism and of literature on terms of equality. He foresaw immense difficulties in the way if he should try to rise above the rest. Everyone was willing to look upon him as an equal. No one would have him for a superior. Unconsciously, he gave up the idea of winning fame in literature, for it seemed easier to gain success in politics. Intrigue raises less opposition than talent, Du Châtelet had said one day, for Lucien and the Baron had made up their quarrel. A plot below the surface rouses no one's attention. Intrigue, moreover, is superior to talent, for it makes something out of nothing, while for the most part the immense resources of talent only injure a man. So Lucien never lost sight of his principal idea, and though tomorrow, following close upon the heels of today in the midst of an orgy, never found the promised work accomplished, Lucien was assiduous in society. He paid court to Madame de Bargeton, the Marquise d'Espard, and the Comtesse de Montcornet. He never missed a single party given by Mademoiselle des Touches, appearing in society after a dinner given by authors or publishers, and leaving the salons for a supper given in consequence of a bet. The demands of conversation and the excitement of play absorbed all the ideas and energy left by excess. The poet had lost the lucidity of judgment and coolness of head, which must be preserved if a man is to see all that is going on around him, and never to lose the exquisite tact which the parvenu needs at every moment. How should he know how many a time Madame de Bargeton left him with wounded susceptibilities, how often she forgave him or added one more condemnation to the rest? Châtelet saw that his rival had still a chance left, so he became Lucien's friend. He encouraged the poet in dissipation that wasted his energies. Rastignac, jealous of his fellow countrymen, and thinking besides that Châtelet would be a surer and more useful ally than Lucien, had taken up the Baron's cause. So, some few days after the meeting of the Petrarch and Laura of Angoulême, Rastignac brought about the reconciliation between the poet and the elderly beau at a sumptuous supper given at the Rocher de Cancale. Lucien never returned home till morning, and rose in the middle of the day. Coralie was always at his side; he could not forego a single pleasure. Sometimes he saw his real position, and made good resolutions, but they came to nothing in his idle, easy life, and the mainspring of will grew slack, and only responded to the heaviest pressure of necessity. Coralie had been glad that Lucien should amuse himself. She had encouraged him in this reckless expenditure, because she thought that the cravings which she fostered would bind her lover to her. But, tender-hearted and loving as she was, she found courage to advise Lucien not to forget his work, and once or twice was obliged to remind him that he had earned very little during the month. Their debts were growing frightfully fast. The 1,500 francs which remained from the purchase money of the Marguerite had been swallowed up at once, together with Lucien's first 500 livres. In 3 months he had only made 1,000 francs, yet he felt as though he had been working tremendously hard. But by this time Lucien had adopted the free liver's pleasant theory of debts. Debts are becoming to a young man, but after the age of 25 they are inexcusable. It should be observed that there are certain natures in which a really poetic temper is united with a weakened will. And these, while absorbed in feeling that they may transmute personal experience, sensation, or impression into some permanent form, are essentially deficient in the moral sense which should accompany all observation. Poets prefer rather to receive their own impressions than to enter into the souls of others, to study the mechanism of their feelings and thoughts. So Lucien neither asked his associates what became of those who disappeared from among them, nor looked into the futures of his so-called friends. Some of them were heirs to property, others had definite expectations, Yet others either possessed names that were known in the world, or a most robust belief in their destiny and a fixed resolution to circumvent the law. Lucien, too, believed in his future, on the strength of various profound axiomatic sayings of Blondet's. Everything comes out right at last. If a man has nothing, his affairs cannot be embarrassed. We have nothing to lose but the fortune that we seek. Swim with the stream, it will take you somewhere. A clever man with a footing in society can make a fortune whenever he pleases. That winter, filled as it was with so many pleasures and dissipations, was a necessary interval employed in finding capital for the new Royalist paper. Théodore Gaillard and Hector Merlin only brought out the first number of the Réveil in March 1822. The affair had been settled at Madame du Val-Noble's house. Madame du Val-Noble exercised a certain influence over the great personages, royalist writers, and bankers who met in her splendid rooms, fit for a tale out of the Arabian Nights, as the elegant and clever courtesan herself used to say, to transact business which could not be arranged elsewhere. The editorship had been promised to Hector Merlin. Lucien, Merlin's intimate, was pretty certain to be his right-hand man, and a feuilleton in a ministerial paper had been promised to him besides. All through the dissipations of that winter, Lucien had been secretly making ready for this change of front. Child as he was, he fancied that he was a deep politician because he concealed the preparation for the approaching transformation scene, while he was counting upon ministerial largesses to extricate himself from embarrassment and to lighten Coralie's secret cares. Coralie said nothing of her distress. She smiled now, as always, but Berenice was bolder. She kept Lucien informed of their difficulties, and the budding great man, moved, after the fashion of poets, by the tale of disasters, would vow that he would begin to work in earnest, and then forget his resolution and drown his fleeting cares in excess. One day Coralie saw the poetic brow overcast, and scolded Berenice, and told her lover that everything would be settled. Madame d'Espard and Madame de Bargeton were waiting for Lucien's profession of his new creed, so they said, before applying through Châtelet for the patent which should permit Lucien to bear the so much desired name. Lucien had proposed to dedicate the Marguerite to Madame d'Espard, and the Marquise seemed to be not a little flattered by a compliment which authors have been somewhat chary of paying since they became a power in the land. But when Lucien went to Dauriat and asked after his book, that worthy publisher met him with excellent reasons for the delay in its appearance. Dauriat had this and that in hand, which took up all his time. A new volume by Canalis was coming out, and he did not want the two books to clash. Monsieur de Lamartine's second series of meditations was in the press, and two important collections of poetry ought not to appear together. By this time, however, Lucien's needs were so pressing that he had recourse to Finot and received an advance on his work. When, at a supper party that evening, the poet-journalist explained his position to his friends in the fast set, they drowned his scruples in champagne, iced with pleasantries. Debts! There was never yet a man of any power without debts. Debts represented satisfied cravings, clamorous vices. A man only succeeds under the pressure of the iron hand of necessity. Debts, forsooth! Why, the one pledge of which a great man can be sure is given him by his friend the pawnbroker, cried Blondet. If you want everything, you must owe for everything, called Bixiou. No, corrected des Lupeaulx, if you owe for everything, you have had everything. The party contrived to convince the novice that his debts were a golden spur to urge on the horses of the chariot of his fortunes. There is always the stock example of Julius Caesar, with his debt of 40 millions, and Friedrich II on an allowance of 1 ducat a month, and a host of other great men whose failings are held up for the corruption of youth, while not a word is said of their wide-reaching ideas, their courage equal to all odds. Creditors seized Coralie's horses, carriage, and furniture at last, for an amount of 4,000 francs. Lucien went to Lousteau and asked his friend to meet his bill for the 1,000 francs lent to pay gaming debts, but Lousteau showed him certain pieces of stamped paper which proved that Florine was in much the same case. Lousteau was grateful, however, and offered to take the necessary steps for the sale of Lucien's Archer of Charles IX. "How came Florine to be in this plight?" asked Lucien. "The Matifat took alarm," said Lousteau. "We have lost him, but if Florine chooses, she can make him pay dear for his treachery. I will tell you all about it." 3 days after this bootless errand, Lucien and Coralie were breakfasting in melancholy spirits beside the fire in their pretty bedroom. Berenice had cooked a dish of eggs for them over the grate, for the cook had gone, and the coachman and servants had taken leave. They could not sell the furniture, for it had been attached. There was not a single object of any value in the house. A goodly collection of pawn tickets, forming a very instructive octavo volume, represented all the gold, silver, and jewelry. Berenice had kept back a couple of spoons and forks. That was all. Lousteau's newspaper was of service now to Coralie and Lucien, little as they suspected it, for the tailor, dressmaker, and milliner were afraid to meddle with a journalist who was quite capable of writing down their establishments. Etienne Lousteau broke in upon their breakfast with a shout of "Hurrah! Long live the Archer of Charles IX! And I have converted 100 francs worth of books into cash, children. We will go halves." He handed 50 francs to Coralie and sent Berenice out in quest of a more substantial breakfast. "Hector Merlin and I went to a bookseller's trade dinner yesterday and prepared the way for your romance with cunning insinuations. Dauriat is in treaty, but Dauriat is haggling over it. He won't give more than 4,000 francs for 2,000 copies, and you want 6,000 francs. We made you out twice as great as Sir Walter Scott. Oh, you have such novels as never were in the inwards of you. It is not a mere book for sale, it is a big business. You are not simply the writer of one more or less ingenious novel, you are going to write a whole series. The word series did it. So, mind you, don't forget that you have a great historical series on hand. La Grande Mademoiselle, or The France of Louis XIV, Cotillon I, or The Early Days of Louis XV, The Queen and the Cardinal, or Paris and the Fronde, The Son of the Concini, or Richelieu's Intrigue. These novels will be announced on the wrapper of the book. We call this maneuver giving a success a toss in the coverlet, for the titles are all to appear on the cover till you will be better known for the books that you have not written than for the work you have done. And in the press is a way of gaining credit in advance for work that you will do. Come now, let us have a little fun. Here comes the champagne. You can understand, Lucien, that our men opened eyes as big as saucers. By the by, I see that you have saucers still left." "They are attached," explained Coralie. "I understand, and I resume. Show a publisher one manuscript volume, and he will believe in all the rest. A publisher asks to see your manuscript, and gives you to understand that he is going to read it. Why disturb his harmless vanity? They never read a manuscript. They would not publish so many if they did. Well, Hector and I allowed it to leak out that you might consider an offer of 5,000 francs for 3,000 copies in 2 editions. Let me have your Archer. The day after tomorrow we are to breakfast with the publishers, and we will get the upper hand of them." "Who are they?" asked Lucien. "Two partners named Fendant and Cavalier. They are two good fellows, pretty straightforward in business. One of them used to be with Vidal and Porchon, the other is the cleverest hand on the Quai des Augustins. They only started in business last year, and have lost a little on translations of English novels. So now my gentlemen have a mind to exploit the native product. There is a rumor current that those dealers in spoiled white paper are trading on other people's capital, but I don't think it matters very much to you who finds the money, so long as you are paid." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 26. 2 days later, the pair went to a breakfast in the Rue Serpente, in Lucien's old quarter of Paris. Lousteau still kept his room in the Rue de la Harpe, and it was in the same state as before, but this time Lucien felt no surprise. He had been initiated into the life of journalism. He knew all its ups and downs. Since that evening of his introduction to the Wooden Galleries, he had been paid for many an article, and gambled away the money along with the desire to write. He had filled columns, not once but many times, in the ingenious ways described by Lousteau on that memorable evening as they went to the Palais Royal. He was dependent upon Barbet and Braulard. He trafficked in books and theatre tickets. He shrank no longer from any attack, from writing any panegyric, and at this moment he was in some sort rejoicing to make all he could out of Lousteau before turning his back on the Liberals. His intimate knowledge of the party would stand him in good stead in future. And Lousteau, on his side, was privately receiving 500 francs of purchase money under the name of commission from Fendant and Cavalier for introducing the future Sir Walter Scott to two enterprising tradesmen in search of a French author of Waverley. The firm of Fendant and Cavalier had started in business without any capital whatsoever. A great many publishing houses were established at that time in the same way, and are likely to be established so long as papermakers and printers will give credit for the time required to play some 7 or 8 of the games of chance called new publications. At that time, as at present, the author's copyright was paid for in bills at 6, 9, and 12 months, a method of payment determined by the custom of the trade, for booksellers settle accounts between themselves by bills at even longer dates. Papermakers and printers are paid in the same way, so that in practice the publisher-bookseller has a dozen or a score of works on sale for a 12-month before he pays for them. Even if only 2 or 3 of these hit the public taste, the profitable speculations pay for the bad, and the publisher pays his way by grafting, as it were, one book upon another. But if all of them turn out badly, or if, for his misfortune, the publisher-bookseller happens to bring out some really good literature which stays on hand until the right public discovers and appreciates it, or if it costs too much to discount the paper that he receives, then resignedly he files his schedule and becomes a bankrupt with an untroubled mind. He was prepared all along for something of the kind. So, all the chances being in favor of the publishers, they staked other people's money, not their own, upon the gaming table of business speculation. This was the case with Fendant and Cavalier. Cavalier brought his experience, Fendant his industry. The capital was a joint stock affair, and very accurately described by that word, for it consisted in a few thousand francs scraped together with difficulty by the mistresses of the pair. Out of this fund they allowed each other a fairly handsome salary, and scrupulously spent it all in dinners to journalists and authors, or at the theatre where their business was transacted, as they said. This questionably honest couple were both supposed to be clever men of business, but Fendant was more slippery than Cavalier. Cavalier, true to his name, travelled about. Fendant looked after business in Paris. A partnership between two publishers is always more or less of a duel, and so it was with Fendant and Cavalier. They had brought out plenty of romances already, such as The Tour du Nord, Le Marchand de Bénard, La Fontaine du Sépulcre, and Tekeli, translations of the works of Galt, an English novelist who never attained much popularity in France. The success of translations of Scott had called the attention of the trade to English novels. The race of publishers, all agog for a second Norman conquest, were seeking industriously for a second Scott, just as at a rather later day every one must needs look for asphalt in stony soil, or bitumen in marshes, and speculate in projected railways. The stupidity of the Paris commercial world is conspicuous in these attempts to do the same thing twice. For success lies in contraries, and in Paris, of all places in the world, success spoils success. So, beneath the title of Strelitz or Russia 100 Years Ago, Fendant and Cavalier rashly added in big letters the words, "in the style of Scott." Fendant and Cavalier were in great need of a success. A single good book might float their sunken bales, they thought, and there was the alluring prospect besides of articles in the newspapers, the great way of promoting sales in those days. A book is very seldom bought and sold for its just value, and purchases are determined by considerations quite other than the merits of the work. So Fendant and Cavalier thought of Lucien as a journalist, and of his book as a saleable article, which would help them to tide over their monthly settlement. The partners occupied the ground floor of one of the great old-fashioned houses in the Rue Serpente. Their private office had been contrived at the further end of a suite of large drawing-rooms, now converted into warehouses for books. Lucien and Etienne found the publishers in their office, the agreement drawn up, and the bills ready. Lucien wondered at such prompt action. Fendant was short and thin, and by no means reassuring of aspect. With his low, narrow forehead, sunken nose, and hard mouth, he looked like a Kalmuck Tartar. A pair of small, wide-awake black eyes, the crabbed, irregular outline of his countenance, a voice like a cracked bell. The man's whole appearance, in fact, combined to give the impression that this was a consummate rascal. A honeyed tongue compensated for these disadvantages, and he gained his ends by talk. Cavalier, a stout, thick-set young fellow, looked more like the driver of a mail coach than a publisher. He had hair of a sandy color, a fiery red countenance, and the heavy build and untiring tongue of a commercial traveler. "There is no need to discuss this affair," said Fendant, addressing Lucien and Lousteau. "I have read the work, it is very literary, and so exactly the kind of thing we want that I have sent it off as it is to the printer. The agreement is drawn on the lines laid down, and besides, we always make the same stipulations in all cases. The bills fall due in 6, 9, and 12 months, respectively. You will meet with no difficulty in discounting them, and we will refund you the discount. We have reserved the right of giving a new title to the book. We don't care for The Archer of Charles IX. It doesn't tickle the reader's curiosity sufficiently. There were several kings of that name, you see, and there were so many archers in the Middle Ages. If you had only called it The Soldier of Napoleon now, but The Archer of Charles IX, why, Cavalier would have to give a course of history lessons before he could place a copy anywhere in the provinces." "If you but knew the class of people that we have to do with!" exclaimed Cavalier. "Saint Bartholomew would suit better," continued Fendant. "Catherine de' Medici or France under Charles IX would sound more like one of Scott's novels," added Cavalier. "We will settle it when the work is printed," said Fendant. "Do as you please, so long as I approve your title," said Lucien. The agreement was read over, signed in duplicate, and each of the contracting parties took their copy. Lucien put the bills in his pocket with unequaled satisfaction, and the four repaired to Fendant's abode, where they breakfasted on beefsteaks and oysters, kidneys in champagne, and Brie cheese. But if the fare was something of the homeliest, the wines were exquisite. Cavalier had an acquaintance, a traveler in the wine trade. Just as they sat down to table, the printer appeared, to Lucien's surprise, with the first two proof sheets. "We want to get on with it," Fendant said. "We are counting on your book. We want a success confoundedly badly." The breakfast, begun at noon, lasted till 5 o'clock. "Where shall we get cash for these things?" asked Lucien as they came away, somewhat heated and flushed with the wine. "We might try Barbet," suggested Etienne, and they turned down to the Quai des Augustins. "Coralie is astonished to the highest degree over Florine's loss. Florine only told her about it yesterday. She seemed to lay the blame of it on you, and was so vexed that she was ready to throw you over." "That's true," said Lousteau. Wine had got the better of prudence, and he unbosomed himself to Lucien, ending up with, "My friend, for you are my friend, Lucien, you lent me 1,000 francs, and you have only once asked me for the money. Shun play. If I had never touched a card, I should be a happy man. I owe money all round. At this moment I have the bailiffs at my heels. Indeed, when I go to the Palais Royal, I have dangerous capes to double." In the language of the fast set, doubling a cape meant dodging a creditor, or keeping out of his way. Lucien had not heard the expression before, but he was familiar with the practice by this time. "Are your debts so heavy?" "A mere trifle," said Lousteau. 1,000 crowns would pull me through. I have resolved to turn steady and give up play, and I have done a little chantage to pay my debts." "What is chantage?" asked Lucien. "It is an English invention recently imported. A chanteur is a man who can manage to put a paragraph in the papers. Never an editor nor a responsible man, for they're not supposed to know anything about it, and there is always a Giroudeau or a Philippe Bridau to be found. A bravo of this stamp finds up somebody who has his own reasons for not wanting to be talked about. Plenty of people have a few peccadillos, or some more or less original sin upon their consciences. There are plenty of fortunes made in ways that would not bear looking into. Sometimes a man has kept the letter of the law, and sometimes he has not. And in either case, there is a tidbit of tattle for the inquirer, as, for instance, that tale of Fouché's police surrounding the spies of the prefect of police, who, not being in the secret of the fabrication of forged English banknotes, were just about to pounce on the clandestine printers employed by the minister. Or there is the story of Prince Galation's diamonds, the Maubreuil affair, or the Pemberton will case. The chanteur gets possession of some compromising letter, asks for an interview, and if the man that made the money does not buy silence, the chanteur draws a picture of the press, ready to take the matter up and unravel his private affairs. The rich man is frightened, he comes down with the money, and the trick succeeds. You are committed to some risky venture, which might easily be written down in a series of articles. A chanteur waits upon you and offers to withdraw the articles for a consideration. Chanteurs are sent to men in office who will bargain that their acts and not their private characters are to be attacked. Or they are heedless of their characters and anxious only to shield the woman they love. One of your acquaintance, that charming master of requests, des Lupeaulx, is a kind of agent for affairs of this sort. The rascal has made a position for himself in the most marvelous way in the very centre of power. He is the middleman of the press and the ambassador of the ministers. He works upon a man's self-love. He bribes newspapers to pass over a loan in silence, or to make no comment on a contract which was never put up for public tender, and the jackals of liberal bankers get a share out of it. That was a bit of chantage that you did with Dauriat. He gave you 1,000 crowns to let Nathan alone. In the 18th century, when journalism was still in its infancy, this kind of blackmail was levied by pamphleteers in the pay of favorites and great lords. The original inventor was Pietro Aretino, a great Italian. Kings went in fear of him, as stage players go in fear of a newspaper today. What did you do to the Matifat to make the 1,000 crowns? I attacked Florine in half a dozen papers. Florine complained to Matifat. Matifat went to Braulard to find out what the attacks meant. I did my chantage for Finot's benefit, and Finot put Braulard on the wrong scent. Braulard told the man of drugs that you were demolishing Florine in Coralie's interest. Then Giroudeau went round to Matifat and told him, in confidence, that the whole business could be accommodated if he, Matifat, would consent to sell his 6th share in Finot's review for 10,000 francs. Finot was to give me 1,000 crowns if the dodge succeeded. Well, Matifat was only too glad to get back 10,000 francs out of the 30,000 invested in a risky speculation, as he thought, for Florine had been telling him for several days past that Finot's review was doing badly, and instead of paying a dividend, something was said of calling up more capital. So Matifat was just about to close with the offer when the manager of the Panorama Dramatique comes to him with some accommodation bills that he wanted to negotiate before filing his schedule. To induce Matifat to take them of him, he let out a word of Finot's trick. Matifat, being a shrewd man of business, took the hint, held tight to his 6th, and is laughing in his sleeve at us. Finot and I are howling with despair. We have been so misguided as to attack a man who has no affection for his mistress, a heartless, soulless wretch. Unluckily, too, for us, Matifat's business is not amenable to the jurisdiction of the press, and he cannot be made to smart for it through his interests. A druggist is not like a hatter or a milliner or a theatre or a work of art. He is above criticism. You can't run down his opium and dye woods, nor cocoa beans, paint, and pepper. Florine is at her wit's end. The Panorama closes tomorrow, and what will become of her she does not know. Coralie's engagement at the Gymnase begins in a few days, said Lucien. She might do something for Florine. Not she, said Lousteau. Coralie is not clever, but she is not quite simple enough to help herself to a rival. We are in a mess with a vengeance, and Finot is in such a hurry to buy back his 6th. Why? It is a capital bit of business, my dear fellow. There is a chance of selling the paper for 300,000 francs. Finot would have 1/3, and his partners besides are going to pay him a commission, which he will share with des Lupeaulx. So I propose to do another turn of chantage. Chantage seems to mean your money or your life. It is better than that, said Lousteau. It is your money or your character. A short time ago, the proprietor of a minor newspaper was refused credit. The day before yesterday, it was announced in his columns that a gold repeater set with diamonds belonging to a certain notability had found its way in a curious fashion into the hands of a private soldier in the Guards. The story promised to the readers might have come from the Arabian Nights. The notability lost no time in asking that editor to dine with him. The editor was distinctly a gainer by the transaction, and contemporary history has lost an anecdote. Whenever the press makes vehement onslaughts upon someone in power, you may be sure that there is some refusal to do a service behind it. Blackmailing with regard to private life is the terror of the richest Englishmen, and a great source of wealth to the press in England, which is infinitely more corrupt than ours. We are children in comparison. In England, they will pay 5 or 6,000 francs for a compromising letter to sell again." "Then how can you lay hold of Matifat?" asked Lucien. "My dear boy, that low tradesman wrote the queerest letters to Florine. The spelling, style, and matter of them is ludicrous to the last degree. We can strike him in the very midst of his Lares and Penates, where he feels himself safest, without so much as mentioning his name, and he cannot complain, for he lives in fear and terror of his wife. Imagine his wrath when he sees the first number of a little serial entitled The Amours of a Druggist, and is given fair warning that his love letters have fallen into the hands of certain journalists. He talks about the little god Cupid. He tells Florine that she enables him to cross the desert of life, which looks as though he took her for a camel, and spells never with 2 V's. There is enough in that immensely funny correspondence to bring an influx of subscribers for a fortnight. He will shake in his shoes lest an anonymous letter should supply his wife with the key to the riddle. The question is whether Florine will consent to appear to persecute Matifat. She has some principles, which is to say, some hopes, still left. Perhaps she means to keep the letters and make something for herself out of them. She is cunning, as befits my pupil. But as soon as she finds out that a bailiff is no laughing matter, or Finot gives her a suitable present or hopes of an engagement, she will give me the letters, and I will sell them to Finot. Finot will put the correspondence in his uncle's hands, and Giroudeau will bring Matifat to terms." These confidences sobered Lucien. His first thought was that he had some extremely dangerous friends. His second, that it would be impolitic to break with them. For if Madame d'Espard, Madame de Bargeton, and Châtelet should fail to keep their word with him, he might need their terrible power yet. By this time Etienne and Lucien had reached Barbet's miserable bookshop on the quay. Etienne addressed Barbet. "We have 5,000 francs worth of bills at 6, 9, and 12 months, given by Fendant and Cavalier. Are you willing to discount them for us?" "I will give you 3,000 francs for them," said Barbet with imperturbable coolness. 3,000 francs?" echoed Lucien. "Nobody else will give you as much," rejoined the bookseller. "The firm will go bankrupt before 3 months are out. But I happen to know that they have some good books that are hanging on hand. They cannot afford to wait, so I shall buy their stock for cash and pay them with their own bills, and get the books at a reduction of 2,000 francs. That's how it is." "Do you mind losing a couple of thousand francs, Lucien?" asked Lousteau. "Yes," Lucien answered vehemently. He was dismayed by this first rebuff. "You are making a mistake," said Etienne. "You won't find anyone that will take their paper," said Barbet. "Your book is their last stake, sir. The printer will not trust them. They are obliged to leave the copies in pawn with him. If they make a hit now, it will only stave off bankruptcy for another 6 months. Sooner or later they will have to go. They are cleverer at tippling than at bookselling. In my own case, their bills mean business, and that being so, I can afford to give more than a professional discounter who simply looks at the signatures. It is a bill discounter's business to know whether the 3 names on a bill are each good for 30% in case of bankruptcy. And here, at the outset, you only offer 2 signatures, and neither of them worth 10%. The 2 journalists exchanged glances in surprise. Here was a little scrub of a bookseller putting the essence of the art and mystery of bill discounting in these few words. "That will do, Barbet," said Lousteau. "Can you tell us of a bill broker that will look at us?" "There is Daddy Chaboisseau on the Quai Saint Michel, you know. He tided Fendant over his last monthly settlement. If you won't listen to my offer, you might go and see what he says to you, but you would only come back to me, and then I shall offer you 2,000 francs instead of 3." Etienne and Lucien betook themselves to the Quai Saint-Michel and found Chaboisseau in a little house with a passage entry. Chaboisseau, a bill discounter whose dealings were principally with the book trade, lived in a second-floor lodging furnished in the most eccentric manner. A brevet rank banker and millionaire to boot, he had a taste for the classical style. The cornice was in the classical style, the bedstead in the purest classical taste, dated from the time of the Empire, when such things were in fashion. The purple hangings fell over the wall like the classic draperies in the background of one of David's pictures. Chairs and tables, lamps and sconces, and every least detail had evidently been sought with patient care in furniture warehouses. There was the elegance of antiquity about the classic revival, as well as its fragile and somewhat arid grace. The man himself, like his manner of life, was in grotesque contrast with the airy mythological look of his rooms, and it may be remarked that the most eccentric characters are found among men who give their whole energies to money-making. Men of this stamp are, in a certain sense, intellectual libertines. Everything is within their reach. Consequently, their fancy is jaded, and they will make immense efforts to shake off their indifference. The student of human nature can always discover some hobby, some accessible weakness and sensitive spot in their heart. Chaboisseau might have entrenched himself in antiquity as in an impregnable camp. "The man will be an antique to match, no doubt," said Etienne, smiling. Chaboisseau, a little old person with powdered hair, wore a greenish coat and snuff-brown waistcoat. He was tricked out besides in black small clothes, ribbed stockings, and shoes that creaked as he came forward to take the bills. After a short scrutiny, he returned them to Lucien with a serious countenance. "Messieurs Fendant and Cavalier are delightful young fellows. They have plenty of intelligence, but I have no money," he said blandly. "My friend here would be willing to meet you in the matter of discount," Etienne began. "I would not take the bills on any consideration," returned the little broker. The words slid down upon Lousteau's suggestion like the blade of the guillotine on a man's neck. The two friends withdrew, but as Chaboisseau went prudently out with them across the antechamber, Lucien noticed a pile of second-hand books. Chaboisseau had been in the trade, and this was a recent purchase. Shining conspicuous among them, he noticed a copy of a work by the architect Ducerceau, which gives exceedingly accurate plans of various royal palaces and chateaux in France. "Could you let me have that book?" he asked. "Yes," said Chaboisseau, transformed into a bookseller. "How much?" 50 francs. "It is dear, but I want it, and I can only pay you with one of the bills, which you refuse to take." "You have a bill there for 500 francs at 6 months. I will take that one of you," said Chaboisseau. Apparently, at the last statement of accounts, there had been a balance of 500 francs in favor of Fendant and Cavalier. They went back to the classical department. Chaboisseau made out a little memorandum, interest so much and commission so much, total deduction 30 francs, then he subtracted 50 francs for Ducerceau's book. Finally, from a cash box full of coin, he took 420 francs. "Look here, though, Monsieur Chaboisseau, the bills are either all of them good or all bad alike. Why don't you take the rest?" "This is not discounting. I am paying myself for a sale," said the old man. Etienne and Lucien were still laughing at Chaboisseau without understanding him when they reached Dauriat's shop, and Etienne asked Gabusson to give them the name of a bill broker. Gabusson, thus appealed to, gave them a letter of introduction to a broker in the Boulevard Poissonniere, telling them at the same time that this was the oddest and queerest party, to use his own expression, that he, Gabusson, had come across. The friends took a cab by the hour and went to the address. "If Samanon won't take your bills," Cabusson had said, "nobody else will look at them." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 27. A second-hand bookseller on the ground floor, a second-hand clothes dealer on the first story, and a seller of indecent prints on the second, Samanon carried on a fourth business. He was a money-lender into the bargain. No character in Hoffmann's romances, no sinister brooding miser of Scott's, can compare with this freak of human and Parisian nature, always admitting that Samanon was human. In spite of himself, Lucien shuddered at the sight of the dried-up little old creature, whose bones seemed to be cutting a leather skin, spotted with all sorts of little green and yellow patches, like a portrait by Titian or Veronese when you look at it closely. One of Samanon's eyes was fixed and glassy, the other lively and bright. He seemed to keep that dead eye for the bill discounting part of his profession, and the other for the trade in the pornographic curiosities upstairs. A few stray white hairs escaping from under a small, sleek, rusty black wig stood erect above a sallow forehead, with a suggestion of menace about it. A hollow trench in either cheek defined the outline of the jaws, while a set of projecting teeth, still white, seemed to stretch the skin of the lips with the effect of an equine yawn. The contrast between the ill-assorted eyes and grinning mouth gave Samanon a passably ferocious air, and the very bristles on the man's chin looked stiff and sharp as pins. Nor was there the slightest sign about him of any desire to redeem a sinister appearance by attention to the toilet. His threadbare jacket was all but dropping to pieces. A cravat which had once been black was frayed by contact with a stubble chin, and left on exhibition a throat as wrinkled as a turkey gobbler's. This was the individual whom Etienne and Lucien discovered in his filthy counting-house, busily affixing tickets to the backs of a parcel of books from a recent sale. In a glance, the friends exchanged the innumerable questions raised by the existence of such a creature. Then they presented Gabusson's introduction and Fendant and Cavalier's bills. Samanon was still reading the note when a third comer entered, the wearer of a short jacket, which seemed in the dimly lighted shop to be cut out of a piece of zinc roofing, so solid was it by reason of alloy with all kinds of foreign matter. Oddly attired as he was, the man was an artist of no small intellectual power, and 10 years later he was destined to assist in the inauguration of the great but ill-founded Saint Simonian system. "I want my coat, my black trousers, and satin waistcoat," said this person, pressing a numbered ticket on Samanon's attention. Samanon touched the brass button of a bell pull, and a woman came down from some upper region, a Normande apparently, to judge by her rich, fresh complexion. "Let the gentleman have his clothes," said Samanon, holding out a hand to the newcomer. "It's a pleasure to do business with you, sir, but that youngster whom one of your friends introduced to me took me in most abominably." "Took him in," chuckled the newcomer, pointing out Samanon to the two journalists with an extremely comical gesture. The great man dropped 30 sous into the money-lender's yellow, wrinkled hand. Like the Neapolitan Lazzaroni, he was taking his best clothes out of pawn for a state occasion. The coins dropped jingling into the till. "What queer business are you up to?" asked Lousteau of the artist, an opium-eater who dwelt among visions of enchanted palaces till he either could not or would not create. "He lends you a good deal more than an ordinary pawnbroker on anything you pledge, and besides, he is so awfully charitable, he allows you to take your clothes out when you must have something to wear. I am going to dine with the Kellers and my mistress to-night," he continued, "and to me it is easier to find 30 sous than 200 francs. So I keep my wardrobe here. It has brought the charitable usurer 100 francs in the last 6 months. Samanon has devoured my library already, volume by volume, livre à livre." "And sou by sou," Lousteau said with a laugh. "I will let you have 1,500 francs," said Samanon, looking up. Lucien started as if the bill broker had thrust a red-hot skewer through his heart. Samanon was subjecting the bills and their dates to a close scrutiny. "And even then," he added, "I must see Fendant first. He ought to deposit some books with me. You aren't worth much," turning to Lucien. "You are living with Coralie, and your furniture has been attached." Lousteau, watching Lucien, saw him take up his bills and dash out into the street. "He is the devil himself!" exclaimed the poet. For several seconds he stood outside gazing at the shop front. The whole place was so pitiful that a passer-by could not see it without smiling at the sight, and wondering what kind of business a man could do among those mean, dirty shelves of ticketed books. A very few moments later, the great man in incognito came out, very well dressed, smiled at his friends, and turned to go with them in the direction of the Passage des Panoramas, where he meant to complete his toilet by the polishing of his boots. "If you see Samanon in a bookseller's shop, or calling on a paper merchant or a printer, you may know that it is all over with that man," said the artist. "Samanon is the undertaker come to take the measurements for a coffin." "You won't discount your bills now, Lucien," said Etienne. "If Samanon will not take them, nobody else will. He is the ultima ratio," said the stranger. "He is one of Gigonnet's lambs, a spy for Palma, Werbrust, Gobseck, and the rest of those crocodiles who swim in the Paris money market. Every man with a fortune to make or unmake is sure to come across one of them sooner or later." "If you cannot discount your bills at 50%," remarked Lousteau, "you must exchange them for hard cash." "How?" "Give them to Coralie. Camusot will cash them for her. You are disgusted," added Lousteau, as Lucien cut him short with a start. "What nonsense! How can you allow such a silly scruple to turn the scale when your future is in the balance?" "I shall take this money to Coralie in any case," began Lucien. "Here is more folly!" cried Lousteau. "You will not keep your creditors quiet with 400 francs when you must have 4,000. Let us keep a little and get drunk on it if we lose the rest at Rouge et Noir." "That is sound advice," said the great man. Those words, spoken not 4 paces from Frascati's, were magnetic in their effect. The friends dismissed their cab and went up to the gaming table. At the outset they won 3,000 francs, then they lost and fell to 500. Again they won 3,700 francs, and again they lost all but a 5-franc piece. After another turn of luck, they staked 2,000 francs on an even number to double the stake at a stroke. An even number had not turned up for 5 times in succession, and this was the 6th time. They punted the whole sum, and an odd number turned up once more. After 2 hours of all-absorbing, frenzied excitement, the two dashed down the staircase with the 100 francs kept back for the dinner. Upon the steps, between 2 pillars which support the little sheet-iron veranda to which so many eyes have been upturned in longing or despair, Lousteau stopped and looked into Lucien's flushed, excited face. "Let us just try 50 francs," he said. And up the stairs again they went. An hour later they owned 1,000 crowns. Black had turned up for the 5th consecutive time. They trusted that their previous luck would not repeat itself, and put the whole sum on the red. Black turned up for the 6th time. They had lost. It was now 6 o'clock. "Let us just try 25 francs," said Lucien. The new venture was soon made, and lost. The 25 francs went in 5 stakes. Then Lucien, in a frenzy, flung down his last 25 francs on the number of his age, and won. No words can describe how his hands trembled as he raked in the coins which the bank paid him one by one. He handed 10 louis to Lousteau. "Fly," he cried, "take it to Very's." Lousteau took the hint and went to order dinner. Lucien, left alone, laid his 30 louis on the red and won. Emboldened by the inner voice which a gambler always hears, he staked the whole again on the red, and again he won. He felt as if there were a furnace within him. Without heeding the voice, he laid 120 louis on the black and lost. Then, to the torturing excitement of suspense, succeeded the delicious feeling of relief, known to the gambler who has nothing left to lose, and must perforce leave the palace of fire in which his dreams melt and vanish. He found Lousteau at Very's, and flung himself upon the cookery, to make use of La Fontaine's expression, and drowned his cares in wine. By 9 o'clock his ideas were so confused that he could not imagine why the portress in the Rue de Vendôme persisted in sending him to the Rue de la Lune. "Mademoiselle Coralie has gone," said the woman. "She has taken lodgings elsewhere. She left her address with me on this scrap of paper." Lucien was too far gone to be surprised at anything. He went back to the cab which had brought him, and was driven to the Rue de la Lune, making puns to himself on the name of the street as he went. The news of the failure of the Panorama Dramatique had come like a thunderclap. Coralie, taking alarm, made haste to sell her furniture with the consent of her creditors to little old Cardot, who installed Florentine in the rooms at once. The tradition of the house remained unbroken. Coralie paid her creditors and satisfied the landlord, proceeding with her washing day, as she called it, while Berenice bought the absolutely indispensable necessaries to furnish a 4th-floor lodging in the Rue de la Lune, a few doors from the Gymnase. Here Coralie was waiting for Lucien's return. She had brought her love unsullied out of the shipwreck, and 1,200 francs. Lucien, more than half intoxicated, poured out his woes to Coralie and Berenice. "You did quite right, my angel," said Coralie, with her arms about his neck. "Berenice can easily negotiate your bills with Braulard." The next morning Lucien awoke to an enchanted world of happiness made about him by Coralie. She was more loving and tender in those days than she had ever been. Perhaps she thought that the wealth of love in her heart should make him amends for the poverty of their lodging. She looked bewitchingly charming, with the loose hair straying from under the crushed white silk handkerchief about her head. There was soft laughter in her eyes. Her words were as bright as the first rays of sunrise that shone in through the windows, pouring a flood of gold upon such charming poverty. Not that the room was squalid. The walls were covered with a sea-green paper, bordered with red. There was one mirror over the chimney-piece, and a second above the chest of drawers. The bare boards were covered with a cheap carpet, which Berenice had bought in spite of Coralie's orders, and paid for out of her own little store. A wardrobe, with a glass door and a chest, held the lovers' clothing. The mahogany chairs were covered with blue cotton stuff, and Berenice had managed to save a clock and a couple of china vases from the catastrophe, as well as 4 spoons and forks and half a dozen little spoons. The bedroom was entered from the dining room, which might have belonged to a clerk with an income of 1,200 francs. The kitchen was next the landing, and Berenice slept above in an attic. The rent was not more than 100 crowns. The dismal house boasted a sham carriage entrance, the porter's box being contrived behind one of the useless leaves of the gate, and lighted by a peephole through which that personage watched the comings and goings of 17 families, for this hive was a good-paying property, in auctioneer's phrase. Lucien, looking round the room, discovered a desk, an easy chair, paper, pens, and ink. The sight of Berenice in high spirits, she was building hopes on Coralie's debut at the Gymnase, and of Coralie herself conning her part with a knot of blue ribbon tied about it, drove all cares and anxieties from the sobered poet's mind. "So long as nobody in society hears of this sudden come-down, we shall pull through," he said. "After all, we have 4,500 francs before us. I will turn my new position in royalist journalism to account. Tomorrow we shall start the Réveil. I am an old hand now, and I will make something out." And Coralie, seeing nothing but love in the words, kissed the lips that uttered them. By this time Berenice had set the table near the fire and served a modest breakfast of scrambled eggs, a couple of cutlets, coffee, and cream. Just then there came a knock at the door, and Lucien, to his astonishment, beheld three of his loyal friends of old days, d'Arthez, Léon Giraud, and Michel Chrestien. He was deeply touched, and asked them to share the breakfast. "No, we have come on more serious business than condolence," said d'Arthez. "We know the whole story. We have just come from the Rue de Vendôme. You know my opinions, Lucien. Under any other circumstances, I should be glad to hear that you had adopted my political convictions. But situated as you are with regard to the Liberal press, it is impossible for you to go over to the Ultras. Your life will be sullied, your character blighted forever. We have come to entreat you, in the name of our friendship, weakened though it may be, not to soil yourself in this way. You have been prominent in attacking the Romantics, the Right, and the Government. You cannot now declare for the Government, the Right, and the Romantics." "My reasons for the change are based on lofty grounds. The end will justify the means," said Lucien. "Perhaps you do not fully comprehend our position on the side of the Government," said Léon Giraud. "The Government, the Court, the Bourbons, the Absolutist Party, or to sum up in the general expression, the whole system opposed to the constitutional system, may be divided upon the question of the best means of extinguishing the revolution, but it is unanimous as to the advisability of extinguishing the newspapers. The Réveil, the Foudre, and the Drapeau Blanc have all been founded for the express purpose of replying to the slander, gibes, and railing of the Liberal press. I cannot approve them, for it is precisely this failure to recognize the grandeur of our priesthood that has led us to bring out a serious and self-respecting paper, which perhaps," he added parenthetically, "may exercise a worthy influence before very long, and win respect, and carry weight. But this royalist artillery is destined for a first attempt at reprisals. The Liberals are to be paid back in their own coin, shaft for shaft, wound for wound. What can come of it, Lucien? The majority of newspaper readers incline for the left, and in the press, as in warfare, the victory is with the big battalions. You will be blackguards, liars, enemies of the people. The other side will be defenders of their country, martyrs, men to be held in honor, though they may be even more hypocritical and slippery than their opponents. In these ways, the pernicious influence of the press will be increased, while the most odious form of journalism will receive sanction. Insult and personalities will become a recognized privilege of the press. Newspapers have taken this tone in the subscribers' interests, and when both sides have recourse to the same weapons, the standard is set and the general tone of journalism taken for granted. When the evil is developed to its fullest extent, restrictive laws will be followed by prohibitions. There will be a return of the censorship of the press imposed after the assassination of the Duc de Berry, and repealed since the opening of the Chambers. And do you know what the nation will conclude from the debate? The people will believe the insinuations of the Liberal press. They will think that the Bourbons mean to attack the rights of property acquired by the Revolution, and some fine day they will rise and shake off the Bourbons. You are not only soiling your life, Lucien, you are going over to the losing side. You are too young, too lately a journalist, too little initiated into the secret springs of motive and the tricks of the craft. You have aroused too much jealousy not to fall a victim to the general hue and cry that will be raised against you in the Liberal newspapers. You will be drawn into the fray by party spirit now still at fever heat, though the fever, which spent itself in violence in 1815 and 1816, now appears in debates in the Chamber and polemics in the papers. "I am not quite a featherhead, my friends," said Lucien, "though you may choose to see a poet in me. Whatever may happen, I shall gain one solid advantage which no Liberal victory can give me. By the time your victory is won, I shall have gained my end." "We will cut off your hair," said Michel Chrestien, with a laugh. "I shall have my children by that time," said Lucien, "and if you cut off my head, it will not matter." The three could make nothing of Lucien. Intercourse with the great world had developed in him the pride of caste, the vanities of the aristocrat. The poet thought, and not without reason, that there was a fortune in his good looks and intellect, accompanied by the name and title of Rubempré. Madame d'Espard and Madame de Bargeton held him fast by this clue, as a child holds a cockchafer by a string. Lucien's flight was circumscribed. The words, "He is one of us, he is sound," accidentally overheard but 3 days ago in Mademoiselle des Touches' salon, had turned his head. The Duc de Lenoncourt, the Duc de Navarreins, the Duc de Grandlieu, Rastignac, Blondet, the lovely Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, the Comte d'Esgrignon, and des Lupeaulx, all the most influential people at court, in fact, had congratulated him on his conversion and completed his intoxication. "Then there is no more to be said," d'Arthez rejoined. "You, of all men, will find it hard to keep clean hands and self-respect. I know you, Lucien. You will feel it acutely when you are despised by the very men to whom you offer yourself." The three took leave, and not one of them gave him a friendly handshake. Lucien was thoughtful and sad for a few minutes. "Oh, never mind those ninnies!" cried Coralie, springing upon his knee and putting her beautiful arms about his neck. "They take life seriously, and life is a joke. Besides, you are going to be Count Lucien de Rubempré. I will wheedle the Chancellerie if there is no other way. I know how to come round that rake of a des Lupeaulx, who will sign your patent. Did I not tell you, Lucien, that at the last you should have Coralie's dead body for a stepping stone?" Next day, Lucien allowed his name to appear in the list of contributors to the Réveil. His name was announced in the prospectus with a flourish of trumpets, and the ministry took care that 100,000 copies should be scattered abroad far and wide. There was a dinner at Robert's, 2 doors away from Frascati's, to celebrate the inauguration, and the whole band of royalist writers for the press were present. Martainville was there, and Auger and Destains, and a host of others, still living, who did monarchy and religion, to use the familiar expression coined for them. Nathan had also enlisted under the banner, for he was thinking of starting a theatre, and not unreasonably held that it was better to have the licensing authorities for him than against him. "We will pay the Liberals out," cried Merlin. "Gentlemen," said Nathan, "if we are for war, let us have war in earnest. We must not carry it on with pop guns. Let us fall upon all classicals and liberals without distinction of age or sex, and put them all to the sword with ridicule. There must be no quarter. We must act honorably. There must be no bribing with copies of books or presents, no taking money of publishers. We must inaugurate a restoration of journalism." "Good," said Martainville. "Justum et tenacem propositi virum." Let us be implacable and virulent. I will give out Lafayette for the prince of harlequins that he is." "And I will undertake the heroes of the Constitutionnel," added Lucien. "Sergeant Mercier, Monsieur Jouy's complete works, and the illustrious orators of the left." A war of extermination was unanimously resolved upon, and by 1 o'clock in the morning all shades of opinion were merged and drowned, together with every glimmer of sense, in a flaming bowl of punch. "We have had a fine monarchical and religious jollification," remarked an illustrious reveller in the doorway as he went. That comment appeared in the next day's issue of the Miroir through the good offices of a publisher among the guests, and became historic. Lucien was supposed to be the traitor who blabbed. His defection gave the signal for a terrific hubbub in the Liberal camp. Lucien was the butt of the opposition newspapers, and ridiculed unmercifully. The whole history of his sonnets was given to the public. Dauriat was said to prefer a first loss of 1,000 crowns to the risk of publishing the verses. Lucien was called the poet sans sonnets, and one morning, in that very paper in which he had so brilliant a beginning, he read the following lines, significant enough for him, but barely intelligible to other readers. "If Monsieur Dauriat persistently withholds the sonnets of the future Petrarch from publication, we will act like generous foes. We will open our own columns to his poems, which must be piquant indeed, to judge by the following specimen obligingly communicated by a friend of the author." And close upon that ominous preface followed a sonnet entitled "The Thistle," Le Chardon. A chance-come seedling, springing up one day among the flowers in a garden fair, made boast that splendid colours bright and rare its claims to lofty lineage should display. So for a while they suffered it to stay, but with such insolence it flourished there, that, out of patience with its braggart's air, they bade it prove its claims without delay. It bloomed forthwith, but ne'er was blundering clown upon the boards more promptly hooted down. The sister flowers began to jeer and laugh. The owner flung it out. At close of day a solitary jackass came to bray, a common thistle's fitting epitaph. Lucien read the words through scalding tears. Vernou touched elsewhere on Lucien's gambling propensities, and spoke of the forthcoming Archer of Charles IX as anti-national in its tendency, the writer siding with Catholic cutthroats against their Calvinist victims. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 28. Another week found the quarrel embittered. Lucien had counted upon his friend Etienne. Etienne owed him 1,000 francs, and there had been besides a private understanding between them. But Etienne Lousteau during the interval became his sworn foe, and this was the manner of it. For the past 3 months, Nathan had been smitten with Florine's charms, and much at a loss how to rid himself of Lousteau, his rival, who was in fact dependent upon the actress. And now came Nathan's opportunity, when Florine was frantic with distress over the failure of the Panorama Dramatique, which left her without an engagement. He went as Lucien's colleague to beg Coralie to ask for a part for Florine in a play of his which was about to be produced at the Gymnase. Then Nathan went to Florine and made capital with her out of the service done by the promise of a conditional engagement. Ambition turned Florine's head. She did not hesitate. She had had time to gauge Lousteau pretty thoroughly. Lousteau's courses were weakening his will, and here was Nathan with his ambitions in politics and literature, and energies strong as his cravings. Florine proposed to reappear on the stage with renewed éclat, so she handed over Matifat's correspondence to Nathan. Nathan drove a bargain for them with Matifat, and took the sixth share of Finot's review in exchange for the compromising billets. After this, Florine was installed in sumptuously furnished apartments in the Rue Hauteville, where she took Nathan for her protector in the face of the theatrical and journalistic world. Lousteau was terribly overcome. He wept towards the close of a dinner given by his friends to console him in his affliction. In the course of that banquet it was decided that Nathan had not acted unfairly. Several writers present, Finot and Vernou, for instance, knew of Florine's fervid admiration for dramatic literature, but they all agreed that Lucien had behaved very ill when he arranged that business at the Gymnase. He had indeed broken the most sacred laws of friendship. Party spirit and zeal to serve his new friends had led the royalist poet on to sin beyond forgiveness. Nathan was carried away by passion, pronounced Bixiou, while this distinguished provincial, as Blondet calls him, is simply scheming for his own selfish ends. And so it came to pass that deep plots were laid by all parties alike to rid themselves of this little upstart intruder of a poet who wanted to eat everybody up. Vernou bore Lucien a personal grudge and undertook to keep a tight hand on him, and Finot declared that Lucien had betrayed the secret of the combination against Matifat, and thereby swindled him, Finot, out of 50,000 francs. Nathan, acting on Florine's advice, gained Finot's support by selling him the sixth share for 15,000 francs, and Lousteau consequently lost his commission. His 1,000 crowns had vanished away. He could not forgive Lucien for this treacherous blow, as he supposed it, dealt to his interests. The wounds of vanity refuse to heal if oxide of silver gets into them. No words, no amount of description can depict the wrath of an author in a paroxysm of mortified vanity, nor the energy which he discovers when stung by the poisoned darts of sarcasm. But, on the other hand, the man that is roused to fighting fury by a personal attack usually subsides very promptly. The more phlegmatic race, who take these things quietly, lay their account with the oblivion which speedily overtakes the spiteful article. These are the truly courageous men of letters, and if the weaklings seem at first to be the strong men, they cannot hold out for any length of time. During that first fortnight, while the fury was upon him, Lucien poured a perfect hailstorm of articles into the Royalist papers, in which he shared the responsibilities of criticism with Hector Merlin. He was always in the breach, pounding away with all his might in the Réveil, backed up by Martainville, the only one among his associates who stood by him without an afterthought. Martainville was not in the secret of certain understandings made and ratified amid after-dinner jokes, or at Dauriat's in the Wooden Galleries, or behind the scenes at the Vaudeville, when journalists of either side met on neutral ground. When Lucien went to the green room of the Vaudeville, he met with no welcome. The men of his own party held out a hand to shake, the others cut him, and all the while Hector Merlin and Théodore Gaillard fraternized unblushingly with Finot, Lousteau, and Vernou, and the rest of the journalists who were known for good fellows. The green room of the Vaudeville in those days was a hotbed of gossip, as well as a neutral ground where men of every shade of opinion could meet. So much so that the president of a court of law, after reproving a learned brother in a certain council chamber for sweeping the green room with his gown, met the subject of his strictures, gown to gown, in the green room of the Vaudeville. Lousteau, in time, shook hands again with Nathan. Finot came thither almost every evening, and Lucien, whenever he could spare the time, went to the Vaudeville to watch the enemies, who showed no sign of relenting towards the unfortunate boy. In the time of the Restoration, party hatred was far more bitter than in our day. Intensity of feeling is diminished in our high-pressure age. The critic cuts a book to pieces and shakes hands with the author afterwards, and the victim must keep on good terms with his slaughterer, or run the gauntlet of innumerable jokes at his expense. If he refuses, he is unsociable, eaten up with self-love, he is sulky and rancorous, he bears malice, he is a bad bedfellow. Today, let an author receive a treacherous stab in the back, let him avoid the snares set for him with base hypocrisy and endure the most unhandsome treatment, he must still exchange greetings with his assassin, who, for that matter, claims the esteem and friendship of his victim. Everything can be excused and justified in an age which has transformed vice into virtue and virtue into vice. Good fellowship has come to be the most sacred of our liberties. The representatives of the most opposite opinions courteously blunt the edge of their words and fence with buttoned foils. But in those almost forgotten days, the same theatre could scarcely hold certain royalist and liberal journalists. The most malignant provocation was offered. Glances were like pistol shots. The least spark produced an explosion of quarrel. Who has not heard his neighbour's half-smothered oath on the entrance of some man in the forefront of the battle on the opposing side? There were but two parties, royalists and liberals, classics and romantics. You found the same hatred masquerading in either form, and no longer wondered at the scaffolds of the Convention. Lucien had been a liberal and a hot Voltairian. Now he was a rabid royalist and a romantic. Martainville, the only one among his colleagues who really liked him and stood by him loyally, was more hated by the Liberals than any man on the Royalist side, and this fact drew down all the hate of the Liberals on Lucien's head. Martainville's staunch friendship injured Lucien. Political parties show scanty gratitude to outpost sentinels, and leave leaders of forlorn hopes to their fate. 'Tis a rule of warfare which holds equally good in matters political, to keep with the main body of the army if you mean to succeed. The spite of the small Liberal papers fastened at once on the opportunity of coupling the two names, and flung them into each other's arms. Their friendship, real or imaginary, brought down upon them both a series of articles written by pens dipped in gall. Félicien Vernou was furious with jealousy of Lucien's social success, and believed, like all his old associates, in the poet's approaching elevation. The fiction of Lucien's treason was embellished with every kind of aggravating circumstance. He was called Judas the Less, Martainville being Judas the Great, for Martainville was supposed, rightly or wrongly, to have given up the bridge of Pec to the foreign invaders. Lucien said jestingly to des Lupeaulx that he himself surely had given up the Ass's bridge. Lucien's luxurious life, hollow though it was, and founded on expectations, had estranged his friends. They could not forgive him for the carriage which he had put down. For them he was still rolling about in it, nor yet for the splendors of the Rue de Vendôme, which he had left. All of them felt instinctively that nothing was beyond the reach of this young and handsome poet, with intellect enough and to spare. They themselves had trained him in corruption, and therefore they left no stone unturned to ruin him. Some few days before Coralie's first appearance at the Gymnase, Lucien and Hector Merlin went arm in arm to the Vaudeville. Merlin was scolding his friend for giving a helping hand to Nathan in Florine's affair. "You then and there made two mortal enemies of Lousteau and Nathan," he said. "I gave you good advice, and you took no notice of it. You gave praise, you did them a good turn. You will be well punished for your kindness. Florine and Coralie will never live in peace on the same stage. Both will wish to be first. You can only defend Coralie in our papers. And Nathan not only has a pull as a dramatic author, he can control the dramatic criticism in the Liberal newspapers. He has been a journalist a little longer than you." The words responded to Lucien's inward misgivings. Neither Nathan nor Gaillard was treating him with the frankness which he had a right to expect, but so new a convert could hardly complain. Gaillard utterly confounded Lucien by saying roundly that newcomers must give proofs of their sincerity for some time before their party could trust them. There was more jealousy than he had imagined in the inner circles of royalist and ministerial journalism. The jealousy of curs fighting for a bone is apt to appear in the human species when there is a loaf to divide. There is the same growling and showing of teeth. The same characteristics come out. In every possible way, these writers of articles tried to injure each other with those in power. They brought reciprocal accusations of lukewarm zeal. They invented the most treacherous ways of getting rid of a rival. There had been none of this internecine warfare among the Liberals. They were too far from power, too hopelessly out of favor, and Lucien, amid the inextricable tangle of ambitions, had neither the courage to draw sword and cut the knot, or the patience to unravel it. He could not be the Beaumarchais, the Aretino, the Fréron of his epoch. He was not made of such stuff. He thought of nothing but his one desire, the patent of nobility. For he saw clearly that for him such a restoration meant a wealthy marriage, and, the title once secured, chance and his good looks would do the rest. This was all his plan, and Etienne Lousteau, who had confided so much to him, knew his secret, knew how to deal a death blow to the poet of Angoulême. That very night, as Lucien and Merlin went to the Vaudeville, Etienne had laid a terrible trap into which an inexperienced boy could not but fall. "Here is our handsome Lucien," said Finot, drawing des Lupeaulx in the direction of the poet, and shaking hands with feline amiability. "I cannot think of another example of such rapid success," continued Finot, looking from des Lupeaulx to Lucien. "There are two sorts of success in Paris. There is a fortune in solid cash, which any one can amass, and there is the intangible fortune of connections, position, or a footing in certain circles inaccessible for certain persons, however rich they may be. Now, my friend here—" "Our friend," interposed des Lupeaulx, smiling blandly. "Our friend," repeated Finot, patting Lucien's hand, "has made a brilliant success from this point of view. Truth to tell, Lucien has more in him, more gift, more wit than the rest of us that envy him, and he is enchantingly handsome besides. His old friends cannot forgive him for his success. They call it luck." "Luck of that sort never comes to fools or incapables," said des Lupeaulx. "Can you call Bonaparte's fortune luck, eh? There were a score of applicants for the command of the army in Italy, just as there are 100 young men at this moment who would like to have an entrance to Mademoiselle des Touches' house. People are coupling her name with yours already in society, my dear boy," said des Lupeaulx, clapping Lucien on the shoulder. "Ah, you are in high favor. Madame d'Espard, Madame de Bargeton, and Madame de Montcornet are wild about you. You are going to Madame Firmiani's party tonight, are you not? And to the Duchesse de Grandlieu's rout tomorrow?" "Yes," said Lucien. "Allow me to introduce a young banker to you, a Monsieur du Tillet. You ought to be acquainted. He has contrived to make a great fortune in a short time." Lucien and du Tillet bowed and entered into conversation, and the banker asked Lucien to dinner. Finot and des Lupeaulx, a well-matched pair, knew each other well enough to keep upon good terms. They turned away to continue their chat on one of the sofas in the green room, and left Lucien with du Tillet, Merlin, and Nathan. "By the way, my friend," said Finot, "tell me how things stand. Is there really somebody behind Lucien? For he is the bête noire of my staff, and before allowing them to plot against him, I thought I should like to know whether, in your opinion, it would be better to baffle them and keep well with him." The Master of Requests and Finot looked at each other very closely for a moment or two. "My dear fellow," said des Lupeaulx, "how can you imagine that the Marquise d'Espard, or Châtelet, or Madame de Bargeton, who has procured the Baron's nomination to the prefecture and the title of Count, so as to return in triumph to Angoulême, how can you suppose that any of them will forgive Lucien for his attacks on them? They dropped him down in the Royalist ranks to crush him out of existence. At this moment they are looking round for any excuse for not fulfilling the promises they made to that boy. Help them to some. You will do the greatest possible service to the two women, and some day or other they will remember it. I am in their secrets. I was surprised to find how much they hated the little fellow. This Lucien might have rid himself of his bitterest enemy, Madame de Bargeton, by desisting from his attacks on terms which a woman loves to grant. Do you take me? He is young and handsome. He should have drowned her hate in torrents of love. He would be Comte de Rubempré by this time. The cuttlefish bone would have obtained some sinecure for him, some post in the royal household. Lucien would have made a very pretty reader to Louis XVIII. He might have been librarian somewhere or other, master of requests for a joke, master of revels, what you please. The young fool has missed his chance. Perhaps that is his unpardonable sin. Instead of imposing his conditions, he has accepted them. When Lucien was caught with the bait of the patent of nobility, the Baron Châtelet made a great step. Coralie has been the ruin of that boy. If he had not had the actress for his mistress, he would have turned again to the cuttlefish bone, and he would have had her too. "Then we can knock him over?" "How?" des Lupeaulx asked, carelessly. He saw a way of gaining credit with the Marquise d'Espard for this service. "He is under contract to write for Lousteau's paper, and we can the better hold him to this agreement because he has not a sou. If we tickle up the Keeper of the Seals with a facetious article and prove that Lucien wrote it, he will consider that Lucien is unworthy of the King's favor. We have a plot on hand besides. Coralie will be ruined, and our distinguished provincial will lose his head when his mistress is hissed off the stage and left without an engagement. When once the patent is suspended, we will laugh at the victim's aristocratic pretensions and allude to his mother, the nurse, and his father, the apothecary. Lucien's courage is only skin deep. He will collapse. We will send him back to his provinces. Nathan made Florine sell me Matifat's 6th share of the review. I was able to buy. Dauriat and I are the only proprietors now. We might come to an understanding, you and I, and the review might be taken over for the benefit of the court. I stipulated for the restitution of my 6th before I undertook to protect Nathan and Florine. They let me have it, and I must help them, but I wished to know first how Lucien stood." "You deserve your name," said des Lupeaulx. "I like a man of your sort." "Very well. Then can you arrange a definite engagement for Florine?" asked Finot. "Yes, but rid us of Lucien, for Rastignac and de Marsay never wish to hear of him again." "Sleep in peace," returned Finot. Nathan and Merlin will always have articles ready for Gaillard, who will promise to take them. Lucien will never get a line into the paper. We will cut off his supplies. There is only Martinville's paper left him in which to defend himself and Coralie. What can a single paper do against so many? I will let you know the weak points of the ministry, but get Lucien to write that article and hand over the manuscript, said des Lupeaulx, who refrained carefully from informing Finot that Lucien's promised patent was nothing but a joke. When des Lupeaulx had gone, Finot went to Lucien, and taking the good-natured tone which deceives so many victims, he explained that he could not possibly afford to lose his contributor, and at the same time he shrank from taking proceedings which might ruin him with his friends of the other side. Finot himself liked a man who was strong enough to change his opinions. They were pretty sure to come across one another, he and Lucien, and might be mutually helpful in 1,000 little ways. Lucien, besides, needed a sure man in the Liberal party to attack the ultras and men in office who might refuse to help him. "Suppose that they play you false, what will you do?" Finot ended. "Suppose that some minister fancies that he has you fast by the halter of your apostasy and turns the cold shoulder on you. You will be glad to set on a few dogs to snap at his legs, will you not? Very well. But you have made a deadly enemy of Lousteau. He is thirsting for your blood. You and Felicien are not on speaking terms. I only remain to you. It is a rule of the craft to keep a good understanding with every man of real ability. In the world which you are about to enter, you can do me services in return for mine with the press. But business first. Let me have purely literary articles. They will not compromise you, and we shall have executed our agreement." Lucien saw nothing but good fellowship and a shrewd eye to business in Finot's offer. Finot and des Lupeaulx had flattered him, and he was in good humor. He actually thanked Finot. Ambitious men, like all those who can only make their way by the help of others and of circumstances, are bound to lay their plans very carefully and to adhere very closely to the course of conduct on which they determine. It is a cruel moment in the lives of such aspirants when some unknown power brings the fabric of their fortunes to some severe test, and everything gives way at once. Threads are snapped or entangled, and misfortune appears on every side. Let a man lose his head in the confusion, it is all over with him. But if he can resist this first revolt of circumstances, if he can stand erect until the tempest passes over, or make a supreme effort and reach the serene sphere about the storm, then he is really strong. To every man, unless he is born rich, there comes sooner or later his fatal week, as it must be called. For Napoleon, for instance, that week was the retreat from Moscow. It had begun now for Lucien. Social and literary success had come to him too easily. He had had such luck that he was bound to know reverses and to see men and circumstances turn against him. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 29. The first blow was the heaviest and the most keenly felt, for it touched Lucien where he thought himself invulnerable, in his heart and his love. Coralie might not be clever, but hers was a noble nature, and she possessed the great actress's faculty of suddenly standing aloof from self. This strange phenomenon is subject, until it degenerates into a habit with long practice, to the caprices of character, and not seldom to an admirable delicacy of feeling in actresses who are still young. Coralie, to all appearance bold and wanton, as the part required, was in reality girlish and timid, and love had wrought in her a revulsion of her woman's heart against the comedian's mask. Art, the supreme art of feigning passion and feeling, had not yet triumphed over nature in her. She shrank before a great audience from the utterance that belongs to love alone. And Coralie suffered besides from another true woman's weakness. She needed success, born stage queen though she was. She could not confront an audience with which she was out of sympathy. She was nervous when she appeared on the stage. A cold reception paralyzed her. Each new part gave her the terrible sensations of a first appearance. Applause produced a sort of intoxication which gave her encouragement without flattering her vanity. At a murmur of dissatisfaction, or before a silent house, she flagged. But a great audience, following attentively, admiringly, willing to be pleased, electrified Coralie. She felt at once in communication with the nobler qualities of all those listeners. She felt that she possessed the power of stirring their souls and carrying them with her. But if this action and reaction of the audience upon the actress reveals the nervous organization of genius, it shows no less clearly the poor child's sensitiveness and delicacy. Lucien had discovered the treasures of her nature, had learned in the past months that this woman who loved him was still so much of a girl. And Coralie was unskilled in the wiles of an actress. She could not fight her own battles, nor protect herself against the machinations of jealousy behind the scenes. Florine was jealous of her, and Florine was as dangerous and depraved as Coralie was simple and generous. Roles must come to find Coralie. She was too proud to implore authors or to submit to dishonoring conditions. She would not give herself to the first journalist who persecuted her with his advances and threatened her with his pen. Genius is rare enough in the extraordinary art of the stage, but genius is only one condition of success among many, and is positively hurtful unless it is accompanied by a genius for intrigue in which Coralie was utterly lacking. Lucien knew how much his friend would suffer on her first appearance at the Gymnase, and was anxious at all costs to obtain a success for her. But all the money remaining from the sale of the furniture and all Lucien's earnings had been sunk in costumes, in the furniture of a dressing-room, and the expenses of a first appearance. A few days later, Lucien made up his mind to a humiliating step for love's sake. He took Fendant and Cavalier's bills and went to the Golden Cocoon in the Rue des Bourdonnais. He would ask Camusot to discount them. The poet had not fallen so low that he could make this attempt quite coolly. There had been many a sharp struggle first, and the way to that decision had been paved with many dreadful thoughts. Nevertheless, he arrived at last in the dark, cheerless little private office that looked out upon a yard, and found Camusot seated gravely there. This was not Coralie's infatuated adorer, not the easy-natured, indolent, incredulous libertine whom he had known hitherto as Camusot, but a heavy father of a family, a merchant grown old in shrewd expedients of business and respectable virtues, wearing a magistrate's mask of judicial prudery. This Camusot was the cool, business-like head of the firm, surrounded by clerks, green cardboard boxes, pigeonholes, invoices, and samples, and fortified by the presence of a wife and a plainly dressed daughter. Lucien trembled from head to foot as he approached, for the worthy merchant, like the money-lenders, turned cool, indifferent eyes upon him. "Here are 2 or 3 bills, monsieur," he said, standing beside the merchant, who did not rise from his desk. "If you will take them of me, you will oblige me extremely." "You have taken something of me, monsieur," said Camusot. "I do not forget it." On this, Lucien explained Coralie's predicament. He spoke in a low voice, bending to murmur his explanation, so that Camusot could hear the heavy throbbing of the humiliated poet's heart. It was no part of Camusot's plans that Coralie should suffer a check. He listened, smiling to himself over the signatures on the bills, for as a judge at the Tribunal of Commerce, he knew how the booksellers stood. But in the end he gave Lucien 4,500 francs for them, stipulating that he should add the formula, "for value received in silks." Lucien went straight to Braulard and made arrangements for a good reception. Braulard promised to come to the dress rehearsal, to determine on the points where his Romans should work their fleshy clappers to bring down the house in applause. Lucien gave the rest of the money to Coralie. He did not tell her how he had come by it, and allayed her anxieties and the fears of Berenice, who was sorely troubled over their daily expenses. Martainville came several times to hear Coralie rehearse, and he knew more of the stage than most men of his time. Several royalist writers had promised favorable articles. Lucien had not a suspicion of the impending disaster. A fatal event occurred on the evening before Coralie's debut. d'Arthez's book had appeared, and the editor of Merlin's paper, considering Lucien to be the best qualified man on the staff, gave him the book to review. He owed his unlucky reputation to those articles on Nathan's work. There were several men in the office at the time, for all the staff had been summoned. Martainville was explaining that the party warfare with the Liberals must be waged on certain lines. Nathan, Merlin, all the contributors, in fact, were talking of Léon Giraud's paper and remarking that its influence was the more pernicious because the language was guarded, cool, moderate. People were beginning to speak of the circle in the Rue des Quatre Vents as a second convention. It had been decided that the royalist papers were to wage a systematic war of extermination against these dangerous opponents, who indeed at a later day were destined to sow the doctrines that drove the Bourbons into exile. But that was only after the most brilliant of royalist writers had joined them for the sake of a mean revenge. d'Arthez's absolutist opinions were not known. It was taken for granted that he shared the views of his clique. He fell under the same anathema, and he was to be the first victim. His book was to be honored with a slashing article, to use the consecrated formula. Lucien refused to write the article. Great was the commotion among the leading royalist writers thus met in conclave. Lucien was told plainly that a renegade could not do as he pleased. If it did not suit his views to take the side of the monarchy and religion, he could go back to the other camp. Merlin and Martainville took him aside and begged him, as his friends, to remember that he would simply hand Coralie over to the tender mercies of the Liberal papers, for she would find no champions on the royalist and ministerial side. Her acting was certain to provoke a hot battle, and the kind of discussion which every actress longs to arouse. "You don't understand it in the least," said Martainville. "If she plays for 3 months amid a crossfire of criticism, she will make 30,000 francs when she goes on tour in the provinces at the end of the season. And here are you about to sacrifice Coralie and your own future, and to quarrel with your own bread and butter, all for a scruple that will always stand in your way and ought to be got rid of at once." Lucien was forced to choose between d'Arthez and Coralie. His mistress would be ruined unless he dealt his friend a death blow in the Réveil and the great newspaper. Poor poet! He went home with death in his soul, and by the fireside he sat and read that finest production of modern literature. Tears fell fast over it as the pages turned. For a long while he hesitated, but at last he took up the pen and wrote a sarcastic article of the kind that he understood so well, taking the book as children might take some bright bird to strip it of its plumage and torture it. His sardonic jests were sure to tell. Again he turned to the book, and as he read it over a second time, his better self awoke. In the dead of night he hurried across Paris and stood outside d'Arthez's house. He looked up at the windows and saw the faint, pure gleam of light in the panes, as he had so often seen it, with a feeling of admiration for the noble steadfastness of that truly great nature. For some moments he stood irresolute on the curbstone. He had not courage to go further, but his good angel urged him on. He tapped at the door and opened, and found d'Arthez sitting reading in a fireless room. "What has happened?" asked d'Arthez, for news of some dreadful kind was visible in Lucien's ghastly face. "Your book is sublime, d'Arthez," said Lucien, with tears in his eyes, "and they have ordered me to write an attack upon it." "Poor boy, the bread that they give you is hard indeed," said d'Arthez. "I only ask for one favor. Keep my visit a secret, and leave me to my hell, to the occupations of the damned. Perhaps it is impossible to attain to success until the heart is seared and callous in every most sensitive spot." "The same as ever," cried d'Arthez. "Do you think me a base poltroon? No, d'Arthez, no. I am a boy half crazed with love." And he told his story. "Let us look at the article," said d'Arthez, touched by all that Lucien said of Coralie. Lucien held out the manuscript. D'Arthez read, and could not help smiling. "Oh, what a fatal waste of intellect!" he began, but at the sight of Lucien overcome with grief in the opposite armchair, he checked himself. "Will you leave it with me to correct? I will let you have it again tomorrow," he went on. "Flippancy depreciates a work. Serious and conscientious criticism is sometimes praise in itself. I know a way to make your article more honorable both for yourself and for me. Besides, I know my faults well enough. When you climb a hot, shadowless hillside, you sometimes find fruit to quench your torturing thirst, and I have found it here and now," said Lucien, as he sprang sobbing to d'Arthez's arms and kissed his friend on the forehead. "It seems to me that I am leaving my conscience in your keeping. Some day I will come to you and ask for it again." "I look upon a periodical repentance as a great hypocrisy," d'Arthez said solemnly. "Repentance becomes a sort of indemnity for wrongdoing. Repentance is virginity of the soul, which we must keep for God. A man who repents twice is a horrible sycophant. I am afraid that you regard repentance as absolution." Lucien went slowly back to the Rue de la Lune, stricken dumb by those words. Next morning d'Arthez sent back his article, recast throughout, and Lucien sent it in to the review. But from that day melancholy preyed upon him, and he could not always disguise his mood. That evening, when the theatre was full, he experienced for the first time the paroxysm of nervous terror caused by a debut, terror aggravated in his case by all the strength of his love. Vanity of every kind was involved. He looked over the rows of faces as a criminal eyes the judges and the jury on whom his life depends. A murmur would have set him quivering; any slight incident upon the stage, Coralie's exits and entrances, and the slightest modulation of the tones of her voice, would perturb him beyond all reason. The play in which Coralie made her first appearance at the Gymnase was a piece of the kind which sometimes falls flat at first, and afterwards has immense success. It fell flat that night. Coralie was not applauded when she came on, and the chilly reception reacted upon her. The only applause came from Camusot's box, and various persons posted in the balcony and galleries silenced Camusot with repeated cries of "Hush!" The galleries even silenced the claqueurs when they led off with exaggerated salvos. Martainville applauded bravely. Nathan, Merlin, and the treacherous Florine followed his example, but it was clear that the piece was a failure. A crowd gathered in Coralie's dressing-room and consoled her till she had no courage left. She went home in despair, less for her own sake than for Lucien's. "Braulard has betrayed us," Lucien said. Coralie was heart-stricken. The next day found her in a high fever, utterly unfit to play, face to face with the thought that she had been cut short in her career. Lucien hid the papers from her and looked them over in the dining-room. The reviewers, one and all, attributed the failure of the piece to Coralie. She had overestimated her strength. She might be the delight of a boulevard audience, but she was out of her element at the Gymnase. She had been inspired by a laudable ambition, but she had not taken her powers into account. She had chosen a part to which she was quite unequal. Lucien read on through a pile of penny-a-lining, put together on the same system as his attack upon Nathan. Milo of Crotona, when he found his hands fast in the oak which he himself had cleft, was not more furious than Lucien. He grew haggard with rage. His friends gave Coralie the most treacherous advice, in the language of kindly counsel and friendly interest. She should play, according to these authorities, all kinds of roles, which the treacherous writers of these unblushing feuilletons knew to be utterly unsuited to her genius. And these were the royalist papers, led off by Nathan. As for the liberal press, all the weapons which Lucien had used were now turned against him. Coralie heard a sob, followed by another and another. She sprang out of bed to find Lucien and saw the papers. Nothing would satisfy her but she must read them all, and when she had read them, she went back to bed and lay there in silence. Florine was in the plot. She had foreseen the outcome. She had studied Coralie's part and was ready to take her place. The management, unwilling to give up the piece, was ready to take Florine in Coralie's stead. When the manager came, he found poor Coralie sobbing and exhausted on her bed. But when he began to say, in Lucien's presence, that Florine knew the part, and that the play must be given that evening, Coralie sprang up at once. "I will play!" she cried, and sank, fainting, on the floor. So Florine took the part and made her reputation in it, for the piece succeeded. The newspapers all sang her praises, and from that time forth Florine was the great actress whom we all know. Florine's success exasperated Lucien to the highest degree. "A wretched girl whom you helped to earn her bread! If the Gymnase prefers to do so, let the management pay you to cancel your engagement. I shall be the Comte de Rubempré. I will make my fortune, and you shall be my wife." "What nonsense!" said Coralie, looking at him with wan eyes. "Nonsense?" repeated he. "Very well, wait a few days, and you shall live in a fine house, you shall have a carriage, and I will write a part for you." He took 2,000 francs and hurried to Frascati's. For 7 hours the unhappy victim of the Furies watched his varying luck, and outwardly seemed cool and self-contained. He experienced both extremes of fortune during that day and part of the night that followed. At one time he possessed as much as 30,000 francs, and he came out, at last, without a sou. In the Rue de la Lune he found Finot waiting for him with a request for one of his short articles. Lucien so far forgot himself that he complained. "Oh, it is not all rosy," returned Finot. "You made your right about face in such a way that you were bound to lose the support of the Liberal press, and the Liberals are far stronger in print than all the Ministerialist and Royalist papers put together. A man should never leave one camp for another until he has made a comfortable berth for himself, by way of consolation for the losses that he must expect. And in any case, a prudent politician will see his friends first, and give them his reasons for going over, and take their opinions. You can still act together, they sympathize with you, and you agree to give mutual help. Nathan and Merlin did that before they went over. Hawks don't pike out hawks' eyes. You were as innocent as a lamb. You will be forced to show your teeth to your new party to make anything out of them. You have been necessarily sacrificed to Nathan. I cannot conceal from you that your article on d'Arthez has roused a terrific hubbub. Marat is a saint compared with you. You will be attacked, and your book will be a failure. How far have things gone with your romance?" "These are the last proof sheets." All the anonymous articles against that young d'Arthez in the Ministerialist and Ultra papers are set down to you. The Réveil is poking fun at the set in the Rue des Quatre Vents, and the hits are the more telling because they are funny. There is a whole serious political coterie at the back of Léon Giraud's paper. They will come into power, too, sooner or later. I have not written a line in the Réveil this week past. Very well. Keep my short articles in mind. Write 50 of them straight off, and I will pay you for them in a lump. But they must be of the same color as the paper." And Finot, with seeming carelessness, gave Lucien an edifying anecdote of the Keeper of the Seals, a piece of current gossip, he said, for the subject of one of the papers. Eager to retrieve his losses at play, Lucien shook off his dejection, summoned up his energy and youthful force, and wrote 30 articles of 2 columns each. These finished, he went to Dauriat's, partly because he felt sure of meeting Finot there, and he wished to give the articles to Finot in person, partly because he wished for an explanation of the non-appearance of the Marguerite. He found the bookseller's shop full of his enemies. All the talk immediately ceased as he entered. Put under the ban of journalism, his courage rose, and once more he said to himself, as he had said in the alley at the Luxembourg, "I will triumph." Dauriat was neither amiable or inclined to patronize. He was sarcastic in tone, and determined not to bate an inch of his rights. The Marguerite should appear when it suited his purpose. He should wait until Lucien was in a position to secure the success of the book. It was his, he had bought it outright. When Lucien asserted that Dauriat was bound to publish the Marguerite by the very nature of the contract and the relative positions of the parties to the agreement, Dauriat flatly contradicted him, said that no publisher could be compelled by law to publish at a loss, and that he himself was the best judge of the expediency of producing the book. There was, besides, a remedy open to Lucien, as any court of law would admit. The poet was quite welcome to take his verses to a royalist publisher upon the repayment of the 1,000 crowns. Lucien went away. Dauriat's moderate tone had exasperated him even more than his previous arrogance at their first interview. So the Marguerite would not appear until Lucien had found a host of formidable supporters, or grown formidable himself. He walked home slowly, so oppressed and out of heart that he felt ready for suicide. Coralie lay in bed, looking white and ill. "She must have a part, or she will die," said Berenice, as Lucien dressed for a great evening party at Mademoiselle des Touches' house in the Rue de Mont Blanc. Des Lupeaulx and Vignon and Blondet were to be there, as well as Madame d'Espard and Madame de Bargeton. The party was given in honor of Conti, the great composer, owner likewise of one of the most famous voices off the stage. Cinti, Pasta, Garcia, Levasseur, and 2 or 3 celebrated amateurs in society not excepted. Lucien saw the Marquise, her cousin, and Madame de Montcornet sitting together, and made one of the party. The unhappy young fellow, to all appearances, was light-hearted, happy, and content. He jested. He was the Lucien de Rubempré of his days of splendor. He would not seem to need help from anyone. He dwelt on his services to the Royalist party, and cited the hue and cry raised after him by the Liberal press as a proof of his zeal. "And you will be well rewarded, my friend," said Madame de Bargeton with a gracious smile. "Go to the Chancellerie the day after tomorrow with the Heron and des Lupeaulx, and you will find your patent signed by His Majesty. The Keeper of the Seals will take it tomorrow to the Tuileries, but there is to be a meeting of the Council, and he will not come back till late. Still, if I hear the result tomorrow evening, I will let you know. Where are you living?" "I will come to you," said Lucien, ashamed to confess that he was living in the Rue de la Lune. "The Duc de Lenoncourt and the Duc de Navarreins have made mention of you to the King," added the Marquise. "They praised your absolute and entire devotion, and said that some distinction ought to avenge your treatment in the Liberal press. The name and title of Rubempré, to which you have a claim through your mother, would become illustrious through you, they said. The King gave his lordship instructions that evening to prepare a patent authorizing the Sieur Lucien Chardon to bear the arms and title of the Comte de Rubempré, as grandson of the last Count by the mother's side. Let us favor the songsters, Chardonneret, of Pindus, said His Majesty, after reading your sonnet on the lily, which my cousin luckily remembered to give the Duke, especially when the King can work miracles and change the songbird into an eagle, Monsieur de Navarreins replied. Lucien's expansion of feeling would have softened the heart of any woman less deeply wounded than Louise d'Espard de Negrepelisse, but her thirst for vengeance was only increased by Lucien's graciousness. Des Lupeaulx was right. Lucien was wanting in tact. It never crossed his mind that this history of the patent was one of the mystifications at which Madame d'Espard was an adept. Emboldened with success and the flattering distinction shown to him by Mademoiselle des Touches, he stayed till 2 o'clock in the morning for a word in private with his hostess. Lucien had learned, in Royalist newspaper offices, that Mademoiselle des Touches was the author of a play in which La Petite Fée, the marvel of the moment, was about to appear. As the rooms emptied, he drew Mademoiselle des Touches to a sofa in the boudoir and told the story of Coralie's misfortune and his own so touchingly that Mademoiselle des Touches promised to give the heroine's part to his friend. That promise put new life into Coralie. But the next day, as they breakfasted together, Lucien opened Lousteau's newspaper and found that unlucky anecdote of the Keeper of the Seals and his wife. The story was full of the blackest malice lurking in the most caustic wit. Louis XVIII was brought into the story in a masterly fashion and held up to ridicule in such a way that prosecution was impossible. Here is the substance of a fiction for which the Liberal party attempted to win credence, though they only succeeded in adding one more to the tale of their ingenious calumnies. The King's passion for pink-scented notes and a correspondence full of madrigals and sparkling wit was declared to be the last phase of the tender passion. Love had reached the doctrinaire stage, or had passed, in other words, from the concrete to the abstract. The illustrious lady, so cruelly ridiculed under the name of Octavie by Béranger, had conceived, so it was said, the gravest fears. The correspondence was languishing. The more Octavie displayed her wit, the cooler grew the royal lover. At last Octavie discovered the cause of her decline. Her power was threatened by the novelty and piquancy of a correspondence between the august scribe and the wife of his keeper of the seals. That excellent woman was believed to be incapable of writing a note. She was simply and solely godmother to the efforts of audacious ambition. Who could be hidden behind her petticoats? Octavie decided, after making observations of her own, that the king was corresponding with his minister. She laid her plans. With the help of a faithful friend, she arranged that a stormy debate should detain the minister at the Chamber. Then she contrived to secure a tete-a-tete and to convince outraged Majesty of the fraud. Louis XVIII flew into a royal and truly Bourbon passion, but the tempest broke on Octavie's head. He would not believe her. Octavie offered immediate proof, begging the king to write a note which must be answered at once. The unlucky wife of the keeper of the seals sent to the Chamber for her husband, but precautions had been taken, and at that moment the minister was on his legs addressing the Chamber. The lady racked her brains and replied to the note with such intellect as she could improvise. "Your chancellor will supply the rest," cried Octavie, laughing at the king's chagrin. There was not a word of truth in the story, but it struck home to three persons: the keeper of the seals, his wife, and the king. It was said that des Lupeaulx had invented the tale, but Finot always kept his counsel. The article was caustic and clever, the Liberal papers and the Orleanists were delighted with it, and Lucien himself laughed, and thought of it merely as a very amusing canard. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 30. Lucien called next day for des Lupeaulx and the Baron du Châtelet. The Baron had just been to thank his lordship. The Sieur Châtelet, newly appointed Councillor Extraordinary, was now Comte du Châtelet, with a promise of the prefecture of the Charente so soon as the present prefect should have completed the term of office necessary to receive the maximum retiring pension. The Comte du Châtelet, for the du had been inserted in the patent, drove with Lucien to the Chancellerie and treated his companion as an equal. But for Lucien's articles, he said, his patent would not have been granted so soon. Liberal persecution had been a stepping stone to advancement. Des Lupeaulx was waiting for them in the Secretary-General's office. That functionary started with surprise when Lucien appeared and looked at des Lupeaulx. "What!" he exclaimed, to Lucien's utter bewilderment. "Do you dare to come here, sir? Your patent was made out, but his lordship has torn it up. Here it is." The Secretary-General caught up the first torn sheet that came to hand. "The minister wished to discover the author of yesterday's atrocious article, and here is the manuscript," added the speaker, holding out the sheets of Lucien's article. "You call yourself a royalist, sir, and you are on the staff of that detestable paper which turns the minister's hair gray, harasses the Centre, and is dragging the country headlong to ruin. You breakfast on the Corsaire, the Miroir, the Constitutionnel, and the Courrier. You dine on the Quotidienne and the Réveil, and then sup with Martainville, the worst enemy of the government. Martainville urges the government on to absolutist measures. He is more likely to bring on another revolution than if he had gone over to the extreme left. You are a very clever journalist, but you will never make a politician. The minister denounced you to the king, and the king was so angry that he scolded Monsieur le Duc de Navarreins, his first gentleman of the bedchamber. Your enemies will be all the more formidable because they have hitherto been your friends. Conduct that one expects from an enemy is atrocious in a friend." "Why, really, my dear fellow, are you a child?" said des Lupeaulx. "You have compromised me. Madame d'Espard, Madame de Bargeton, and Madame de Montcornet, who were responsible for you, must be furious. The Duke is sure to have handed on his annoyance to the Marquise, and the Marquise will have scolded her cousin. Keep away from them and wait." "Here comes his lordship. Go," said the Secretary General. Lucien went out into the Place Vendôme. He was stunned by this bludgeon blow. He walked home along the boulevards, trying to think over his position. He saw himself a plaything in the hands of envy, treachery, and greed. What was he in this world of contending ambitions? A child, sacrificing everything to the pursuit of pleasure and the gratification of vanity. A poet whose thoughts never went beyond the moment, a moth flitting from one bright gleaming object to another. He had no definite aim, he was the slave of circumstance, meaning well, doing ill. Conscience tortured him remorselessly, and to crown it all, he was penniless and exhausted with work and emotion. His articles could not compare with Merlin's or Nathan's work. He walked at random, absorbed in these thoughts. As he passed some of the reading rooms, which were already lending books as well as newspapers, a placard caught his eyes. It was an advertisement of a book with a grotesque title, but beneath the announcement he saw his name in brilliant letters, by Lucien Chardon de Rubempré. So his book had come out, and he had heard nothing of it. All the newspapers were silent. He stood motionless before the placard, his arms hanging at his sides. He did not notice a little knot of acquaintances, Rastignac and de Marsay and some other fashionable young men, nor did he see that Michel Chrestien and Léon Giraud were coming towards him. "Are you Monsieur Chardon?" It was Michel who spoke, and there was that in the sound of his voice that set Lucien's heartstrings vibrating. "Do you not know me?" he asked, turning very pale. Michel spat in his face. "Take that as your wages for your article against d'Arthez. If everybody would do as I do on his own or his friend's behalf, the press would be as it ought to be, a self-respecting and respected priesthood." Lucien staggered back and caught hold of Rastignac. "Gentlemen," he said, addressing Rastignac and de Marsay, "you will not refuse to act as my seconds. But first, I wish to make matters even and apology impossible." He struck Michel a sudden unexpected blow in the face. The rest rushed in between the Republican and Royalist to prevent a street brawl. Rastignac dragged Lucien off to the Rue Taitbout, only a few steps away from the Boulevard de Gand, where this scene took place. It was the hour of dinner, or a crowd would have assembled at once. De Marsay came to find Lucien, and the pair insisted that he should dine with them at the Café Anglais, where they drank and made merry. "Are you a good swordsman?" inquired de Marsay. "I have never had a foil in my hands." "A good shot?" "Never fired a pistol in my life." "Then you have luck on your side. You are a formidable antagonist to stand up to. You may kill your man," said de Marsay. Fortunately, Lucien found Coralie in bed and asleep. She had played, without rehearsal, in a one-act play, and taken her revenge. She had met with genuine applause. Her enemies had not been prepared for this step on her part, and her success had determined the manager to give her the heroine's part in Camille Maupin's play. He had discovered the cause of her apparent failure, and was indignant with Florine and Nathan. Coralie should have the protection of the management. At 5 o'clock that morning, Rastignac came for Lucien. "The name of your street, my dear fellow, is particularly appropriate for your lodgings. You are up in the sky," he said, by way of greeting. "Let us be first upon the ground on the road to Clignancourt. It is good form, and we ought to set them an example." "Here is the programme," said de Marsay as the cab rattled through the Faubourg Saint-Denis. "You stand up at 25 paces, coming nearer till you are only 15 apart. You have, each of you, 5 paces to take and 3 shots to fire, no more. Whatever happens, that must be the end of it. We load for your antagonist, and his seconds load for you. The weapons were chosen by the 4 seconds at a gunmaker's. We helped you to a chance, I will promise you. Horse pistols are to be the weapons." For Lucien, life had become a bad dream. He did not care whether he lived or died. The courage of suicide helped him, in some sort, to carry things off with a dash of bravado before the spectators. He stood in his place. He would not take a step, a piece of recklessness which the others took for deliberate calculation. They thought the poet an uncommonly cool hand. Michel Chrestien came as far as his limit. Both fired twice and at the same time, for either party was considered to be equally insulted. Michel's first bullet grazed Lucien's chin. Lucien's passed 10 feet above Chrestien's head. The second shot hit Lucien's coat collar, but the buckram lining fortunately saved its wearer. The third bullet struck him in the chest, and he dropped. "Is he dead?" asked Michel Chrestien. "No," said the surgeon, "he will pull through." "So much the worse," answered Michel. "Yes, so much the worse," said Lucien as his tears fell fast. By noon the unhappy boy lay in bed in his own room. With untold pains they had managed to remove him, but it had taken 5 hours to bring him to the Rue de la Lune. His condition was not dangerous, but precautions were necessary lest fever should set in and bring about troublesome complications. Coralie choked down her grief and anguish. She sat up with him at night through the anxious weeks of his illness, studying her parts by his bedside. Lucien was in danger for 2 long months, and often at the theatre Coralie acted her frivolous role with one thought in her heart: perhaps he is dying at this moment. Lucien owed his life to the skill and devotion of a friend whom he had grievously hurt. Bianchon had come to tend him after hearing the story of the attack from d'Arthez, who told it in confidence and excused the unhappy poet. Bianchon suspected that d'Arthez was generously trying to screen the renegade, but on questioning Lucien during a lucid interval in the dangerous nervous fever, he learned that his patient was only responsible for the one serious article in Hector Merlin's paper. Before the first month was out, the firm of Fendant and Cavalier filed their schedule. Bianchon told Coralie that Lucien must on no account hear the news. The famous Archer of Charles IX, brought out with an absurd title, had been a complete failure. Fendant, being anxious to realize a little ready money before going into bankruptcy, had sold the whole edition, without Cavalier's knowledge, to dealers in printed paper. These, in their turn, had disposed of it at a cheap rate to hawkers, and Lucien's book at that moment was adorning the bookstalls along the quays. The booksellers on the Quai des Augustins, who had previously taken a quantity of copies, now discovered that after this sudden reduction of the price, they were like to lose heavily on their purchases. The 4 duodecimo volumes, for which they had paid 4 francs 50 centimes, were being given away for 50 sous. Great was the outcry in the trade, but the newspapers preserved a profound silence. Barbet had not foreseen this clearance. He had a belief in Lucien's abilities. For once he had broken his rule and taken 200 copies. The prospect of a loss drove him frantic. The things he said of Lucien were fearful to hear. Then Barbet took a heroic resolution. He stocked his copies in a corner of his shop with the obstinacy of greed, and left his competitors to sell their wares at a loss. 2 years afterwards, when d'Arthez's fine preface, the merits of the book, and one or two articles by Léon Giraud had raised the value of the book, Barbet sold his copies, one by one, at 10 francs each. Lucien knew nothing of all this, but Berenice and Coralie could not refuse to allow Hector Merlin to see his dying comrade, and Hector Merlin made him drink, drop by drop, the whole of the bitter draught brewed by the failure of Fendant and Cavalier, made bankrupts by his first ill-fated book. Martainville, the one friend who stood by Lucien through thick and thin, had written a magnificent article on his work. But so great was the general exasperation against the editor of L'Aristarque, L'Oriflamme, and Le Drapeau Blanc that his championship only injured Lucien. In vain did the athlete return the liberal insults tenfold. Not a newspaper took up the challenge in spite of all his attacks. Coralie, Berenice, and Bianchon might shut the door on Lucien's so-called friends, who raised a great outcry, but it was impossible to keep out creditors and writs. After the failure of Fendant and Cavalier, their bills were taken into bankruptcy, according to that provision of the Code of Commerce most inimical to the claims of third parties, who in this way lose the benefit of delay. Lucien discovered that Camusot was proceeding against him with great energy. When Coralie heard the name, and for the first time learned the dreadful and humiliating step which her poet had taken for her sake, the angelic creature loved him 10 times more than before, and would not approach Camusot. The bailiff bringing the warrant of arrest shrank back from the idea of dragging his prisoner out of bed, and went back to Camusot before applying to the president of the Tribunal of Commerce for an order to remove the debtor to a private hospital. Camusot hurried at once to the Rue de la Lune, and Coralie went down to him. When she came up again, she held the warrants, in which Lucien was described as a tradesman, in her hand. How had she obtained those papers from Camusot? What promise had she given? Coralie kept a sad, gloomy silence, but when she returned, she looked as if all the life had gone out of her. She played in Camille Maupin's play, and contributed not a little to the success of that illustrious literary hermaphrodite, but the creation of this character was the last flicker of a bright dying lamp. On the 20th night, when Lucien had so far recovered that he had regained his appetite and could walk abroad, and talked of getting to work again, Coralie broke down. A secret trouble was weighing upon her. Berenice always believed that she had promised to go back to Camusot to save Lucien. Another mortification followed. Coralie was obliged to see her part given to Florine. Nathan had threatened the Gymnase with war if the management refused to give the vacant place to Coralie's rival. Coralie had persisted till she could play no longer, knowing that Florine was waiting to step into her place. She had overtasked her strength. The Gymnase had advanced sums during Lucien's illness. She had no money to draw. Lucien, eager to work though he was not yet strong enough to write, and he helped, besides, to nurse Coralie and to relieve Berenice. From poverty they had come to utter distress, but in Bianchon they found a skilful and devoted doctor, who obtained credit for them of the druggist. The landlord of the house and the tradespeople knew by this time how matters stood. The furniture was attached. The tailor and dressmaker no longer stood in awe of the journalist, and proceeded to extremes. And at last no one, with the exception of the pork butcher and the druggist, gave the 2 unlucky children credit. For a week or more all 3 of them, Lucien, Berenice, and the invalid, were obliged to live on the various ingenious preparations sold by the pork butcher. The inflammatory diet was little suited to the sick girl, and Coralie grew worse. Sheer want compelled Lucien to ask Lousteau for a return of the loan of 1,000 francs lost at play by the friend who had deserted him in his hour of need. Perhaps, amid all his troubles, this step cost him most cruel suffering. Lousteau was not to be found in the Rue de la Harpe. Hunted down like a hare, he was lodging now with this friend, now with that. Lucien found him at last at Flicoteaux's. He was sitting at the very table at which Lucien had found him that evening when, for his misfortune, he forsook d'Arthez for journalism. Lousteau offered him dinner, and Lucien accepted the offer. As they came out of Flicoteaux's with Claude Vignon, who happened to be dining there that day, and the great man in obscurity who kept his wardrobe at Saint-Manon's, the four among them could not produce enough specie to pay for a cup of coffee at the Café Voltaire. They lounged about the Luxembourg in the hope of meeting with a publisher, and, as it fell out, they met with one of the most famous printers of the day. Lousteau borrowed 40 francs of him and divided the money into 4 equal parts. Misery had brought down Lucien's pride and extinguished sentiment. He shed tears as he told the story of his troubles, but each one of his comrades had a tale as cruel as his own, and when the 3 versions had been given, it seemed to the poet that he was the least unfortunate among the 4. All of them craved a respite from remembrance and thoughts which made trouble doubly hard to bear. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 31. Lousteau hurried to the Palais Royal to gamble with his remaining 9 francs. The great man unknown to fame, though he had a divine mistress, must needs hie him to a low haunt of vice to wallow in perilous pleasure. Vignon betook himself to the Rocher de Cancale to drown memory and thought in a couple of bottles of Bordeaux. Lucien parted company with him on the threshold, declining to share that supper. When he shook hands with the one journalist who had not been hostile to him, it was with a cruel pang in his heart. "What shall I do?" he asked aloud. "One must do as one can," the great critic said. "Your book is good, but it excited jealousy, and your struggle will be long and hard. Genius is a cruel disease. Every writer carries a canker in his heart, a devouring monster, like the tapeworm in the stomach, which destroys all feeling as it arises in him. Which is the stronger, the man or the disease? One has need to be a great man, truly, to keep the balance between genius and character. The talent grows, the heart withers. Unless a man is a giant, unless he has the thews of a Hercules, he must be content either to lose his gift or to live without a heart. You are slender and fragile. You will give way," he added as he turned into the restaurant. Lucien returned home, thinking over that terrible verdict. He beheld the life of literature by the light of the profound truths uttered by Vignon. "Money, money," a voice cried in his ears. Then he drew 3 bills of 1,000 francs each, due respectively in 1, 2, and 3 months, imitating the handwriting of his brother-in-law, David Séchard, with admirable skill. He endorsed the bills and took them next morning to Métivier, the paper dealer in the Rue Serpente, who made no difficulty about taking them. Lucien wrote a few lines to give his brother-in-law notice of this assault upon his cash-box, promising, as usual in such cases, to be ready to meet the bills as they fell due. When all debts, his own and Coralie's, were paid, he put the 300 francs which remained into Berenice's hands, bidding her to refuse him money if he asked her for it. He was afraid of a return of the gambler's frenzy. Lucien worked away gloomily in a sort of cold, speechless fury, putting forth all his powers into witty articles written by the light of the lamp at Coralie's bedside. Whenever he looked up in search of ideas, his eyes fell on that beloved face, white as porcelain, fair with the beauty that belongs to the dying, and he saw a smile on her pale lips, and her eyes, grown bright with a more consuming pain than physical suffering, always turned on his face. Lucien sent in his work, but he could not leave the house to worry editors, and his articles did not appear. When he at last made up his mind to go to the office, he met with a cool reception from Théodore Gaillard, who had advanced him money and turned his literary diamonds to good account afterwards. "Take care, my dear fellow, you are falling off," he said. "You must not let yourself down. Your work wants inspiration." "That little Lucien has written himself out with his romance and his first articles," cried Félicien Vernou, Merlin, and the whole chorus of his enemies whenever his name came up at Dauriat's or the Vaudeville. "The work he is sending us is pitiable." To have written oneself out, in the slang of journalism, is a verdict very hard to live down. It passed everywhere from mouth to mouth, ruining Lucien, all unsuspicious as he was. And indeed, his burdens were too heavy for his strength. In the midst of a heavy strain of work, he was sued for the bills which he had drawn in David Séchard's name. He had recourse to Camusot's experience, and Coralie's sometime adorer was generous enough to assist the man she loved. The intolerable situation lasted for 2 whole months, the days being diversified by stamped papers handed over to Desroches, a friend of Bixiou, Blondet, and des Lupeaulx. Early in August, Bianchon told them that Coralie's condition was hopeless. She had only a few days to live. Those days were spent in tears by Berenice and Lucien. They could not hide their grief from the dying girl, and she was broken-hearted for Lucien's sake. Some strange change was working in Coralie. She would have Lucien bring a priest. She must be reconciled to the Church and die in peace. Coralie died as a Christian. Her repentance was sincere. Her agony and death took all energy and heart out of Lucien. He sank into a low chair at the foot of the bed, and never took his eyes off her till death brought the end of her suffering. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Some singing bird, lighting upon a flower pot on the window sill, twittered a few notes. Berenice, kneeling by the bedside, was covering a hand fast growing cold with kisses and tears. On the chimney-piece there lay 11 sous. Lucien went out. Despair made him beg for money to lay Coralie in her grave. He had wild thoughts of flinging himself at the Marquise d'Espar's feet, of entreating the Comte du Châtelet, Madame de Bargeton, Mademoiselle des Touches, nay, that terrible dandy of a de Marsay. All his pride had gone with his strength. He would have enlisted as a common soldier at that moment for money. He walked on with a slouching, feverish gait known to all the unhappy, reached Camille Maupin's house, entered, careless of his disordered dress, and sent in a message. He entreated Mademoiselle des Touches to see him for a moment. "Mademoiselle only went to bed at 3 o'clock this morning," said the servant, "and no one would dare to disturb her until she rings." "When does she ring?" "Never before 10 o'clock." Then Lucien wrote one of those harrowing appeals in which the well-dressed beggar flings all pride and self-respect to the winds. One evening, not so very long ago, when Lousteau had told him of the abject begging letters which Finot received, Lucien had thought it impossible that any creature would sink so low, and now carried away by his pen, he had gone further, it may be, than other unlucky wretches upon the same road. He did not suspect, in his fever and imbecility, that he had just written a masterpiece of pathos. On his way home along the boulevards, he met Barbet. "Barbet," he begged, holding out his hand, 500 francs. "No, 200, returned the other. "Ah, then you have a heart." "Yes, but I am a man of business as well. I have lost a lot of money through you," he concluded, after giving the history of the failure of Fendant and Cavalier. "Will you put me in the way of making some?" Lucien quivered. "You are a poet. You ought to understand all kinds of poetry," continued the little publisher. "I want a few rollicking songs at this moment to put along with some more by different authors, or they will be down upon me over the copyright. I want to have a good collection to sell on the streets at 10 sous. If you care to let me have 10 good drinking songs by tomorrow evening, or something spicy, you know the sort of thing, eh? I will pay you 200 francs." When Lucien returned home, he found Coralie stretched out, straight and stiff, on a pallet bed. Berenice, with many tears, had wrapped her in a coarse linen sheet, and put lighted candles at the four corners of the bed. Coralie's face had taken that strange, delicate beauty of death which so vividly impresses the living with the idea of absolute calm. She looked like some white girl in a decline. It seemed as if those pale crimson lips must open and murmur the name which had blended with the name of God in the last words that she uttered before she died. Lucien told Berenice to order a funeral which should not cost more than 200 francs, including the service at the shabby little church of the Bonne Nouvelle. As soon as she had gone out, he sat down to a table, and, beside the dead body of his love, he composed 10 rollicking songs to fit popular airs. The effort cost him untold anguish, but at last the brain began to work at the bidding of necessity, as if suffering were not. And already Lucien had learned to put Claude Vignon's terrible maxims in practice, and to raise a barrier between heart and brain. What a night the poor boy spent over those drinking songs, writing by the light of the tall wax candles, while the priest recited the prayers for the dead. Morning broke before the last song was finished. Lucien tried it over to a street song of the day, to the consternation of Berenice and the priest, who thought that he was mad. "Lads, 'tis tedious waste of time to mingle song and reason. Folly calls for laughing rhyme, sense is out of season. Let Apollo be forgot when Bacchus fills the drinking cup. Any catch is good, I wot, if good fellows take it up. Let philosophers protest, let us laugh and quaff, and a fig for the rest. As Hippocrates has said, every jolly fellow, when a century has sped, still is fit and mellow. No more following of a lass with the palsy in your legs. While your hand can hold a glass, you can drain it to the dregs with an undiminished zest. Let us laugh and quaff, and a fig for the rest. Whence we come, we know full well. Whither are we going? Ne'er a one of us can tell. 'Tis a thing past knowing. Faith, what does it signify? Take the good that heaven sends. It is certain that we die, certain that we live, my friends. Life is nothing but a jest. Let us laugh and quaff, and a fig for the rest." He was shouting the reckless refrain when d'Arthez and Bianchon arrived, to find him in a paroxysm of despair and exhaustion, utterly unable to make a fair copy of his verses. A torrent of tears followed, and when, amid his sobs, he had told his story, he saw the tears standing in his friend's eyes. "This wipes out many sins," said d'Arthez. "Happy are they who suffer for their sins in this world," the priest said solemnly. At the sight of the fair dead face smiling at eternity, while Coralie's lover wrote tavern catches to buy a grave for her, and Barbet paid for the coffin, of the 4 candles lighted about the dead body, of her who had thrilled a great audience as she stood behind the footlights in her Spanish basquina and scarlet green-clocked stockings, while beyond in the doorway stood the priest who had reconciled the dying actress with God, now about to return to the church to say a mass for the soul of her who had loved much. All the grandeur and the sordid aspects of the scene, all that sorrow crushed under by necessity, froze the blood of the great writer and the great doctor. They sat down. Neither of them could utter a word. Just at that moment a servant in livery announced Mademoiselle des Touches. That beautiful and noble woman understood everything at once. She stepped quickly across the room to Lucien and slipped 2,000-franc notes into his hand as she grasped it. "It is too late," he said, looking up at her with dull, hopeless eyes. The 3 stayed with Lucien, trying to soothe his despair with comforting words, but every spring seemed to be broken. At noon, all the brotherhood, with the exception of Michel Chrestien, who, however, had learned the truth as to Lucien's treachery, was assembled in the poor little church of the Bonne Nouvelle. Mademoiselle des Touches was present, and Berenice and Coralie's dresser from the theatre, with a couple of supernumeraries, and the disconsolate Camusot. All the men accompanied the actress to her last resting place in Père Lachaise. Camusot, shedding hot tears, had solemnly promised Lucien to buy the grave in perpetuity, and to put a headstone above it with the words, "Coralie, aged 19 years, August 1822." Lucien stayed there, on the sloping ground that looks out over Paris, until the sun had set. "Who will love me now?" he thought. "My truest friends despise me. Whatever I might have done, she who lies there would have thought me wholly noble and good. I have no one left to me now but my sister and mother and David. And what do they think of me at home?" Poor distinguished provincial! He went back to the Rue de la Lune, but the sight of the rooms was so acutely painful that he could not stay in them, and he took a cheap lodging elsewhere in the same street. Mademoiselle des Touches' 2,000 francs and the sale of the furniture paid the debts. Berenice had 200 francs left, on which they lived for 2 months. Lucien was prostrate. He could neither write nor think. He gave way to morbid grief. Berenice took pity upon him. "Suppose that you were to go back to your own country, how are you to get there?" she asked one day, by way of reply to an exclamation of Lucien's. "On foot." "But even so, you must live and sleep on the way. Even if you walk 12 leagues a day, you will want 20 francs at least." "I will get them together," he said. He took his clothes and his best linen, keeping nothing but strict necessaries, and went to Samanon, who offered 50 francs for his entire wardrobe. In vain he begged the moneylender to let him have enough to pay his fare by the coach. Samanon was inexorable. In a paroxysm of fury, Lucien rushed to Frascati's, staked the proceeds of the sale, and lost every farthing. Back once more in the wretched room in the Rue de la Lune, he asked Berenice for Coralie's shawl. The good girl looked at him, and knew in a moment what he meant to do. He had confessed to his loss at the gaming table, and now he was going to hang himself. "Are you mad, sir? Go out for a walk, and come back again at midnight. I will get the money for you. But keep to the boulevards, do not go towards the quays." Lucien paced up and down the boulevards. He was stupid with grief. He watched the passers-by and the stream of traffic, and felt that he was alone, and a very small atom in this seething whirlpool of Paris, churned by the strife of innumerable interests. His thoughts went back to the banks of his Charente. A craving for happiness and home awoke in him, and with the craving came one of the sudden febrile bursts of energy which half-feminine natures like his mistake for strength. He would not give up until he had poured out his heart to David Séchard, and taken counsel of the 3 good angels still left to him on earth. As he lounged along, he caught sight of Berenice in her Sunday clothes, speaking to a stranger at the corner of the Rue de la Lune and the filthy Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle, where she had taken her stand. "What are you doing?" asked Lucien, dismayed by a sudden suspicion. "Here are your 20 francs," said the girl, slipping 4 5-franc pieces into the poet's hand. "They may cost dear yet, but you can go." And she had fled before Lucien could see the way she went. For in justice to him it must be said that the money burned his hand. He wanted to return it, but he was forced to keep it as the final brand set upon him by life in Paris. End of chapter 31. End of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage.